Check, check, check. Is it midnight? It's Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day, everyone. I was gonna jump up on Easy's panel, shoot my shot with that black lady. But she's not up there anymore. Now they're just talking about like deep philosophical stuff. I don't even get it. I'm not smart enough for that. I gotta learn about the Ukraine. What do I want to do? How do I want to do this? I gotta put together a Monday night show. Maybe I should do that first. Or maybe while I listen to some sort of documentary on the Ukraine war, I'll gather all this stuff for Monday night show. I don't know. I can't do two things at once. I need a Post-it note. How do I want to do this? What's up, King? Give me a moment. Chillstream. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. I want to gather news for Monday, or do I want to start with Ukraine stuff? We should watch some of Dylan's coverage of Ukraine.
War has shifted dramatically.
Everything I show is not live YouTube. This is for educational research purposes, information, news, information, and some entertainment thrown in there. Maybe, if I feel like it. Gets to prepping, you got less than 2 weeks. I have 1 week. I have a week and a day. Which is, you're right, you're not wrong. That is less than 2 weeks. But I need to start from the beginning. I can't watch the end. I've been covering Ukraine since it started. I probably go in my folders. What are important dates in the Ukraine war? I'll probably do stories on it. Let's see. My folders go back to United Healthcare CEO shooting. I believe that's post the beginning of the Ukraine war. When did this Ukraine war start?
Found ways to severely weaken and frustrate one of the world's largest military forces, despite beginning this conflict as the ultimate underdog. Now, many prominent military analysts argue that Ukraine has a realistic path to preventing a Russian victory, even as the war continues to grind on and Moscow presses ahead with its attritional strategy. One of those military minds is Ben Hodges, a retired US Army officer who served as the commanding general of United States Army Europe and later as NATO's senior mentor for logistics. Hodges is a man with decades of military experience and almost unparalleled insight into tactics, strategies, and the shifting dynamics of modern conflicts. When he talks, people listen, and he's had plenty to say about the war in Ukraine over the years. In fact, he's been one of the most outspoken believers in the prospect of some sort of Ukrainian victory since the early stages of the war. In September 2022, for instance, when much of the world's media was convinced that Russia would inevitably have too much money, might, and manpower for Ukraine to...
Is that when it started, September 22? How was your Sunday? I slept all day.
resist, Hodges wrote an op-ed in The Telegraph entitled
Good sleep,
"Prepare for Russia."
I don't know. I woke up and my tummy was a little and it's Memorial Day. So I took the day off. It's Memorial Day vacation. Shout out America.
itself
Why would I be obligated to take care of Ukraine? What's Ukraine done for me?
disintegrate, in which he argued that Russia would not only lose the war, but that the entire Russian Federation as we know it would collapse in the ensuing fallout. He has repeatedly called out what he perceives as the failures of
You can't ask us not to attack some countries sometimes and then ask us at the other side of your mouth to defend all the countries and take care of all the countries. We have to deal with some problem countries too if we're going to be defending all these other countries. Everybody got something to complain about though.
of the Russian government, singling out Putin himself for particularly sharp criticism. Even as the war has shifted back and forth, with completely different dynamics evolving over time, like the shift from mechanized assaults to drone warfare, Hodges has largely maintained his viewpoint that Russia cannot and will not emerge victorious. Over time, some of Hodges' broader assessments of
I have to avoid any like conspiratorial theory crafting or any stuff like that because I'm not talking to someone who has just as much information as me, which is the internet. I'm talking to somebody who's been there, boots on the ground, seen it with his own eyes. So I can't just be saying shit that I heard on X, you know? He'll be like, no, that's not a thing. I've been there. And then I can't really debunk that ethos. Like, that's too much ethos.
about the war have resonated with more and more analysts. In 2026, he continues to hold that view and shared some of his more recent thoughts on the conflict during an in-depth interview on the Decoding Geopolitics podcast with Dominic Pressel in early May. During his opening remarks of that interview, Hodges stated, "It's clear that the momentum has shifted to the advantage of Ukraine. That doesn't mean that Ukraine's about to win or something like that, but I think it becomes increasingly clear."
This is from 15 hours ago, so this is like the newest. But I need to start at the beginning and work my way through it.
That there's no way that Russia can actually defeat Ukraine. When asked to elaborate, Hodges touched on 5 major reasons why this has happened, and we'll explore each of those in detail. The first is casualties, with Hodges quite clearly stating, "This momentum has shifted in part because of the enormous casualties that Ukraine has inflicted on Russia. Casualties now, for the first time, exceed what Russia's able to bring into the army." The data backs this up, and the official numbers make for quite grim reading from the Kremlin's perspective, with a reported 352,000 Russian soldiers killed in the war with Ukraine between the day it began and the end of 2025. That figure was announced by exiled Russia media outlets Meduza and Mediazona on May 9, 2026.
Okay, so Ukraine is pulling ahead, and we've been funding them less. I need to check those numbers. Has Trump cut funding to Ukraine? Let me see. Has Trump sent less to Ukraine? Because if that's the case, how much aid says the United States? Yes, U.S. aid to Ukraine has significantly decreased under the Trump administration. Trump has not sought new authorization from Congress for military assistance. His administration's requests for the Pentagon's budget do not include fresh funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. So, under Trump sending them less money, they're starting to pull ahead. So, he can't even use we're obligated because if we don't, Ukraine's going to get taken over by Russia and Russia's going to take over the world. It's going to be like World War III if Russia takes Ukraine, which I don't think is the case. I think if NATO backed the fuck up and just Ukraine just became part of Russia, which and see, this is something I would have to like find some studies on. I couldn't just make this claim because he's been there. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in Ukraine still speak Russian and they like Russia. They probably don't like that they've been getting attacked for a long time, but they're probably pissed at their fake President Zelensky. Volodymyr Zelensky. I can't really call out the fact that he's an actor because they'd be like, well, Trump's an actor too. Trump's a reality TV show host.
Which is also the date of Russia's annual military parade celebrating victory over Nazi Germany during World War II. To calculate the country's losses, Mediazona worked in conjunction with the BBC Russian service to compile an extensive database of confirmed soldier deaths, using a range of sources like social media posts and official probate records to help them. That database includes approximately 218,000 confirmed names of Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine. To arrive at the 352,000 estimate, Mediazona and Medusa then looked at the excess male mortality rate for younger age groups seen in the probate records. Their estimate appears accurate, as other organizations covering the war have arrived at similar figures. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS for example, which is a Washington-based think tank, stated in January that around 325,000 Russian soldiers plus 140,000 Ukrainians had likely been killed in the war by the end of 2025. These figures don't include the casualties recorded in 2026, which have reportedly seen tens of thousands more Russians killed along the front lines and countless others injured as well. The estimates also don't cover the deaths among foreign fighters and soldiers fighting for Russia in the various militias that are formed throughout the occupied Ukrainian territories, so the Kremlin's losses are likely to be significantly greater. That might explain why.
So Russia's losing. I guess can't believe this. If Russia's losing, it means it wants to. I don't know. This is crazy that Ukraine could be beating Russia, but it's not just Ukraine, I guess.
Russia goes to such great lengths to conceal any information about its casualty rate, sometimes even deleting data from public records or blurring satellite pictures of military cemeteries, so that Russian research groups and the general public don't realize the extent of the country's losses. But the Kremlin can't hide the truth forever. Even as it scrambles to block apps, ban VPNs, and cut the Russian public off from the outside world, countless media reports continue to reveal the truth. Russia has suffered far greater casualties than Ukraine and continues to throw its troops into the fires of the front lines, banking on its brute force tactics to eventually pave the way to victory. For years, it got away with it. Now, however, as Hodges notes, Russia's manpower reserves are starting to.
It sounds like Bofa fallacy. Both of these nuts. Russia has suffered more casualties.
To run dry. In May 2026, data show that the Kremlin's forces had lost more men than they were able to recruit for 5 straight months in a row. To be more precise, Ukraine's unmanned systems forces estimated that Russia recruited around 148,400 people from December 2025 to April 2026. In that same period, it suffered 156,735 confirmed casualties, with March and April seeing around 34,000 losses each. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get, because Russia can no longer survive on the doctrine of simply treating its soldiers like cannon fodder and relying on a seemingly infinite supply of fresh-faced recruits to take their place. Its army is no longer getting
some janky-ass old tanks. Dude, they got drones that have to be connected to wires. Some of them. They got good drones too, but some of their drones are connected to wires. It's like on a fishing reel. Freddie was talking about it one night. He's like, it's far superior technology. We're like, what the hell are you talking about? It's superior technology. It's got a wire.
Bigger, or even staying the same size. It's shrinking little by little with every passing month. The smaller it gets, the weaker it gets, and the more opportunities that open up for Ukraine. Kyiv's commanders are already raising their expectations and setting even higher targets, hoping to start eliminating up to 50,000 Russian troops every month by the end of 2026. If they can even get close to that target.
I'm a hero. I was the guy that stood and I would let the drone take off from my hand. What'd you do in the war? Oh, I flew. I was a flyer. I was a pilot. I took out a bunch of soldiers. Went through many battles, dogfights, aerial battles. Yeah, what did you fly? A DJI Maverick.
It will already be an enormous victory, as Russia is already failing to compensate for losses of around 30 to 35,000 soldiers per month. So it would find it utterly impossible to deal with losses of 40,000 or more. Indeed, the country has seemingly resorted to increasingly desperate measures to ramp up its recruitment, indulging in everything from blackmail to propaganda to misleading marketing campaigns aimed at tricking students into signing up as drone operators before shipping them.
That's just a joke. I know it's not a mini nuke. That's a joke. It is a mini nuke. A nuke is just a big one of those.
Them off to frontline kill zones. But it's not working. The numbers aren't going in the direction that the Kremlin wants them to. Casualties are rising while recruitment stagnates, and that also translates to even poorer performance on the battlefield. Which leads us neatly onto Hodges' second reason behind Russia's downfall and Ukraine's rise. There's no meaningful progress for months now on the ground by the Russian forces. Alongside casualties, one of the most important metrics for measuring the success of a military campaign, especially an invasion or attempt to conquer another country, is territory. If an invading force captures a significant amount of land with every passing day, week, and month, that represents success. If a defending force is capable of holding its ground and slowing the enemy's advances, or even cancelling them out by recapturing lost land, it typically suggests that the invaders are failing.
See, that's one of the wire drones. You see that drone? That's what I was just talking about. There's a spool of wire on the back, and it's this orange like filament line, and it goes back to the controllers. Some of their drones, they have some crappy like homemade ass drones with like fishing line fiber optic cable on it.
It typically suggests that the invaders,
they can only go like 200 yards. And you got to have, if there's trees in the way or anything, you're screwed. What the heck was that?
Are failing. As Hodges and Pressel note in the interview, Russian advances slowed in many areas throughout 2025 and almost came to a complete standstill during the early part of 2026. Indeed, during several months of this year, Russia has actually suffered net losses of land, with Ukraine managing to retake more than it lost. Hodges cites Ukraine's development of drones at scale as one of the core reasons behind this, as well as its ability to track down any Russian unlucky enough to get caught out in the open somewhere. He explains how Ukraine has effectively created kill zones all along the front lines, areas that Russian troops are utterly unable to penetrate, where the Kremlin's commanders cannot amass any sizable formations to make the kinds of gains they need. Instead, their small assault squads are simply wiped out.
What did they just cover the tank in bricks? Is this the urban tank?
Over and over again. The Kremlin has reportedly been looking into different tactics to work around this issue, like sending even smaller squads to infiltrate Ukrainian locations, but Hodges doubts that this will be enough to actually impact the war in any major way, especially when combined with the 3 additional reasons he lists for the changing state of play in the war today. Now, before we get into those remaining reasons, this is why we make the military show, to explain how power really moves.
And that's the name of this YouTube channel, The Military Show. This is all documentary purposes and news stuff.
So, if you're new here, hit subscribe so you don't miss what's next. Lieutenant General Hodges also points to Ukraine's strategic intelligence as another huge factor behind the changing course of the war. The other reason that the momentum has shifted is because it looks like Ukraine has developed a theory of victory that's accomplished by destroying Russia's ability to export oil and gas. They now have enough precision long-range weapons that can strike refineries over 1,000 kilometers away, deep inside Russia. As Hodges explained, barely a week seems to go by anymore without reports of a Russian oil refinery or other piece of energy infrastructure being blown up and set ablaze by Ukrainian drones and missiles. And this all ties into a long-running strategy that Kyiv has been pursuing for several years, but which really ramped up in 2025 and onward into 2026.
Okay, I want to see more old stuff. 2022. What year is it? 2026 right now? Vox. I don't know if Vox likes you playing their stuff. Vox, I think, has hit me before.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
A special military operation. Where'd my pen go? What month was this? When did this happen? September 2022? Kiev. They spell it. It looks pretty cool. I'm gonna have to find Dylan's
Putin
videos.
called this a special military operation, but it's clear this is a full-scale invasion.
Была паника, истерика, слезы.
Как у нас пламя было выше дома.
Damn, she got a bomb in her back there.
If it's like deep enough to help us to survive.
Russian troops and tanks have entered Ukraine on all fronts. All these cities are under attack, including the capital of Kyiv, which has become Putin's main target. Many are sheltering in basements and metro stations across Ukraine. There have been hundreds of casualties, and over 500,000 Ukrainians have been forced to flee their homes.
I wonder if Dylan's got to hook up with any hot Ukrainian girls. When this war first started, I was saying on my stream, shoot, I'll go fight in Ukraine if I get a Ukrainian woman. I'll go to war. I get to bring back a Ukrainian girl or a Russian girl.
This is one of Europe's largest wars since World War II. Since then, Europe's map has been shaped by political alliances.
September 2022. Wikipedia. Wikipedia, Russo-Ukrainian War. The Russo-Ukrainian War. No, this is not what I'm looking for. What the hell are you looking for? Russo-Georgian War. This is all the background stuff. Independent Ukraine and the Orange Revolution. Does this go all the way up to today? No, this is a different war. Oh, wait, no, it keeps going. The Russian annexation of Crimea. War of the Donbass. I'm going to have to read through all this stuff to refresh my memory on this. And then we're going to watch Elijah Schaffer versus, I think, Destiny. It was pretty good debate. And I showed it on the stream years ago. Let's save this. We're going to read all of this. It's going to be a while. I know you don't see what I meant. Prelude to full-scale invasion. April 2021. Built up October 2021 onward. Preceding the invasion. So it's February. Putin questioned the legitimacy of the Ukrainian state, repeating an inaccurate claim that Ukraine never had a tradition of genuine statehood. He incorrectly stated that Vladimir Lenin had created Ukraine by carving a separate Soviet republic out of what Putin said was Russian land, and that Nikolai Khrushchev took Crimea away from Russia for some reason and gave it to Ukraine in 1954 during the second buildup. Just trying to see the date of the first attack. It's 2022. Fighting in the Donbass escalated in 2022. So that speech is from February 2022. But there was buildup. There was a lot of buildup before that. But around about February 2022. I need to turn my air on. It's hot. 1 second.
But now, Putin wants to redraw Europe's map by force.
Современная Украина целиком и полностью...
Modern Ukraine was entirely created by Russia.
Putin has long...
Oh, wait, that was... Yeah, this is February 2022. This is the speech that I'm reading about. So they're going to go back.
Целиком и полностью была создана Россией.
Putin has long claimed Ukraine belongs to Russia and they are one people.
We're not just close neighbors, we're one nation.
But Ukraine is a sovereign nation with its own language, culture, and political system. And while the two countries do have a shared history, Ukraine has fought hard for its own identity. Ukraine was part of the Russian Empire in the 18th and 19th centuries. In 1917, the Russian Revolution brought down the empire and the region spiraled into a civil war.
I already have the first paragraph of my opening written in my phone because it's just there's one argument that I'm going to try not to end up making it. But it's a very simple argument about why the U.S. should not be obligated to help Ukraine.
Ukraine briefly gained independence from Russian rule, but was quickly taken over by the newly created Soviet Union as one of its first republics. Over the next decade, the Soviet Union brutally expanded its control, and by the end of World War II, it forged a sphere of influence over here, while the West held its influence over here, essentially dividing Europe and marking the beginning of the Cold War. The Soviet Union installed communist governments on their side, which were easy for them to control. But the West developed into democracies with capitalist economies. The deep ideological divide fueled distrust and tensions between the two sides. And soon, these...
See, I feel like his argument's going to be he fears that if we don't help Ukraine, then it's going to turn into another Cold War. Russia's going to expand aggressively throughout Europe. But I don't think they need to worry about a bunch of Orthodox Russian people expanding into their country. They have Muslims expanding into their country from the south. Like they gave up Europe. Now you think I need to defend Europe? Protect Europe from the evil Russia? Putin will work with Trump.
Fears hardened into military alliances. In 1949, these countries, along with the US and Canada, formed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, and promised to defend each other from invasion.
I have to write down that acronym because I always forget it. NATO is going to be an important factor in this debate. Pact.
A few years later, these countries joined the Soviet-led Warsaw Pact alliance, and each side built up its military to protect itself from the other. Europe remained this way for decades, until one side finally collapsed. By late 1991, republics like Ukraine began declaring independence from Soviet domination. The Soviet Union dissolved into 15 independent countries, including a much weaker Russia. And the Soviet sphere of influence disappeared as many countries overthrew their communist governments. Even though the Cold War ended, the alliance on the other side of Europe was still going strong. In fact, it was expanding. In 1999, Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic joined NATO. In 2004, 7 more countries joined. That moved NATO into the old Soviet sphere of influence, making NATO's border with Russia the longest it's ever been. Belarus, Ukraine, and Georgia were now the last post-Soviet countries left.
I know my
between
camera's
Russia
off. I'll
and
put it back.
NATO. But Ukraine and Georgia both wanted to join NATO for a long time, and that made them prime targets for Russia. Ukraine became a NATO partner in 1994, which brought them a step closer to becoming a member.
Україна буде в НАТО.
Ukraine.
Це історична подія для
Hold
нашого
on.
народу.
And in
Bucharest Summit 2008. Ukraine joins partnership with NATO. February 94. February. Ukraine joins NATO. Bucharest Summit 2008. I really only know one reason why we should not be obligated to pay them. Or not just pay them, to help them, period. I don't know how I'm going to make I might just do a shorter opening because I can't think of like 3 big hard-hitting reasons. I guess what you could do is you could say, well, here's a philosophical reason why. And then basically you're saying the same thing 3 different ways. Here's a statistical or a practical argument for why. Now I'm going to say the same thing with philosophical language, and that's going to be my philosophical argument. Now I'm going to say the same thing with epistemic, epistemic words. It's an epistemic justification. A practical one, an economic one. Now I'm going to talk about money. But really, I'm just saying the same thing. No. No. We're not obligated to do that. I'm not obligated to do that. You're not obligated to do that. Us.
which brought them a step closer to becoming a member.
Україна буде в НАТО. Це історична подія для нашого народу.
Wait, why does it say they joined NATO in 1994, but then at the Bucharest summit, he says Ukraine will be in NATO? Was I not paying attention to something?
Ukraine and Georgia both wanted to join NATO for a long time, and that made them prime targets for Russia. Ukraine became a NATO partner in 1994, which brought them a step closer to becoming a member.
Україна буде в НАТО.
Oh yeah, this was the big drama. So there was supposed to be a buffer between Russia and NATO. And then Ukraine and Georgia start talking about, well, we want to be NATO. If that happens, then NATO ends up owning, because like all of this water and all of this waterland, it's not an ocean. I don't think it has ocean access. What is that called? This is like the Dambus River. I got to figure out all these names. But this is not a ocean, but I'm sure there is a lot of resources around this water. And so you don't want your enemy to own all the shoreland, all of Ukraine, all of Georgia. But NATO doesn't want Russia doing that either. But Russia is only doing that because they were threatening to join NATO. This was the argument way back in the beginning, and I've heard him debate it with people. That's what we need to watch, is we need to just watch some Russia-Ukraine debates. But I am trying to get the history down, but I can probably pick up that through the debates.
And that made them prime targets.
This is only 8 minutes. I'll watch this and we'll find out.
Ukraine became a NATO partner in 1994, which brought them a step closer to becoming a member.
Україна буде в НАТО. Це історична подія для нашого народу.
And in 2013, they reached an association agreement with the European Union. But when it came time to sign the deal, Ukraine's pro-Russian government refused. Instead, they chose to strengthen ties with Russia. After the decision was announced, hundreds of thousands of protesters took to the streets to demand the agreement be signed.
Yeah, but you know what
After months of
protests.
peaceful protests, the Ukrainian president
You know what 90% of the people at protest are just dumbasses who want to complain about something. So that there were protests usually doesn't prove much.
cracked down and killed more than 100 people, sparking more protests, which eventually drove the president out of office and the country. This meant Putin was losing political influence over Ukraine, so he decided to use force instead. First, he invaded and annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula.
Yeah, I figured that out. I added the note. I figured that out. Partnership in 94, and then the Bucharest summit. They're talking about they will join NATO, and then 2014 is supposed to happen, and then Putin said no.
Then Russia-backed separatists captured the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk and declared them
What's the point
independent
of breaking
of
off in a new
Ukraine.
country?
Since then, Ukraine has been locked in a conflict with Russia that has killed 14,000 people and displaced nearly 2 million. For nearly 8 years, Putin has held on to these regions, destabilizing
8 years. So did it start in 2022? That's only 4 years ago. 8 years they've been fighting. 2022 was Biden. It was under Biden. Middle of Biden's term sounds about right. 2022, yeah. But they're saying it was going on for 4 years before that. Like fighting? I guess Georgia, they attacked Georgia in 2008. No, not 2008, 2016 under Obama.
Ukraine and keeping it from moving closer to the west.
We'll read about all that
But
later.
in November 2021, Putin decided to go all in. Satellite images showed at least 100,000 Russian troops and military equipment piling up along the border of Ukraine. Putin repeatedly denied any plans to invade, but weeks later, he presented his demands to the West. His main demand was that NATO stop expanding and move its military borders back to where they were in 1997, away from Russia's. Western leaders rejected his demands. Instead, they put forces on standby and reinforced their military presence in Eastern Europe. Back at Ukraine's border, Russian troops continued to gather. And over here, along its border with Belarus, Russia began conducting huge military drills. On February 21st, the threat of war became real.
Считаю необходимым принять
Необходимо.
уже давно назревшее решение.
Consider it necessary to take a long overdue decision, immediately recognize the sovereignty of the Donetsk People's Republic and the Lugansk
His
People's
troops
Republic.
immediately crossed the Ukrainian border into Russian-backed separatist regions under the pretense of peacekeeping. Ukraine announced a state of emergency, and President Zelensky made a direct appeal to the Russian people.
He wore a suit. Dang. I've only seen this guy in a suit twice ever. This must have been while he was running.
Война лишит гарантий всех.
The second time was the second time he went to the White House, because the first time he didn't wear a suit. Trump wasn't too happy about that. It's the second time he wore a suit.
Гарантий безопасности.
Forbid we have boots on the ground in Iran. But it's totally okay to put boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Is treading
Нашу державу.
I am here on the ground with my soldiers. Look, I wear the same uniform as them every single day of my life. You must like me and send me more money.
Так буде й далі.
Thank you, Vox. Okay. We should watch some of Dylan's stuff, but I want to find, because it's the best when all the Ukraine stuff was happening. This was the best debate I saw about it. It's going to be actually sad. It's going to be a bit of a blast from the past to see Elijah before he started spiraling out of control. Schaefer, and I think it was Destiny. Ukraine debate. It was Destiny. This was a good one. 3 years ago. Damn. Feels like it was yesterday. I think I played this on the channel when it happened. I remember I watched it when I was working over there at the maintenance doing renovation on those apartments. I remember where I was when I listened to this. All right. Yeah, this is Elijah when he was at his peak before he totally spiraled out of control.
Out to the first ever debate hosted by Uncensored America with Elijah.
The prompt is Ukraine is evil.
Schaefer and Destiny, aka Stephen Bunnell. The second. Are you guys excited for this? Yeah? I know we kind of made a bit of a stir last semester, so how many people know us from last semester, the Milo event? About most people here are cool. And what'd you guys think of that event? Did you like it? We loved it. We had a great time with it. It was a lot of fun. And now we're doing a debate. Since we did one speaking event, we thought it'd be a great new event to have as a debate. So we're going to have Elijah and Destiny debate the biggest topic that we're having right now in world history, which is the Russia-Ukraine war. And we're going to have probably opinions that you see that you don't like, that make you uncomfortable, that make you think a bit, that maybe you agree with, maybe you don't, partially or fully. And that's the whole point of what we're doing here. We are a free speech organization that's not just focusing on saying we're for free speech, but actually practicing it, actually having people with different opinions come out and share them with everyone. So we hope you have a great time and you enjoy this. Should be an interesting discussion. We're going to have a Q&A after the debate that will form right here, and we'll help instruct people for that when we do it. But you can ask whatever you want. Try to keep it on topic. If not, that's okay. Again, we're free speech. Anything goes. So if anybody here has been following us, you would have seen that we've been expanding, and we are now at the University of Tennessee. If you want to find out more about our clubs and anything else with our chapters, you can scan that QR code. You can follow us on social media.
Shout out Uncensored America, but I want to get through this.
Second event. They were more than happy to do it.
Thank you, Sean.
If anybody's going down south, we have a transgender debate. That'll be happening at the University of Tennessee next week, exactly 1 week from today.
I think that was Brianna Wu and John Doyle, the one he's talking about right now.
Wednesday, May 4th, Star Wars Day. And if you want to come down, it's the same sort of ticketing system as this, and at the same time as well. So if anybody's
no, it's those two.
Really American is acting out of self-defense. It's just very black and white, and there's not much nuance into it. So what we're trying to do today is have some nuance, have some interesting conversation that, and try to clear the fog of war. I mean, every day there's a new story
Ukraine
comes out
is
about
evil.
it that gets debunked just instantly. We had the Ghost of Kiev. Does anybody remember that? Yeah, that was Sam Hyde, right? Did y'all see that? He's a comedian, internet meme, and people are sharing fake pictures around it. Now, I bring that up because, yeah, it's kind of funny, but it just shows how much misinformation, propaganda is being spread by all sides. It doesn't really matter. It's America, Ukraine, Russia, and we have two very knowledgeable speakers who know the subject very well, and so they're going to help us really clarify what's really going on there. So it's not a black or white issue, and we're hoping to add some gray nuance to it. Now, our first speaker slash debater is...
By the time I finish reading this Wikipedia article, I'll be just as educated on Russia-Ukraine as Destiny is.
A guy who's more right-wing. He famously got beaten up by Black Lives Matter in Philadelphia, and he's also a federally credentialed reporter that works for Blaze TV. He hosts two great shows. Slightly.
I'm kind of downplaying my knowledge, too. Like, I've been covering this from the time it happened. Every week we talked about it for like a year.
Offensive, and you are here. And then our other speaker and debater is Stephen Bunnell, aka Destiny. He used to have a Twitch account, doesn't anymore. He's been banned and was banned on Twitter too. So he is perfectly in line with coming here for Uncensored America. And he's very famous in the Twitch realm, the YouTube realm, for basically creating this whole genre that we see of the debate bro types, as some people call it, but just really debating on the internet. And he does a really great job at it. And I think anybody, no matter what your political alignment is, can see that he's very smart and knowledgeable on it. So please, everybody, welcome Elijah Schaefer and Destiny.
Oh. They had walkout music, copyrighted walkout music. That looked like Zach. Come on.
Because we're just going to have our two debaters go at it and see where things go. I don't really like structured debates. I know a lot of people really don't either. So we're going to go for a more conversational approach where people are just saying what they think and coming up with whatever goes. If there's something interesting that we can pivot to, we'll try to do that. But we will first start with opening statements. And since Elijah is in the affirmative argument here, we will start with him and then go to Destiny.
All right. How are you doing, Penn State? Doing all right? All right. You know, we were trying to figure out why a lot of the signs got ripped down for this event, if it was myself or Destiny, and we realized it actually says Ukraine is evil on the top, which is Probably not a popular statement considering I see Ukraine flags around the sides, but for those of you that don't know me, my name is Elijah Schaefer. I'm a host on Blaze TV, and thank you for introducing me as the guy.
Yeah, America's obligated to help Ukraine because we all flew Ukraine flags for 3 years.
I got beat up.
No, I say we, I mean Americans, not me. I didn't have one, but everybody flew Ukraine flags until they started flying Palestine flags or whatever came next, Mexican flag, something. When did you decide to hate me? What?
At gunpoint by Black Lives Matter. What a nice group of people, right? Amen. That's who I am, and apparently that's what my claim to fame is, but here's my opening statement. So, Ukraine is evil is the topic of tonight, and my point in being here is not to defend Russia. I think people get into this diabolical side where you feel like you have to choose whether you're for Zelensky or you're for Putin, when in fact the true victims of this world really are the people in it, while the governments war against each other, including those a part of NATO, those a part of Ukraine, and those in Russia. I have no means to try to defend Putin as being a good man, nor as a dictator or an autocrat. I don't think as an authoritarian there's any grounds to say that Putin himself is good, besides the fact perhaps of holding the Russian Federation together in times of turmoil, an election that of course he fixes every single time. But the truth of the matter here is to understand why Ukraine is evil and not its people. There's no means to say that the people have done anything wrong in and of themselves. But we will find that bad faith actors have been around since 1949, around the time when NATO was formed.
Why are they zooming in on this guy?
The initial states, including the United States, Canada.
They just randomly zoom in on some guy in the audience because he rolled his eyes. You haven't been talking to me. I don't know. You're just typing stuff. I'm focused, auntie. I'm reading your chats. At this point, what's the point of breaking off into new countries? I don't know. The government needs wars to keep progress under control. I guess. Yep. I don't hate
United
you.
Kingdom, France, Portugal, etc., Netherlands, Belgium. You had the formation of a new military alliance between neo-socialist and, of course, neo-capitalist countries that saw the greatest threat to their own freedom, which was the USSR. Of course, you have Stalin at this time, ends up being superseded by Khrushchev and different leaders, but communism universally was seen as a threat to Western democracy, to our republics, and to our strength. And so the alliances were made. Of course, as you move forward to 1952 and you develop that Turkey joins NATO.
This is pro. He's not reading anything. Elijah was a very good, serious, formal, on-stage debater.
Now have a direct competitor to communist power on the southern part of the Black Sea. This is seen as a threat to their well-being. I'm no fan of communist country. I'm no fan of the USSR. And I think we can agree that the USSR overall was bad, though some by the looks of it here probably would disagree with that. Ultimately speaking, as you move ahead, the USSR now feels flanked. So universally, in 1955, making the Warsaw Pact with some of the Baltic states like Lithuania and Latvia, Estonia, etc., including with Ukraine, they create this new paramilitary pact of peace to try to prevent further NATO expansion of their power, and also to defend their own ability to have their own border and their own sovereignty. As an American, as a patriot, I'm not a big fan of these people, but I understand the need for nations to pick a side and to find allies in their fight. As we move ahead for decades, including the...
Oh, that's crazy. That's the Black Sea. I should have known that. I just needed to see it zoomed out. Okay, so the Black Sea would give them access to the Mediterranean if there's a connector. There is a connector in Istanbul. So actually, from the Black Sea, they do have access to the ocean and to trade and all of the Mediterranean Sea trade routes. So this Black Sea portage, it can't all be owned by Russia's enemy. No, of course Russia's not going to allow that. Now, maybe demanding that they go back to the 1997 borders is a little excessive, but that could be something they could compromise on and say, okay, we're not going back to 1997 borders, but Ukraine and Georgia are not going to be part of NATO. They can stay independent, but not part of NATO. We can't have NATO controlling the entire Black Sea and flanking us on every side. So, all this is to say, there's justifications in why Russia's doing what they're doing, and we have no business getting involved in it unless we have an incentive to have NATO control the Black Sea. which I don't think we do. If America ran it, that'd be cool, but it's not America, it's NATO. And America, even though we should basically control NATO, it just seems to be a problem for us. What's up, Kelly? We all love Auntie, just Auntie don't love us all. Huh.
In the fight between East and West Germany, there's overall relative stability. But of course, with the collapse of the USSR in the early 1990s and in 1992, with many of the previous Baltic Warsaw states, including like the aforementioned, joining NATO, joining the pact, we find that there is a move of Western power towards the East. During this time, the USSR has fallen into complete disarray. Russia is run by mobsters, and in fact, this is where the Russians have become true victims of a fallen empire and are being led by people who do not have their best interests in mind. You go forward to 1999.
Even if we run NATO, even if we control NATO, I still don't think that justifies us bringing Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. Like, if we make that decision, then we shouldn't do that if it's going to lead to wars with Russia. We should just let them stay neutral. Let them be the buffer zone.
And you have countries like Poland, Romania, and Czech all joining NATO, or at least in some form of alliance, becoming a neutral or partner state, thus increasing the reach and the power of the country and isolating Russia further and further despite the Iron Curtain falling. By 2002, 2003, you have many of the other countries joining NATO, and you have Ukraine becoming what is up.
Is the Iron Curtain the Warsaw Pact? The Iron Curtain. The countries in the Warsaw Pact. Iron Curtain map. The Iron Curtain was the ideological and physical boundary that divided Europe into two separate regions from the end of World War II to the end of the Cold War. Countries behind this curtain were under political and military influence of the Soviet Union. Western Bloc NATO, Eastern Bloc WTO, Cold War, Churchill's Iron Curtain and the power of imagery. Eastern Bloc, Western Bloc, Iron Curtain.
Up for a partner state. They're not part of NATO, they're not joining it, but they are universally seen as the borderland, the Ukraine, right? That's what it's called. And they are seen as a strategic pond between then Russia and now the West. Go forward to 2004 with the color revolution, you have the orange revolution, and you go forward, you see that a Russian government is definitely installed, some say through corruption. There's not many deaths in the revolution, but there's about a decade of discontent before there is a coup. In 2014, then Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Priyat, the ambassador to Ukraine, are bugged on a cell phone call showing and proving by the BBC that they planned on installing a US and EU, of course, with their new leader. People disagree on this, ends up creating a problem in Ukraine, a divide, a civil war between the eastern Donbass region, specifically Donetsk and Luhansk, or Luhansk, however you want to say it. I'm not Ukrainian, but someone can correct me. As this goes on and this continues, the Minsk II agreement is brought together primarily with France and with Germany, which creates a ceasefire on certain preconditions, 13 exact points, one of which
Check. Okay. Sorry. I was saying this history lesson establishes ethos or credibility. It demonstrates his credibility. If anybody in the audience doesn't know who he is or know anything about him, he does this in his opening just to let everybody know, I know what I'm talking about as far as the history of Ukraine goes. And this will all culminate in saying, here's why Ukraine is bad.
Which being the ceasefire is that military equipment and therefore military powers of foreign intervention would be and leave the area. If you fast forward in 2020, BBC was already reporting that Russia was upset that the Minsk agreement was being ignored by the West. There was artillery shelling. Over 14,000 individuals were killed in the Russian-held territories. They were already voting in Russian elections. 220,000 of them were given passports and citizenship. And yes, in 2020, whether it was free, fair, or not, did elect Putin to be the continued leader of Russia, a democratic republic that was ruled. The Minsk agreement gave them their special elections. To fast forward here in a second, as you go over the next few decades, Putin gave 2 articles and 2 drafts to the West saying that they needed to stop with their military intervention, respect the Minsk agreement. This was UN Security Council Resolution 2202. Now, just 1 week before Russia invaded,
UN Security Council reference number 2202, he said.
To the West saying that they needed to stop with their military intervention, respect the Minsk agreement. This was UN Security Council Resolution 2202. Now, just 1 week before Russia invaded, having a failed internet Zoom talk, as you know how well those all go, with President Biden in 2021. In 2022, a week before he invaded, he sat at the Security Council, not Putin, but the ambassador from Russia, and talked about the Minsk agreement not being looked at and not being respected in terms of military aid and equipment, which both Biden admitted to in 2020, and we saw with the quid pro quo with President Trump being admitted that we were giving them aid, not respecting the ceasefire and the lack of equipment and aid. As that progressed, France and Germany, who held the responsibility to see peace between Ukraine and Russia, sat back and did not intervene. And Ukraine, with the puppet government who's currently in place, and after Poroshenko was removed, and you had Zelensky who's now in power, they sat there, they ignored the Minsk II agreement, and all of a sudden they wonder, as Kiev was being at least alleged to uphold and to be storing up military equipment so that they could do an offensive into the Donbass region, it appears, though, that Putin and himself, looking at a strategic military disadvantage, decided then to push in his quote, to liberate or to take back the land that already voted republicly for his power, and therefore sent his military into the land. Of course, things have escalated, and I'll end on this. For people to say that then, therefore, I'm not saying that Russia is good, but, that Ukraine is evil, well, here's the problem. Just yesterday, the UK Secretary of Defense admitted that American weapons and Western weapons, including from the UK...
Are they doing a hot seat?
Actually, like little video screens, so you can like set custom things, so it makes them really easy to like tell what you're doing on the fly while you're running a show. That's why I really like that setup. And also
Enigmatic Productions also for hire if you need consulting on your video production needs. Just drop me a DM. Bring money.
That's crucial. Shameless plug, but
yeah. A tech YouTube. No, I'll do one-on-one.
Trying to see if they're doing a hot seat.
This is great because there was a time. Set up all of
All right, Dylan Burns. Zelensky's right hand jailed in corruption case. Sorry, I'm looking at something.
are being used, including Javelins and Stinger missiles, to launch attacks across the Ukraine border into the Russian mainland. This has escalated the tensions, and Putin is therefore saying that the United States and foreign governments, including all of NATO, if this was truly a war about Ukrainian independence, why would they be launching an offensive into Russian territory? And it is therefore seen through strategy and corruption that Ukraine in and of itself is a puppet state through a successful coup through NATO and the United States in 2014, and the government that is currently in charge does not have the interests of its people, and the Galatians from southern Poland and other interest groups have created propaganda to make them think that they could in fact be a part of NATO without serious military intervention. And with the 8 million refugees we see today, we now realize that Ukrainians are the true victims, that the puppet government in place is looking out for the will of the United States government, and even NATO kind of disagrees and the EU disagrees. But again, once again, this is another proxy war the United States has caused. Many people are dying, billions of dollars are being wasted, and we are only allowed to see propaganda from one side. So yes, I do believe the state of Ukraine is evil at the hands of the American regime, which is hard for me to say this, which I believe is also evil. Thank you.
All right, hello. Okay, my name is Stephen Bonnell. That was the short opening statement by Elijah. I'm sure we'll get into a lot of the back and forth. I think that when you look at the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, I think that a very simple-minded person will look at the conflict and they'll think, this is pretty easy. It looks like there's clearly a bad guy. It looks like there's clearly a good guy. Once you start digging into things more, I think you run into weird areas. Was the 2014 revolution, was that a foreign-backed coup? Is it okay that Western powers or NATO has interest in Ukraine? Does Russia have a right to securing land that ensures that they feel that their country is safe from foreign invaders? It gets a little bit more complicated. But I think as you dive further and further into it, it becomes pretty simple once again. In '91, Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union. That country, that included Crimea, was respected. Its independence was respected across the entire world. Whatever reasons you feel like Russia might have for shoring up security on their borders does not justify an invasion into the country of Ukraine. It has been a long time, it has been decades since another country has invaded another sovereign state and stolen territory for the purpose of controlling it permanently for another country. Russia is rewriting the rules for how security works across Europe and across the world when it engages in acts like this. There is no hypothetical phone call between Newland or anybody else. There is no hypothetical security concern. There is no hypothetical concern with NATO that could justify the action of Russia to invade Ukraine and do this, although I suppose we'll get into the specifics in our debate. I believe that it is okay.
So this is not the topic that I'll be debating, but it's similar and it gives me a lot of good information that I can check and look into. But they're just saying, is Ukraine evil? Destiny's saying Russia's evil. Elijah's saying the state, the Ukrainian government, the state is evil and it's hurting its people. And Russia's just reacting. But America had a hand in it too, which is a problem. And he may say, since we helped cause this, that's why we're obligated to fix it and stand behind them, because we started it. That's some sort of fallacy, though. I don't know what it's called, but just because, how do I? Just because you made a mistake years ago, I don't know. Maybe it's not a fallacy. It might be a good argument. You made a mistake years ago. You need to continually be responsible for that forever. For how long? When should you not be responsible? And if your continued presence there is leading to more deaths, wouldn't it be better to get out of that? To not continue helping? You're just making the problem worse. And again, since Trump has been in, we've been giving them less money and they seem to be doing fine. They've got all they need. We shouldn't continue to do this. The question is America obligated? That means currently, right now. You could make an argument that there was a time when we were obligated to help them. We got them into this mess. We should help them. But currently, are we still obligated? How long are we going to be obligated to help them? Forever?
Okay for the West to be helping Ukraine in all but military force directly. We don't want...
Yeah, that was Mr. E. He's on Easy's panel. I just went over there to ask if he was doing a hot seat, because I was just going to jump up and do the hot seat, but they're not doing one.
Russian troops shooting at NATO troops ever. That's something that we've avoided for the most part for the history of NATO, and I think we should continue to avoid that.
I was going to jump up there when that girl was on there and they were talking about abortion. I was laying in my bed And then by the time I got ready to come on here, she had already left, and they were talking about like deep philosophical stuff that sounded interesting, but too big brain for me. I'm a little small brain guy. Too many words.
That, but to say that Russia has a right to invade and destroy the sovereignty of Ukraine because they have hypothetical security concerns, which in my opinion and most experts' opinions are not justified because NATO does not attack Russia. Russia does not fight NATO. I do not think there is any good justification for Russia invading Ukraine, and I imagine we'll hash that out.
Yeah, so a couple things you just said there. So I do have a couple questions for you before we go further. Do you believe the Donbass region, specifically Donetsk and Lugansk, right there, not even the entire region, you know, west of, including Mariupol, but the eastern part that has been fighting, you know, directly at the separatists, do you think that is actually Ukrainian territory, or do you believe through their own elections, voting for Putin, that that would be still considered a democratically or a republicized place that belongs to Russia? Do you believe that region belongs to Russia, or are you talking about, like, how do you define that?
The region clearly belongs to Ukraine. You can't just vote yourself out of a country. No other country on the planet would accept that.
But it is not just a vote. I mean, with the Minsk agreement, I mean, this is international. This was internationally recognized.
The Minsk agreement was not a guarantee that these would be separated states like Russia's tried with other countries in the past. The Minsk agreement was attempting to get a ceasefire, and that was broken on both sides, which is internationally recognized. It wasn't only Ukraine that was breaking on that. Fighting has been ravaging on there for, you know, the better part of the last decade.
Yeah, so my point is that, yes, it did recognize, because it did allow for even independent elections and self-governance. So when you have self-governance and you have states saying, we do not want to be a part, we do not believe the election was fair and free, which, by the way, in America, the only election that we have that was fair and free was 2020. 2016 was hacked by the Russians, and 2022 might be hacked too, but we know a little bit about that. But the people in Ukraine fully understood, or were under the impression that, yes, there was a disagreement because of the leaked call that took place from our own government, the United States, that they had the interest of seeing then Poroshenko, the then president of the country, being installed, and seeing the other Russian government, after he fled, right, to Kharkiv, once he left, I'm saying they saw this as being an illegitimate coup,
yeah,
and
so
they declared independence, and they separated themselves, and there was at least an...
I know, if I knew I was going to review this, I should have put it in the title. And put him in the thumbnail, because it always gets a bunch of Destiny people over here when you put him in the title and the thumbnail.
Acknowledgement that these regions would be governed differently.
No, so I encourage anybody to go and listen to the phone call with Newland and the ambassador.
But that's fine. I don't think I'm going to be putting on much of a show tonight. I'm like writing a lot and thinking, and I don't want to say too much.
That is not the case. Two diplomats talking on the phone expressing a preference or talking about what new leadership would look like does not make an organized coup. The idea that the 2014 revolution was some foreign-backed CIA, NSA, US, NATO-backed thing, just it misunderstands the entire history of why those protests have been going on for so long. Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries across all of Europe, if not the entire world. So there were plenty of good reasons for why that revolution was...
I don't know. He's been doing it a long time. He was a very good StarCraft player. And so he got all he was already big for gaming as a StarCraft pro. Had a bunch of fans from that, started talking about politics, kind of like what Asmongold did. If you just met Asmongold on the street and like saw the way he lived and saw his house, you'd have no idea that he's a multi-millionaire with one of the hugest followings on the internet.
Was happening, why the protest.
But they've been doing it forever. It's taking time to build.
Protests were happening, and the revolution itself happened, the ousting happened, because police were shooting at protesters. You don't need any kind of foreign interference.
And like Sean said in the beginning, he's the OG of all this. All this debate stuff, the verbal combats, the blood sports. He's the originator.
To see why he ran from the country. You don't need any foreign interference to see why the people felt like they needed a new leader there. And the idea that we would just accept a separated breakaway states in the east, like what Russia has already done with Georgia, with Abkhazia, and with South Ossetia, with what Russia has already done with Moldova, with Transnistria, that wouldn't be an acceptable outcome, any more than it is that they already invaded Crimea and stole that piece of land from Ukraine as well. You can't allow Russia to continue to go in to send their own, not even arms, but their own military, and then break break off sections of Ukraine and say, oh, well, these are going to be independent breakaway states now, while we ship in our own military, our own arms, and our own passports until eventually it looks just like every other breakaway state that Russia's created. That's just a total violation of Ukraine's sovereignty. There's no justification for it.
So it's interesting you bring up sovereignty, because it's funny when we talk about the fall of the Soviet Union that Ukraine had the ability to break away from the Soviet Federation. And so there is this level of understanding that people can, as a republic, as a democracy, a representation, decide how they themselves want to be governed. The United States is a pure example of that, breaking away from the British Kingdom and the fact that we wanted to be self-governed. So on this ability, even with Security Council 2202, the reason why France didn't acknowledge it and the reason why the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN literally stood up there and said, we're not going to even acknowledge Minsk 2 because we don't want to legitimize the individual governance or the authorities specifically in the Donbass region towards Russia, because we see this to be as a threat to our sovereignty, which is true in and of itself. But that would be with the acceptance that Ukraine's government was through fair and free elections. And while you would say it is true, why is it that just 10 years earlier in 2004 there was mass protesting? Because
this is not even at 1.25. Elijah is matching Destiny's fast-talking energy, and he's showing that he can do that too.
The specifics were said because of corruption and severe election fraud were stated as the two main factors, or seven, but two main factors of why the 2004 election was considered to be defunct and why there had to be even a recall and a re-election, there had to be revoting, because they said that these elections were not reliable, that Ukraine was suffering deeply under a problematic influence from foreign governments, foreign actors, both Russia and the United States. So 10 years earlier, we have an entire problem of an election, but 2014, when there's clear signs that there's Western interventionism involved. And by the way, that's why I said I would not make the defense for Putin, because there's definitely Russian influence going on as well. You might say then that, yes, again, the Ukrainians aside, the government itself is a Western prop. This is an actual understanding. This was something that was pushed, perceived, to the point to where the current president literally had to flee, allegedly at gunfire, and had to be exiled. How does that sound like a peaceful transfer of power? How does that sound like a normal democratic election?
It's called a revolution. It wasn't a peaceful transfer of power at all. But again, when you start ordering your police to shoot at protesters, it's probably not going to be a very peaceful transition. I think that's pretty well understood. The idea that there was some sort of installation of a new government when the interim prime minister was literally
that's the revolution. That's the one-sided news, like peaceful protesters, and they just told the cops to shoot at them. That's the type of shit you'd hear in America during the BLM riots. They were just peaceful protests, and then the cops started shooting at them. ICE protests. Oh, there's just, these protesters peacefully protesting out there, and then ICE just starts shooting people down in the streets and running people over. Well, she tried to run him, shooting people in the streets. Excuse me. So, I don't know.
Opposition.
I don't know if you can believe that they just started shooting peaceful protesters. That's generally what the news will say, but that's usually not what really happened. And Dylan wasn't there for that. He got there after that.
Majority party leader. It doesn't make sense to say that that was some guy that was installed years before by the West or years before by NATO. They're just this conspiracy, this idea that
I learned about Dylan Burns from it's the Hake Report, la la la. Shout out Hake. He has Dylan on as a recurring guest. We used to roast Dylan so bad in the chat every week when he would come on Hake's show.
That there was some foreign backing to what was happening in Ukraine doesn't make sense. And when you go to 2004, you say, well, people accuse those elections.
Years ago now. That was a long time ago. Maybe not 6, maybe, well, around the time of this it was happening. So 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Being fraudulent too, that's different. That's not comparable to 2014, where Russia makes an accusation and then invades and steals land from Ukraine. Nobody, or at least unless I missed it, I don't recall.
I think I called into Hake one day while Dylan was on there to talk to him, but I didn't get through. I was on hold. I waited too long to call, and I didn't get to talk to him. But I was calling him while he was on Hake's show years ago.
call France or Germany or any Western NATO country going in and stealing land from Ukraine because they were saying that the elections weren't fair and free. Usually when we say that happens, we just criticize the country and we kind of move on from it. We didn't steal anything from Belarus. We didn't go down to Venezuela or Bolivia or any of these other countries, or at least not the past 30 years, and try to steal land from them. So I don't think that the accusation that in 2004 we said the election wasn't fair and free, and then in 2014 Russia says it's not fair and free, these aren't comparable because we weren't moving in to steal land afterwards. This is rewriting the rules of how foreign affairs work. We just don't do this anymore.
So you don't believe that as the previous Warsaw nations are being brought into NATO, and you have this one disputed territory literally called the borderland right there, where there's a NATO expansion and an issue going on currently between Putin and Western powers trying to prevent that expansion in order to ease tensions that were going on. Obviously, you know, I'm just saying, obviously, you know, Putin's main priority, not just for Ukraine, was to annex Crimea because of the port on the Black Sea. We do know that. I mean, his military power there, as well as trade route, etc., is super vital and strategically important to him. You also do realize, which could be considered Russian propaganda, that at least he says, and I wouldn't take Putin's word very strongly, as I wouldn't take many world leaders today's word at face value. He claims to care a lot about the Russian people, the Russian Federation, of Belarus, of the Ukrainians. I mean, in World War II, you know this because the amount of troops they lost just defending Kiev, I mean, some of the troops they fought, they were a united people just recently. And if we even want to go back, I mean, back in World War II, obviously you said these countries would never take land. I mean, sometimes we live in the internet age where we think in just like the last several years, forgetting that Germany being a part of a Minsk II agreement to prevent land stealing is kind of ironic, considering it's barely been less than 100 years, and Germany's done a few things in the last 100 years, give or take, that are questionable.
We don't go back 100 years to see what foreign affairs look like now. I think we roughly look at the state of European security over the last 30 years, since the collapse of the Warsaw Pact, since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, since NATO's mission is roughly to ensure a stable amount of security in Europe. When you say things like, well, we want to make sure that Ukraine doesn't join NATO because it causes tensions with Russia, what kind of tensions? Like, this is the question that always fascinates me. People are always like, well, Russia's worried to have NATO on its border. Why? They're already up on their border in 3 countries in the Baltics to the north, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they're already on the border there.
Up in the mountains in the tundra, that's less valuable money than Black Sea front property that leads to the Mediterranean Sea and all the trade routes and shipping routes.
Want to launch nuclear missiles, we don't even need to do it from there. Turkey already has nuclear missiles. Do we think that there's going to be a ground invasion into Russia from Ukraine? That's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen because NATO doesn't attack Russia. We literally have a hotline from Washington to Russia where we make a direct call and we say, hey, do you have troops there? Because if so, we're not going to go in. Like, we take a really big effort to avoid these types of confrontations. I just don't see what the possible tension is unless we're talking about Russia being able to move in their own military and either break away states or take over parts of other sovereign nations like they've done with Georgia and like they're doing now with Ukraine. What are they trying to avoid? What's the tension?
I mean, so the tension is quite obvious. So even if we go back, you do have to look back hundreds of years. It's very important, specifically Napoleonic Wars, even World War I and World War II, looking at strategic land groups, specifically flat lands that are used to grow wheat, that are easily accessible, and a type of soil that allows a fast strategic movement, including railways, to move large amounts of equipment and troops across a geographic landscape. And Ukraine does provide that and has been used in many past wars as an exact direct route to invade eastern lands. So there is that. I don't think you have to go back fully, which is again why there's no justification for Putin himself. I do believe that Putin, if indeed truly that the eastern regions did declare independence and did not want to be a part of Western ideals or values, that we have to respect, just like, I mean, I've worked in Shanghai, I've worked in South Korea. They're very distinct and unique countries that have their own culture, prospects, and national interests, just like the United States of America. And so as you move forward, obviously he might want to protect these people. Maybe it's propaganda. He goes in saying, hey, we are giving, I believe we gave, what, 1,400 artillery with 144,000 munitions that were used to kill, like I said, 14,000 approximate people across in those regions during a conflict of separatists, which we call separatists, but he calls duly elected or a republic that naturally elected him in an actual election in 2020. So when you have 220,000 of your own citizens that have been expedited and given passports and you're in this land, I'm wondering on an international level, this is why would there continue to be a continued resistance and a fight? What benefit did Western Ukraine have to continue to provoke Eastern Ukraine, and why did they propagandize their people? Why was there this push to join NATO to lie and make it seem like there was some international duplicate or some laissez-faire idea where you can create a new economy between Ukraine and Europe without intervention from Russia, because Russia said that Ukraine needed to stay neutral, that it could not receive, back in 2014, even before then, could not receive these foreign military aid, could not have the equipment put in place, and it's like we were living in La La Land telling Ukrainian people it was going to be cool. cool. Now you have 8 million of them as refugees in neighboring countries because they had a dream that could not be realized.
There's no justification. Every way that you talk about Ukraine is like it has to be this subservient member state to Russia's greater world plans. Every single framing. Well, what if lands in the East maybe also to talk about an election held in 2020 when Russia has had troops on the ground there since 2014 is a bit comical. It's almost like referring to the Crimean Peninsula resolutions that happened after Russia took over and said you have two options. You can either join us or you can either remain independent and then join us. The idea that you can just move in and take over places because there might be some conflict there just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any more sense than if Southern California suddenly had a bunch of Mexican separatists there that wanted to break that away and have them join Mexico. The rest of the world wouldn't say, well, United States, you just have to kind of cede your sovereignty there and allow some of your states to break away and join Mexico. Of course not. We would hold on to that land because it's our sovereign territory. And since 1991, Ukraine has had distinct borders that have been recognized by not only the rest of the world, but Russia itself, and no amount of separatist movements, especially ones that are funded by Russia, allow them to break away and just join Russia. And then the reason why I don't like to go back historically is because when people want to go back historically, they only go back so far. You know, you hear Putin and you hear all these other people talk about, well, you know, the people in the East, you know, they feel Russian, they speak Russian, they've got a lot of Russian ethnic roots. Yeah, of course, that's because during events like the Holodomor, millions of Ukrainians were forcibly starved to death, their wheat was requisitioned, and people that were trying to flee towns were shot and murdered by Soviet troops. So after millions of people die and hundreds of thousands of Russians, ethnic Russians, are shipped in, which the Soviet Union did to all of their little republics that they had gotten as part of the Soviet Union, to go back into the past and then to come forward into the future and say, well, look, there's a lot of ethnic Russians there now, to say that a prior genocide can supersede the sovereign borders drawn around a country in 1991, and then we go forward to 2020 and say, well, look, there's a lot of ethnic Russians there. That's just absolutely bizarre to me. I think that when we frame the conversation, I think we have to stop saying, well, Russia's worried about this, so they should be able to invade, or Russia likes this, so they should be able to take that. Let's look at it from the Ukraine perspective. They have a country that was recognized internationally with borders since 1991. What right does Russia or any other country have to come in and steal territory from them? I haven't heard a single justification for that.
What year were you born?
What year are we on right now?
What year were you born, I said?
1988.
Okay, so you have a country that's borders were drawn, that's technically like younger than yourself in many ways, and so you have this and you act like this is how life always was and how it always will be. You're talking about already a country built out of the collapse of another country.
It was recognized.
I do not need to justify Russia coming in. I'm saying Russia, like all international sovereignties and powers, I look at an interesting interview from Condoleezza Rice. I don't know how you guys feel about her, but what an interesting war hawk. I don't know how we justified so many invasions and so many wars recently, but I watched her on, I think it was MSNBC. She was being asked about how can a large superpower bully a smaller country and invade without UN Security Council clearance and bomb them, and she was like, I can't believe that people could do that.
You see the pivot here, though, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm going, ma'am, we did that. The United States did that.
The United States has not in the past 30 years invaded a country and stolen their territory.
That's subjective. When you're literally,
it's not subjective.
When you're a universal global empire, when you're a universal global empire, you don't have to occupy the same way you do. I mean, we are still in Iraq, and we just pulled out of Afghanistan. I mean, you're talking about we were occupying for many, many years. So what's going on right now is that he has not stolen it. He said that he wants it to be neutralized. So his resolution, and I'm telling you this, he hasn't even won the war. So he has not won, he has not stolen it yet, but he has identified and he has recognized the eastern region to be a part of the Donbass, a part of Russia, based upon their own elections. Now, we could even argue whether those elections were fair and free. And again, I would actually argue probably in many of Ukraine's elections have been absolutely mired in election fraud. Anytime Putin's running for president again or running for the country, he'll win because the elections are completely rigged in his favor. This is very common internationally, especially in countries that have come out from the USSR, of mass corruption across their democratically elected governments. But I will say
in America.
This. Yes, we are in the middle of a conflict. So when we're referencing like you cannot go in and steal land, we do not know if when
real good stream, it's gonna be a boring, lazy stream. I'm just learning stuff, and I don't even have a lot to say. I'm just trying to soak in all of this. So we're just hanging out.
In the war, if there's a ceasefire, if he would pull out his military. I'm telling you this genuinely.
He's already taken Crimea. In 2014, yes. That happened. You pointed out rightly, Sevastopol, you've got the port city, and he owns that peninsula now. You cannot have this incredibly naive notion that I can't believe you truly believe this, that like, oh, well, we're just recognizing like free and independent elections there. Like, this is the same thing in 2008 that happened with Georgia. You can't just go to a place and say, oh, well, we recognize that this is an independent state, and we're going to ship in our peacekeeper troops and have them there and break that state.
He keeps doing the T-Rex arms.
away and take it from you, and then now we're going to work with them. Like even if you criticize the United States' entry into Iraq or Afghanistan, which I think there's plenty of criticism to go around, we didn't do that there. We didn't go into Iraq and say we're going to break off Kurdistan. The Kurds have their own independent country now, or we're going to take Baghdad and some of these places, and we're going to break our own like independent state out, or in Afghanistan we're going to break away. Like even with the U.S. involvement there, we didn't go that far. And you can't keep saying like, well, 100 years ago we did this, or 50 years ago we did that. The security of Europe and the entire world kind of rests on this idea that countries function and operate in certain predictable ways. One of those things is that countries don't march into other countries and steal territory or break it away. That's just that the state of security of the world is in jeopardy if we accept that as part of the new playbook going forward. It's even independent of Ukraine, even independent of what's happening there. The idea that countries can march in and just steal territory just rewrites so many of the rules that we've established post-collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, so you're using very key words that I'd have to disagree with you on about the stealing of the land. We hear that here too, that we stole this land. But it is quite interesting when there's a genuine political issue, there's an actual conflict, and like you even use the word revolutions, like particularly, which some people say would be inaccurate of what happened in 2014. It's very important to realize a revolution means literally a regime change or a change in power, a change in influence, change in direction of the country, difference, even in the Constitution. You rewrite everything. So we're talking about a country that you're saying, okay, gained independence, was internationally recognized in 1991. Where was it before 1991? Well, part of the USSR. Oh, well, things collapse, things change, and things declare independence, and it happened before, it happens again. You go ahead to 2014, this country is not this stable country that's been around for 700 years, and now suddenly there's just somebody marching in and saying, I'm stealing the Donbass region. No, there is an actual revolution that takes place with a disagreement between the Ukrainian people of who actually won and defining what Ukraine is. That's an important understanding. There is a Western identity of what we believe Ukraine is based on a Western understanding of what they want. But the country is split between two sides, actually by a border that supersedes even the regions or the provinces themselves. No, let me finish. This is important, and I know because as a progressive, progressives don't like to look too far back because it's always about the future, but in the moment and what's going on here, this is a problem when a country has an own identity crisis and it wants to side not just in its own identity, but with two diametrically opposed superpowers that have a different vision, a different economy, a different function, even currency, that looks out for their future. Well, now that's what you call a civil war. It's important to realize that the civil war that's been going on in Ukraine never ended. The ceasefire that came apart was a ceasefire, and it was never truly respected. I mean, we could go off and talk about the Azov battalion, which is not as big as people think. I mean, some people say it's between 500 to 1,500 people. The terrorism that was going on in the eastern regions. I mean, this place has been mired in conflict. So talking about Ukraine's just this peaceful place, and he went in, no, it is a country that doesn't even define its own identity, can't even agree on its own government, and cannot even define who its allies are. So you're wondering, it's like us going, well, why is the U.S. sending aid to Western Ukraine? Because that's the idea and identity of Ukraine that we acknowledge and believe is sovereign in of itself, but the eastern part has its own idea. Can we not understand that perhaps it's not to just blame Putin, but perhaps these people really do want independence and they really do want to be a part of the Russian Federation, and they do not see themselves as Western Ukraine, but as the true Ukraine. And that's what I meant about the evilness of what is going on. The idea to not acknowledge the true depth of the divide between the people groups with friends in Odessa, which is anecdotal, but I understand what's going on in some regard with people even being confused on who's really a Ukrainian and who's a Russian. It is definitely a very contingent and a very sensitive topic, and I think it already behooves us to start saying, oh, Ukraine, as in we're defining the eastern people as what, not Ukraine? Are they Ukrainians?
I didn't expect I would be arguing with a conservative about the importance of borders, but this idea that...
I'm not a conservative.
This idea that Ukraine is a Western concept, or this idea that that's just fantastically incorrect. There's no basis in reality.
I didn't say that. I said it's the Western idea of what you think Ukraine is.
There is no Western idea of what we think Ukraine is. In 1991, the Republic of Ukraine declared itself an independent republic from the Soviet Union, and Russia recognized what Ukraine was in all of their borders. They didn't say, we recognize you until a civil war, or we recognize all of you except for the Donbass region, or we recognize all of you except for Crimea if you really piss us off, you don't join our custom trade union. That was the country. It doesn't matter if there is conflict in a country. Just because there's conflict in a country doesn't invite another country to come in. You gave kind of like the childlike version, but the childlike version is actually what happened. In 2014, Putin was incredibly mad that his guy got ousted, and so they started backing hardcore some of the separatist fighting in the eastern part of the country because they saw an opportunity to move in and support a couple breakaway states States, exactly the same thing they did in Georgia, and they did that on the back of invading and stealing Crimea from Ukraine. The idea of Ukraine is just a Western idea doesn't make any sense. There's just no bearing in reality for that. You acknowledge that in 1991, the entire world recognized the country of Ukraine. I didn't say
Elijah is destroying Destiny in this.
The idea of Ukraine is just a Western idea. There is a Western idea of what Ukraine is.
Destiny just keeps repeating basically the same thing with a lot of words. Russia's mean. They shouldn't do this. Ukraine is independent. They want to join NATO. It doesn't matter. They're free.
No.
And there is
I just
an
want
Eastern
to be
idea
clear.
of what Ukraine is.
Recognize that the whole world understood what Ukraine's borders were in 91, right?
Universally, yes.
Okay. A civil war in a country or some separatists fighting in a country does not give another country the right to come in and break away territory. You recognize that, right? If there was fighting in some part of New Mexico or Arizona or Texas, would Mexico have international authority or even the moral right to come into the United States and say, we're going to recognize Arizona as a breakaway state now? You're not allowed to have that anymore?
Oh, you're asking a question?
Yeah, that's a question.
So I think you're actually putting a weird parameter on here that I don't think is accurate, and this is where I think we're disagreeing predominantly, because again, you keep putting words in my mouth as if I'm saying Ukraine is a Western idea. No, there is a universal idea. This is what's so funny, is that it's 1991 is so not far in our past. And we look at 1991, you go, okay, there's a breakaway. It's not just Ukraine, but there's the fall of an empire. It's the fall of the USSR. Overall, some would argue it didn't really ever fall, but its power actually fell across the globe. So now you have all these new states who have this decision of what they can or cannot do, but there isn't peace in the world. It's not like Russia and NATO are suddenly friends. It's just that there's no centralized universal power that is communist that now has this grip on the world. So now you're in this strategic place, and I think that most of these countries right there, the Baltic countries and those in the borderlands, chose strategically to stay generally neutral. If you even look, it took several years until some of the even closer countries, like I said, like Poland, Romania, Czech, etc., to even join NATO, fearing of what might happen. Now, by 2020, almost every single country in the Warsaw Pact that was at one point allied with Russia or the Russian Federation, whatever you would call it, is now a part of NATO. These are two power groups that are diametrically opposed to each other. I don't know fully why. Sometimes I feel like most of the world's conflicts are self-invented and we could solve a lot if we weren't so stupid, but ultimately speaking, that's the way the world's been. So now you have this issue where there's one country, specifically Ukraine, the borderland, that is there, that is a partner state as of 2003, that remains a group that is neither with NATO nor directly is in relation with Russia. But they do have a good trade agreement going currently during that time, a very, very, very vibrant and progressive trade agreement with the Kremlin and with Russia and Moscow. So you have this problem. So you look at this, yes, in terms of now, and it wouldn't make sense, but if you look at it in the past, going forward, you see, okay, you could actually even accuse Russia of what I'm accusing the West of today. Perhaps the elections were actually fraudulent and were genuinely rigged, and you have this pro-Russian government put in place. Still, there's this sense of neutrality that is there. But over the years, as you've seen, the United States has continued to meddle, and I genuinely say this because if you look at transcripts of how much the EU has disagreed with the US's handling and push for Ukraine in terms of with aid, with military aid, with technology, to encourage them and to create a sort of, I would even say, disinformation, misinformation campaign through their media to make them feel like they were Western, a desire grew, like I said, with certain people groups and a hatred for Russia in the West. So before this revolution happens, there is this opposing feeling, there's an opposing viewpoint that I know was brewing for quite some time, because even as the revolution happened in 2014, I have a friend who I'm not going to mention his name, was talking about his nervousness of the split, with some areas it even being dangerous to speak Russian, some areas it being dangerous to speak Ukrainian. So you have, as we're all familiar with in the US, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's two political sides and they don't get along that well. Maybe you haven't watched. But you can see things blow up, like in 2020 on the racial justice movement in America. Things can happen. So you have this country that has an identity crisis. Then you have this 2014 revolution. We disagree on the fact that the U.S., while they said publicly that they wanted the Ukrainians to have the choice, we know they even had planned already. And I understand what you're saying with the transcript. They already had then Vice President Biden and whatnot already ready to give a remark and pro-Ukrainian government, their candidate at the time. They had pre-planned it. So it does look like we kind of knew something was going to go on, or we at least had interest that went against our public statements we were making at the UN. So we did lie at the UN Security Council. That is true, by saying that we just wanted the best interest. We didn't have a personal choice of who should win, when in reality the bugged conversation shows we did. So we are lying on the international stage, which already puts into question our influence. And then you have this war. It's not settled, like I said. You go, oh, well, hey, he took away Crimea. Did he? Because really, like I said, the identity of Ukraine in itself never got solidified, so much to the point they could not end the war, and the war never ended. And one could say the invasion today is not an invasion, but a continuation of an identity crisis of a country who does not know who it really is.
I think the war was ending in the East, especially with the new drones that were being shipped in from Turkey. I think that was why the onus was on Putin to invade when he did, because they knew that those eastern regions were on their way to being settled. And once they were settled, I don't know if Ukraine turns its eyes to Crimea, or they just feel like they've lost all of the investment they've done in the East. Regardless of all of that, going back to the central question, because I notice this when I have these discussions, people will talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, but there's no justification for Russian invasion into Ukraine. For a simple question, let's say that Ukraine has a choice between joining a free trade agreement with Europe in order to open up their ability to access the European market more, or they have what was on the table was an exclusive customs union with Russia and Belarus. Why does Ukraine not have the option to make that choice? Why are they not allowed to? Every time we talk about Ukraine, it's always through the framing of like, well, Russia would be uncomfortable. Oh, well, the West wants it. Why wouldn't Ukraine be allowed to make that decision?
Ukraine could, but Ukraine in of itself never settled its own civil war, and that's the problem. There is still a disagreement. I'm telling you this is true. There is a disagreement between the actual fairness of actually even legitimizing the people in the East do not acknowledge or even recognize the fact that the election...
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because
half of the United States doesn't recognize Biden as the rightful president right now. But that doesn't mean that the United States can't conduct, foreign affairs. It doesn't mean that the president, the executive, that we can't make treaties, that we can't do anything across the world, because there's a lot of people in our own country right now that don't think that our election was legitimate. You can't point to a small civil war in a region in Ukraine.
You want the
justification?
Well, since that's happening, you want the justification?
Yeah, what is the justification?
Yeah. I'm saying that depends on who you think is right. So there are people in the East do not believe that it was a fair and free election. They believe that it was rigged from the United States and from the EU, and that they have the evidence.
Okay, what is one other?
Let me finish this.
I got to, because this justification. If somebody doesn't have a free and fair election, when does the West invade that country and then steal?
Sorry, I got my opening idea web put together. It all just snapped into my head while I was listening to this. But I got the idea. I'm not going to read it because I'm going to keep it secret. But I have the construction. I already have the first paragraph written in my phone, the opening hitter, the hook. That's already done. I just need to gather stats, freshen the information in my brain, because it's been a while since I looked into Ukraine stuff. Studying up on the history and the map. These guys both talk fast. There's a lot of information here, and I can't write it all down, but I'm remembering keywords, and then we'll look into those keywords and read stuff on Wikipedia, which I might not. I might read some of it live, but maybe not all of it. I have a week to prepare. I need to start writing my opening by Thursday. Have it done written by preferably Friday night, but maybe Saturday morning.
Steal territory from them.
One would say that Ukraine already is the West. The Western Ukraine already is part of us. There's a partnership country as of 2003.
That's not that. What you're saying is not a justification. Like you're giving me a lot of true things that are happening. But there are people in Ukraine that are upset with how the leadership is going. There are people in the East that are even separatist movements that have Russian troops there and are also being Russia back. But there are legitimately people that are part of the East and people that were in Crimea that were more in favor of Russia. But that is not alone a justification for Russia.
Are there any souls here for you to consume? I don't think so. You know a lot about Ukraine, Abe?
Move in and take over.
Yes, because here's the problem. So the West did not even acknowledge the ceasefire or the lack thereof. There's the 13 points in there. I think we've already violated 8 of them over the course of 1 or less than a decade, 8 years, including, like I said, giving foreign military assistance to a government that the Eastern region and Western region in front of the UN Security Council, by the way, has agreed, like I said, through the resolution 2202, that there was an understanding of separate governance. That is not a whole country. If there is already an international acknowledgement, let me finish. If there is an international acknowledgement through ceasefire, that there is independent governance, even with constitutional amendments and an understanding of what was going on in the East.
Sweater?
That is not the end to a war or a country in and of itself that has a solid identity. No. Let me finish. Because
Elijah
you
has
mentioned the
been
United States with
steamrolling.
Joe Biden. Look.
Elijah's been doing a lot of steamrolling. And Destiny's being polite. He's letting him finish. He wants to jump in, and then Elijah says, let me finish. And Destiny lets him finish. They're being very professional here. But Elijah is steamrolling.
It doesn't matter what anyone thinks about the 2020 election. When he was confirmed as president. So legally, whether you...
Destiny's beta energy is just going to let it happen.
Beta! Would argue how he got there. He is legally the president of the United States, and anyone who says otherwise is absolutely moronic, because he was confirmed as the president.
As was Ukraine's president after the interim government and held new elections, right?
So understand this. However, that is not the case. We were not in the point of a revolution. Joe Biden was not a revolutionary change of regime of power. You had a Russian foreign government-supported government and a Western-supported government backing each other in a contentious battle for control of a certain territory that both did not want to concede to each other. This was not Democrats versus Republicans. This is an international regime
None
change.
of this is true.
Yes, it
everything
is.
you just said is not true.
It is 100% true.
The difference,
debunk it.
The equivocating of what Russia does with what the United States does. Oh, we both support the country because on one end there are a couple ambassadors talking to each other, and on the other end you've got actual military troops on the ground. You've got oligarchs that play radio stations constantly all over Crimea and in parts of Ukraine. The trying to say that both of these sides are acting the same is just absolutely unfathomable. And the idea that there might be some autonomous government in a region, therefore the whole country falls apart, doesn't make sense either. Crimea was ran with an autonomous government for a long time. Kurdistan in Iraq is ran with an autonomous government. There are plenty of countries all over the world that have autonomous regions that run kind of on their own, that work with the government. That doesn't mean that another country could just come in and steal the land. That's just not how global affairs work today. We can't settle for that.
Okay, so here's the point. So number one, I'm not defending saying what Putin's doing is good. I'm saying internationally with sovereignty, you have a problem. You have this line, you have the line written, again, like I said, a ceasefire that was brought, and there's been no end to the conflict. Both sides, let me explain to you. Internationally, one side does not agree with the other side's conclusion. And in the country itself, they do not agree in and of themselves. So while we have a particular issue, you have 200, like I said, 20,000 people. It's already above that, but we have that recorded, who now have passports and citizenship of Russia in the eastern part, which means that they have voluntarily applied and agreed to annexing themselves.
That's what Russia does. They did it in Transnistria. They did it in South Odessa. This is what Russia does. You can't ship passports into an area and say, look, we sent a lot of people there, now we own it.
Just listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because it's not a defense. I don't think Putin's good. I'm saying there is a problem because it is not that there was just an issue and the Donbass region was independent. There was a military siege that has been going on, including shelling, which has led to many deaths in the region in the last 8 years from Western Ukraine to make sure that this region was not being self-governed. Now, you might say that that was good. Okay, fine.
The shelling came from both regions, right? This has been, just to be clear, this was internationally investigated. There is no genocide going on of Western people shelling. And I've seen the maps where people will say, like, well, the majority of the shells land in the eastern part. You can look at the maps of where these explosions happen, and 98% of them are directly on the border.
Destiny, I did not say genocide.
Sure,
I'm acknowledging deaths. I'm acknowledging an active conflict. This is an active conflict.
An active conflict. Do you also acknowledge that Russia has troops on the ground, not like arms, not secret people, but actual Russian military in the Donbass as well, right?
Yes, and I would say that the United States and NATO also always has advisors in every single country.
The United States and NATO do not have military presence in Ukraine anywhere remotely.
Advisors, not military. I said advisors.
Okay, sure, but again, equivocation. Advisors is a lot different than troops on the ground.
So let me explain. So again, I'm going here. So you have this issue. They believe that they are being unequally targeted. And of course, the munitions, would you say this at the very least, that some of the funding and the money that Western Ukraine is getting from the EU, getting from the United States, is coming from Western governments, and that we don't know exactly how it's being used, and many of which what we're understanding or what we're seeing probably was used to supply munitions that would break the Minsk II agreement, including a certain amount of distance that artillery could be fired. My point is that when you look at this, the people of Eastern Ukraine...
Packing house. What does that mean? Like to move? Moving sucks.
The people who were there do want independence from the West. They see themselves as distinctly different people, a part of a federation. So my point of saying is that if the West really wanted there to be peace, why would they continue shelling? Why would they continue an active approach to this and not knowing or not realizing that eventually...
Exactly. And this is why we're not obligated to support Ukraine, because what supporting Ukraine means is keeping a war going. I don't know, and I don't know why Dylan would us supporting Ukraine doesn't lead to this ending quicker. It just leads to more fighting. It's been going on forever. Now that we're kind of backing away from it, they seem to be winning. They seem to be doing better. So leave them alone. Why do we need to be involved in this? You're obligating me, us, the U.S.
Eventually, something like this was going to occur. And this is why I believe they're evil. I do what I'm saying that. I believe
it's easy to understand why, because they don't want to just lose part of their country. Yes, the Minsk agreement was broken, but it was broken by both sides multiple times. There is no worldwide consensus.
Why would they not agree to neutrality? Why would they not agree to the draft
Why would you want to agree to just
2021?
lose part of your territory when a foreign country has already stolen part of your country, when Crimea has already been invaded and stolen by Russia? Why would you agree to just let go of more? And why do we only talk about the Minsk agreement? There are so many different agreements that have been broken. What about the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, where Ukraine agreed to give up all of their nuclear weapons in exchange for all of the world nuclear powers to not invade their country and steal shit, which is exactly what Russia did in 2014 when they invaded and stole Crimea, which is exactly what Russia did from 2014 to now when they invaded the East and they tried to break away 2 states, which is exactly what Russia did this year when they sent troops in and they've tried to take Kyiv and they've tried to take other parts of the country. Like, there are tons of agreements that have been broken, most of them on Russia's side. To keep pointing to the Minsk agreements over and over and over again when these things have been unilaterally broken by both sides because it's a separatist war, because it's really messy, and because Russia is sending actual troops and arms and soldiers to that part of the country to have the conflict go on indefinitely. Like, yeah, of course, I wouldn't expect Ukraine to just say, okay, well, you know what, you win, we're just going to give up this part of our country now.
So that is a total recognition, specifically, you have to agree that the actual regime that is in there was duly elected. And the problem with this is with Ukraine and its identity and what was going on is that, yes, you go, why would they want to give up part of their land? Well, here's why I say Ukraine is evil, because ultimately speaking, people thought, and I know this genuinely, specifically looking at the amount of refugees that we have from Ukraine, that somehow Ukraine could be a NATO member. Now, there are many countries in Europe that are not actually NATO members at this point. It is shocking to me how many want to join now, but some countries have realized they need to stay neutral. This is even in world wars. You have, Switzerland, etc. Even now with Sweden, people are saying, hey, we've stayed neutral. We don't want to join NATO. We don't want to provoke anything. We're not joining that military alliance, getting involved in your global wars. We are staying independent. So the point is that Ukraine is in a position to where I believe through state media they were lied to and saying, hey, you can just become a partner of the West, and you can. This is why, again, I said I won't defend Putin, because I'm saying, look, the real situation is that this is sensitive. The situation is not that Ukraine has been solidified as a peaceful country that has a unified people that all believe and want the same things. Whether it's Western or Eastern propaganda, I believe there's lots of it. I don't believe anything that comes out of the Kremlin and, quite frankly, out of our own administration. But at the same time, when you look at this, you go, the idea of a presentation that this country can just be annexed or move itself when it's in
Dylan Burns.
An active conflict that is...
I'm going to play one of his debates about Ukraine next from like 4 years ago. And maybe I'll play when he was on the Hake show and people were calling in about Ukraine. But there was not... It's not the highest IQ audience over there on the Hake report. But it is funny.
Not even recognizing its own ceasefire is a disservice to its own people that is leading to unnecessary loss of life. And that, while you might say, well, he would have invaded anyway, or he would have, annexed the territory in Donbass, or he would have not, went any further into Mariupol, or even looked at the actual region. You go, okay, well, you can argue that, but at the same time, universally speaking, what a travesty it was to realize that there was an understanding of communication in the UN Security Council that this was the status, that if this happened and that the U.S. tried to take them into NATO, which they're asking for membership, that they would invade. There would be warfare, and they wanted to avoid that, hence the 2 draft resolutions in 2021. And we knew this because BBC was reporting, I think in November, I remember, that there was the buildup of Russian troops already happening, and that Russia was very upset with the lack of acknowledgement and agreement of what was going on, a lack of further expansion of NATO. They were clear on what they wanted, and so what I'm saying is, you kind of sound like you think I'm like, yeah, Putin's great, he's awesome. I'm going, the West and the East have used this now as a point of contention, of conflict between where their military power comes and goes.
That you might not necessarily be defending Putin. The equivocation between joining NATO and Russia taking you over is just laughable, right? There's a saying in Eastern Europe. It's like, if you ask for the U.S. to come, the U.S. comes. If you ask for Russia to come, Russia comes. If you ask for nobody to come, Russia comes. This idea that Russia, and again, every single thing you're saying is framed through Russian interests, which
seems like they're just going in circles.
I don't think supersedes Ukrainian interests. Russia does not have the right to invade a country just because they're worried that they might join NATO. And that's really it. It's not even that there's going to be an invasion. It's not even that there's going to be missiles launched into the Kremlin or into Moscow. It's just because, what? Because they think they have the right to run states that are next to them, because they're using this idea that they can just run shit is ridiculous. And even this idea that, well, you know, there's a conflict going on in the region, so of course they can't join NATO. Like, again, that's the story of Georgia. In 2002, 2003, when they considered joining NATO, all of a sudden you had Russian peacekeepers.
See, Andrew would go down like an epistemic line, and I think based off the prompt of the debate, Ukraine is evil. If that's the prompt of the debate, that's what it says on the poster, that's what it says on the title of the video, Ukraine is evil. You have to kind of go down a meta-ethics line of what do we mean by evil? Why is it evil? That's not Elijah's style. He's going to be more historical. And Destiny hates that.
Moving into the south to help kind of these, separatist conflicts that were going on until eventually they broke away states in 2008. And now that's the same thing you see in Ukraine as well. 2014, they steal Crimea, and guess what? Hey, can't join NATO because, oh, look, you've got a civil war in the east. They just got a whole lot harder for you. These are Kremlin talking points. The idea that, like, of course you can't join NATO. Look, we're hitting you right now over and over and over again.
See,
like, you got to wait till we win. Like, that's insane.
You said your worldview in the beginning that the state of the world, the security of the world is under this mutual or universal agreement of not invading. Unfortunately for the West and idealists and people who are pro-NATO, that is the assumption that all countries think like that. China does really technically not think like that, and they're amassing a military strength, and we're going to see what happens in the next, couple decades, especially with Taiwan. Not all countries do think like that. Many of them just have not had the military advantage to continue what they wanted. The USSR did not think like that. Look at what all the proxy wars happening in South America and in Central America. That's a very new understanding. We've had world wars in the last 100 years, so this idea that that's just universally accepted is more of a modern and a new idea. I am saying that we obviously wanted to think that Ukraine, and we told them that, like what you said, that's the lie. Yeah, why would you not just respect your own universal sovereignty and you can do what you want? Unfortunately, Russia doesn't play by those rules, which is why I can't defend them. But they have to understand and at least respect the fact that they are different and understand they do have a military, and as we're seeing today, they are willing to use it. And so we came in there with this understanding, like, well, Ukraine, you did have a fair election, even though your own country can't decide that it did. And there's clearly a line of division, in fact, a military line of division in your own nation of people who still disagree for 8 years. This isn't just a 6 months of disagreement or a January 6th worst insurrection in American history.
Zelensky is like one of the most popular presidents in Ukrainian history. The idea that some people disagree with the election doesn't mean that doesn't give you a right. There's people in the United States that don't agree with our election.
You know what? Someone stole my wife's purse out of her car and broke the window. I'm going to tell him, hey man, it's illegal. I'm under the universal truth that we don't break people's windows and steal their purse.
If you want to go with that argument, that's perfectly fine. But now all you've given is a stronger argument for NATO expansion, which is exactly what we see. Now you've got countries historically that would have never joined NATO.
All you're doing is interrupting. Let me finish.
Well, because you're just saying a bunch without actually defending your point.
I can go walk around and find a dog off its leash and say, oh, well, there is some...
I hate when he does that defeated look. I don't even know what you just said, Destiny.
Sort of a law inside of the park that says that all dogs have to be on your leash, but your dog was off it. People don't always play by the same rules. People don't always play by the same laws. The globe does not have a universal law. We don't even agree on a universal God. Not everybody's on the same side, which is why we have things like NATO. Why we have NATO? Because we have countries that we agree to do things a certain way, and other countries are not a part of it because they disagree, which is why they're called our enemies. The only thing falsely holding the world together in some way is the very, very, very thin smokescreen of universal global trade, which is keeping us all together through a mutual benefit. But militarily, we disagree. And I am telling you genuinely, the Ukrainian idea that we told Ukraine that the world plays like the West does, the world plays like NATO does. Unfortunately, do I agree that Western Ukraine has the right to join NATO, or they do have the right to break away, or they do have the right? Yes, they do. But to not have the people understand the consequences that, you know what, that's great, you do, you're going to have to be a refugee. You are going to have a war, because Russia, they do not mess around. They will invade. Well, that's not right, okay? I'm not arguing the moral relevancy or the moral equivalence of saying, is Russia morally good for invading? I won't defend that.
That's literally the point of the debate. This isn't a descriptive debate on whether or not Russia is invading. Of course they are. The name of the debate is Ukraine is evil. That is moral. That is a moral argument. So we're having a moral discussion.
That's what I'm saying.
It is a moral argument, but Elijah's saying it's not about the morality of Russia. He can concede Russia's evil too. And he doesn't lose the debate. Destiny's whole argument is Ukraine's not evil in this situation. Russia's evil in this situation. And all Elijah's saying is they're both evil. Their government is evil too.
Not Russia should be able to invade. This idea that the
if Destiny proves that Russia is more evil than Ukraine, he doesn't win the debate because that's not what the debate's about ranking which one's more evil. Elijah's saying, I concede they're both evil, but Ukraine is evil too. And Destiny's just saying, no, Russia's more evil.
world is held together through trade and nobody plays by rules. That's absolutely not true, and it's ahistorical. For the last 30 years, we've enjoyed more peace across Europe and the entire rest of the world than we have through all of human history. And a lot of that is because of all the international norms that we have set up, because of institutions like the United Nations, because of institutions like NATO. And when you try to say these things like, well, you know, Russia doesn't play by the rules, okay, fine. That's an even stronger reason for countries like Ukraine to join NATO, because I bet that the Baltics, I bet that Romania, I bet that Hungary, I bet that these countries are looking at what's happening. They're going, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good being in Ukraine right now, or being in NATO right now, because I don't have to worry about Russia coming into my country and stealing my shit. So if we want to say that Russia is going to play hardball, they're going to play by these rules, that's fine. We can go that route. But now you've made an even stronger argument for NATO to aggressively expand as much as possible, because now we're going to have to play under the understanding that Russia is going to go in and mess with any country they can, save for countries that are in NATO, because they know they can't get away with it.
That's not actually true, because if you look at Lindsey Graham, Russia has reason to fear NATO expansion besides sovereignty, right? I mean,
why? Where?
Well, because Lindsey Graham, even when he was online, literally calling for the assassination of Putin, saying, I hope somebody goes and takes him out.
That's not, what is the threat, what is the threat of NATO to Russia?
Let me have a point. I'm saying, genuinely, there is a general understanding. The United States does see Russia as a threat. They are a threat in general. I don't think they're our greatest threat. I believe that the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, is a much greater existential threat in all cases. But Russia does pose a threat. In fact, we've talked nothing about Russia being the greatest threat, and there's even a disagreement in our own government on who is a greater threat, China or Russia. If you have a sitting member of Congress literally writing online about the U.S. interest, even if you say he acted rogue or alone, feeling emboldened to say about assassinating and taking out a world leader, yes, they have reason to believe that there is actually a threat of NATO moving and toppling the regime. I don't think we could sit here for one moment and think that we wouldn't want to see in the West Russia somehow being or Putin's regime being toppled, and somehow Russia ends up adopting some sort of a Western alliance or a Western military and trade alliance, becoming one less peace or one less threat.
Regardless of what we want, though, we respect that country as its thing. We are not actively trying to topple it. And even when they're involved in foreign affairs in other countries, we don't get directly involved. That's why Assad was able to hold on to Syria, because Putin decided to go down and help him out there. We didn't send troops in because we didn't want NATO troops firing on Russian troops. This idea that NATO represents a threat to Russia is just not true. It's fantastic. We can talk about Facebook posts or what people are tweeting, but NATO is not going to be invading Russia. NATO does not attack Russia, and NATO countries know that Russia doesn't attack NATO. This idea that there's like some threat to NATO, what is the threat? The threat that Russia can't just move in and start bullying countries around it? What is the threat?
So the threat is two things. So number one, when you look at Ukraine, like I mentioned earlier, they don't want this flat land.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go to the restroom. Things are coming together in the notebook. I know I'm being quiet, not doing a lot of... I need to react harder. React harder.
Lost from the swamp, Florida heat. Moved to Utah, chasing deceit. Eyes on every woman, can't look away. Simping his life, wasting the day. Dinosaurs built the pyramids, he claims. Nukes are lies, his mind's aflame. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Clips, grace in his eyes, worshipping moves, truth in disguise, chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs ruled, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder. Josh, Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder. Josh, let's work hard your sleep. Delete the folder. Josh, let obsession rot deep. Delete the folder. Josh. Delete the folder. Josh. Delete the folder. Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Josh.
Sorry about that. Tummy ache. I don't think that's true. I was watching something they were saying the first Memorial Day was started by black people. Sounds like revisionist history to me. I don't know if I believe all that. Maybe it's true. But I saved the thing. Maybe I'll talk about it tonight, Monday night. All right, let's get through this.
The actual land where you can move troops, the opportunity, the strategic point to actually move and have the ability to transfer large amounts of troops into Russia, or at least that's what they claim. And I'm taking...
Dude, the word count on this debate, in the time frame of the debate, the word count has to be one of the highest of any debate I've seen.
At face value.
Do we think that a war between the U.S. and Russia is going to be a ground invasion? Is that what do we?
I don't claim it's going to be.
But I'm asking you what the threats are.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
You're telling me what Putin is saying. I'm asking what you think. Obviously, Putin is going to say there are Nazis in there. I just want a real answer for once for one of these questions.
Because I want to finish because this is what you do.
Okay.
You interrupt people. So
because you're not saying anything.
Yes. So I'm saying, legitimately speaking. So they have the flat land that you move in. Number two, yes, we do not know or they do not have understanding of what would happen if the West and if these Western alliances does create total and totality control along their border. They have now,
in the Baltics.
Listen, they have conceded. This is still conceding power. It is not, maybe it's...
It's not their power to concede. It's not their country. Nothing you're saying makes sense. Ukraine is not the country of Russia. They're not conceding.
So whose country is it? Is it the Eastern individuals or is it the Western? How do we solve the conflict? That's the important
I have an idea how to solve the conflict. You let Ukraine choose. If they want to join NATO, they can join NATO. If they want to join the nation state that Putin is trying to build between Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, then they can join that.
And they can't decide themselves.
They absolutely can decide.
No, they are
They absolutely have been. That's why Zelensky has so much popularity. It's why they're fighting a war right now.
Yes.
And they're beating a country with 5 times active military members.
It's
because they're choosing to have their own country and to make their decisions.
One section of the land. There's a reason why they literally, you can look at the UN, you can see the line, the militarized line that is actually in their own country. How can a country that has its own militarized line between two regions who don't even see the election as being the same way? Yes, does the Western part have more power? Does it have more international international respect, yes, that is, of course, to be understood, as we've already seen in the revolution, what the interests of the West would be. But that does not mean that the country has solved its own issue. And so what we are doing is we are coming in with Russia, saying Russia's bad for trying to back the right's claim that they're the true and right leaders of Ukraine, and that's what Ukraine was. And we're saying, okay, Russia's bad, for that, and Russia's saying we're bad for backing the West.
It's equivocation again. Our backing is sending military aid or Hello? Oh, it's sending aid or military aid or money. Their backing is troops on the ground or troops on the borders, shelling or invading the country. This is a huge equivocation between the type of support. If they were just sending in arms or whatever, it would be a different question. But Russia has active military operations going on in the Donbass. You cannot compare these two. And they've already invaded and annexed and stolen property, the whole Crimean Peninsula, not even just Sevastopol, but the entire peninsula from Ukraine. You can't equivocate between the actions of these two sides. And they did it because Ukraine turned their back on a exclusive Russian trade union. That's why they did it. To say that like, oh, well, NATO's doing the same by using propaganda and trying to convince them to join European Union free trade agreements, that's the same thing as Russia literally going in and stealing your shit. I don't know how you can possibly equivocate between these two things.
So if the people in the eastern part don't feel like Russia's coming in and stealing their shit, but they're trying to end a war that he says he would end, and I don't know, he might be lying, but says, here's what we want, neutrality. I do not want another militarized country on our border of the West and what's going on. Even just today, I believe he was on report. I don't know, I got the kind of translation was pretty sketchy, but he actually said, hey, I don't want any other country intervening in this. We really...
I know, coffee and beer and cigarettes, great cure for the tummy aches.
Just want the East, and we want it to be at peace, and we want the shelling to stop, and we want the military interactions and the engagement to cease.
Of course they want it at peace because they're trying to steal it from Ukraine. That would be like me going into your house.
Who decides that it's stolen?
That would be like me. We've decided in 1991 when Ukraine declared independence and they have internationally recognized borders. If I take a bunch of friends and I go into your garage and we start fighting for weeks about who owns your garage, and then somebody else comes in and says, can't you guys just be peaceful and I get to own your shit now? No, you wouldn't accept that.
That's not what happened. You're mischaracterizing it completely.
Okay, in 2014, did Russia send troops into the Donbass to assist with that separatist movement?
Yes.
Okay, was that part of the country part of Ukraine with internationally recognized borders since 1991?
So there's a country? Let me ask you this.
Come on, answer that.
Yes, but I'm asking you. So a country on your border, is going through a revolution which they can't agree on their own. No, they cannot agree.
They having internal strife or revolution does not give another country the right. We're looping. Does not give another country the right to come in and steal your shit.
Yes, we're almost arguing semantics. I'm saying
it's not semantics. It's paramount.
When the eastern part feels like they have been cooed by the West.
That's a hold on.
It's paramount.
When the eastern...
It's a man, baby.
That's a man. That right there, that's a man. Okay, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
Part feels like they have been cooed by the West. They do not believe the election is fair. There is a country that acknowledges that we believe that the government that you believe is elected is the true and right government. Therefore, you're not going to follow what you believe is a fake and a puppet regime. So you are there, and so you have this line set across. You have lots of shelling, lots of things going on. They're saying, hey, we want to stabilize our border. Does a nation at a neighboring country that is having a revolution, that is having a military strategy where it could potentially bring conflict, that you already see there's actual conflict going on at your border, have international sovereignty and right to try to come in and stabilize to prevent conflict from coming further and reaching further into their land. Russia, in and of itself, didn't move too far west, and there still is a problem, and they did at some point, and we could argue the semantics if they really did pull out their military strategy. This is an issue that is so great, that is so mighty, that was going on there, that we never resolved it for the 8 years. So yes, am I, like I said, going to defend everything Putin did? No, with an understanding, though, that Western Ukraine and the way it's presented to the world is as if Ukraine is this unified country, and most people I've spoken to, at least, don't even know that there's been an ongoing civil war for 8 years, and they haven't even been able to solve internal conflict.
An ongoing civil war that's been backed by Russia. Of course it's been ongoing. Russia has 5 times the active military. No, where are the United States with troops on the ground in Ukraine?
We don't. I'm not saying the troops.
Okay, then don't say that it's backed by both. It's not. There's
money is important. It doesn't matter.
Money is not everything, though.
Yes, but money is important in war. Money is important in war. Right now, we're backing the Western Ukraine ideals, and we're giving them plenty of money. I think we just gave another $800 million package. That is important. Yes, we aren't putting troops. That would be a huge escalation. We know it's wrong. But I am saying,
why would that be wrong?
Because it's not on our.
Why would that be wrong? If the U.S. sent troops there, why would that be wrong?
Why would it be wrong if we sent troops there? I don't believe there's any interest in our national interest to actually fight for Ukraine's sovereignty. I think this is an internal struggle that they have, a civil war that they need to solve.
Then wait, why couldn't you just apply what you just said to Russia? This is an internal struggle that they have to solve. There's no business for Russia.
I didn't justify. Listen to me. I did not say. I said Ukraine is evil. The argument is not that Russia is good. The argument is that the entire conflict is misrepresented to the world as if there is a unified country. I'm repeating that.
Nobody is saying that. Obviously,
there's. I'm genuinely saying this. That has this desire. When they have an internal conflict, they have not solved. Russia is not a good country in general. I said that at the beginning. He's actually an authoritarian. Were his actions and what he's done in his life, even with annexation, was it illegal? Absolutely, international law. However, the problem is Russia does not play by Western rules, and the problem is we do have a conflict that Russia sees Eastern Ukraine as being the real Ukraine. They see themselves, at least internationally through propaganda, we're told, as Ukrainians. They were not given that acknowledgement, that understanding. That is a civil war. We are backing one side of the civil war. They are backing the other side. Are they backing it in ways that I think would be foolish? Absolutely. Do I think Russia should be there? That doesn't, my opinion as a 29-year-old guy in America doesn't matter.
If any European country had an issue where there was a civil war inside the country, in Italy and Greece and France and Germany, any of these countries, and some other country decided to step in to guarantee peace, they said they were going to start breaking off regions of another country. Nobody would accept that. Everybody would look at them like they're insane.
Said the same thing over and over again.
Nobody would say that you're allowed to step in. Again, like this whole conversation has been you accurately stating things that are going on, but are total non sequiturs for the justification of Russia invading Ukraine. There's a civil war. Yeah, of course, I acknowledge that. Like, there's conflict in Ukraine. Yeah, of course, I acknowledge that. There's a division between East Ukraine and West Ukraine. It's exaggerated heavily by the Kremlin, but I still acknowledge that exists, right? There are issues in
Crimea. I said in the beginning that I wasn't going to justify the actions of Putin.
I acknowledge every single thing you're saying. The descriptive facts are generally true, but none of that, not a single one of those facts, builds on Russia having provocation or justification for invading Ukraine.
So I don't think you understood my...
The debate's not about Russia, it's about Ukraine.
My first statement, the fact that
they
have provocation.
Do you think
is it justified?
Does Russia have justification?
They do not have justification.
Well, then what do we disagree on?
Because I'm saying that they have a reason that we did not respect, and that's why I said Ukraine is evil, the regime lying to its people, leading to a mass conflict, mass casualty, and of course refugees.
What is Ukraine lying to its people about?
Well, because it's this understanding that there could be an alliance. People called the bluff. Even I'll say, I don't know if anyone kind of got it wrong. When you heard that Russia was about to invade eastern Ukraine, it was like, really? Are you actually going to do a full military, even worse than 2014, full-scale invasion? I mean, from the left to the right, I think universally most people got it wrong. Even when put on defense, the Biden administration
thought it was going to be over in a month. Russia was just going to take it.
With the reporter, with the guy from, I think he was from the Department of Defense, when he kept saying like, we have evidence, and they kept getting asked, what's the evidence? And he couldn't provide the evidence. We're like, no, they're not going to do this. So I think militarily, the government and the Biden administration was saying they were. I didn't think they were. I even saw like Hassan, even didn't know that he thought they were.
Okay, hold on. To be clear, the United States knew the invasion was going to happen.
That's what I said.
He knew if he mentioned Hassan, he would trigger destiny.
And we leaked a ton of stuff.
I literally just said that the administration said this.
Okay.
I'm saying the commentators, people were like, I don't know, it seems pretty fucking crazy. And it was, and it is. That's why I'm not here to justify Putin. I'm saying there was an actual understanding. He did bring troops, that's why we knew, and he had these resolutions that he wanted to bring this neutrality. Ukraine disagreed. There was this understanding that we could do that without war. And I believe the people were lied to. They were not given proper understanding or proper information that you can, and they have the right to fight for what they want. If they want to conquer the eastern Ukraine, if they want to push...
not conquer, but bring it back under the control of the country that rightfully owns it, right?
Yes, but whatever the...
When Elijah finishes his point, Destiny, you can respond, and we'll do closing statements and go to Q&A.
Okay, so do they have the right? Yes. When I say Ukraine is evil, I mean this. All the past aside, I think universally that the people of Ukraine are victims of a regime that did not work in a way that was in the best interest of the people. I think even the EU disagreed with how fast the United States was trying to accelerate and push Western Ukraine, or as you would say, all of Ukraine, into being an ally, possibly a neighbor state or a NATO state, at the threat and ignoring the threat that we knew was real of Russia. And therefore, Ukrainians are victims of another United States pushed and backed move to get a country to be our ally. And this is a war that I believe could have been avoided through UN Security Council. We could have done this diplomatically. And that's why I believe the current regime is evil. They did something that was avoidable, and they have put and plunged their country into something that could take decades to recover from. The lives that were lost will never be returned. And so, yes, you can call Putin evil for invading. He was serious about it. We learned that. But Ukraine, by not acknowledging that and by lying to the world today and not being honest about the conflict through algorithm suppression, through our media, and not explaining the totality of what's going on, you're smart, so you know know, but many people don't. I do believe Zelensky and that regime is evil, and they're painted as heroes when in reality, I believe they're enemies of their own people.
Ukraine would have been invaded no matter what. This idea that it was the West's fault, that it was NATO's fault, the reality is, and I believe if you ask most people today, honestly, even if you ask Putin, he would tell you, if you take NATO or the EU membership wasn't even on the table. This is many years in the future. NATO membership, probably not on the table, many years in the future. If you take both of these off the table, the situation is probably largely unchanged. The reality was that Russia was stacking a lot of troops on the borders. Russia still owns Sevastopol and the entire Crimean Peninsula, and Russia had a huge interest in seeing that southeast region conquered, which Ukraine was slowly winning back because of foreign assistance. The reality was that Russia was probably always going to be invading, whether or not NATO or EU membership or EU trade agreements or anything was on the table. The reality that we can sit here and continue to talk about Ukraine through the framing of Russian desires or Russian wants or Russian moving in and peacefully settling a war that involves stripping away territories from Ukraine, I just think is a totally unfair way to view the country of Ukraine and to view the Ukrainian people. Whether or not a conflict in a country exists, which it does not give reason for another country to come in and start stealing territory.
Do you guys count those closing statements? That was good? All right.
It's like closing number 2. It's like 2 closing statements. So I'll conclude with this. I don't believe there's any moral or universal international defense for Putin in his current authoritarian state, both in the fact that he's not a failed regime, but I believe he is a mob leader who runs his country through force and suppression. We know they don't have any free speech, and even though what we've seen in Canada with Ottawa, et cetera, their suppression of political dissidents and killing of journalists shows that Putin has one thing in mind, which is his power. His propaganda in wanting to unite Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia into the Russian Federation and restore it may be a dream that is too far beyond understanding or realization and may be in itself propaganda. But Ukraine is in a particular precarious situation because Ukraine is one of the last non-members of NATO, and it is not a direct member of the Russian Federation like Belarus is in direct partnership that allows it to be a strategic place and a point of contention between two rivaling empires. One would say the East having no chance against the West, and why we don't invade each other overall simply because I don't think anyone is really going to have a good time or win without mass casualty and mass expense. Ukraine is caught in the middle of this. There is a conflict that is going on, contentions back to 2014 that have not been resolved. Our media has unfairly lied to us, has not accurately represented the situation, and I do not believe that that election can be definitively decided as being fair and free, because if the people in the country cannot decide for themselves, and of course, unlike our idea in our election 2020, they're willing to fight a war over it and continue to shell each other, it shows that this is a problem that they must continue to fight themselves. I do not defend Russia's invasion of the eastern parts. I do say that perhaps they might have asked, and that's an important question, did the Donbass region, did Donetsk and Lugansk, did they actually ask or want this? Well, that's important. Did they feel like they were being shelled and didn't have support, as the West has support from through military?
After this, we'll watch some Dylan stuff.
Through money and the might of the protection of surrounding NATO members? Perhaps. And you have to understand the work and the will of the people, including the terrorism that was taking place in the East. And I'll conclude with this. In the middle of this conflict, it is very important to understand that I personally respect and believe that until we find out what really happened, who's the right and the true leader, and the country can heal itself and find a way to unite itself, there is no true defense of which side is right or wrong. And while I do believe that Russia is incorrect in trying to actually push further, especially outside the self-declared independent regions, the U.S. is escalating the war, and like I mentioned, the UK Secretary of Defense said that we are using American-made and UK-made weapons now to launch artillery and Javelin and Stinger missiles across borders into the Russian mainland, which is a high escalation of international warfare and shows that there is conflict beyond just protecting the sovereignty of Ukraine.
If I could figure out the date of when Biden said, well, first he said, we're not going to send them any tanks. And then, like, I think it was 15 days later or something. Maybe it was a lot later. Maybe it was a year later or something. Maybe 15 months later. I don't remember. But then we sent them Abrams tanks. Then he said, we're not going to send them aircraft. We sent them aircraft. And I probably have that in all my files. But my files don't go back to 2022. They only go back to 2024. Yeah, I've only been keeping my folders for 2 years. I wasn't keeping the folders from the beginning, but I definitely did a bunch of shows on Ukraine. I'm sure somewhere in the past 2 years there's news that I've got. If I just skim through these. First in the year, Wisconsin shooting, New York subway. ATF, 14 killed in shooting, explosive found, blah, 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 blah. Trades halted. Palisades fire. Lame duck Biden. Trump inauguration date. Full Trump speech. Victory rally. Ending birthright citizenship. Looking for anything in my old files about Ukraine. I know I'm going to have some stuff in here. American Airlines, DC crash, Trump pardons, Trump's tariffs, big balls, Doge. European leaders gather to meet over Trump. Russia rules out territorial concession. Here we go. February 18th of 2025. Russia rules out territorial concessions on eve of talks with Trump. So Trump talks in February of 2025. We will last 6 months if Trump pulls U.S. military aid from Ukraine. UK Sweden says troops could head to post-war Ukraine as Trump fuels a European collective security drive. Okay, we need to put some stuff from this folder. This is when Steve Witkoff went for the peace talks. So this is February 2015. Trump-Putin meeting not imminent. Oh, yeah. And then we'll have the red carpet walkout that the libs hate. So how do I copy this? Copy this folder. Can I copy a whole folder? Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking. Did this work? What? I copied a whole folder. Nice. One second. I'm doing something with my files. $218.25. 218.25. Nice. Okay, cool. So I can delete stuff out of here that doesn't have to do with Ukraine. This is when Doge was firing everybody. Oh, Trump halted a nuclear program. $218. Delete that. Federal agencies, including CDC, NIH, and FDA, take layoffs. Don't need that in there. Trump-Putin meeting not imminent. Okay, we keep all this. This is all about Ukraine. Nice. This goes in here. This can be deleted. All right. Back to this.
Ukraine.
In 1991, Ukraine declared itself an independent republic from the Soviet Union. Nothing has changed. There is no...
Just repeating your opening.
No reason to expect that any of these borders should have been erased. There's no reason to expect that any sort of internal revolution, internal struggle, internal disagreement between the people would somehow erase the Ukrainian borders that the entire world had recognized. In 2014, Putin, upset that his guy had to flee the country after ordering his secret police to fire upon and kill protesters, just because he was so mad that his guy got ousted, Ukraine decided to look west for their economic future instead of east towards Russian enslavement, doesn't give him the right to move into that country and steal property like they did in Crimea. And it doesn't give them the right to militarily fund and support violent separatist movements in the East just to keep the country in a state of perpetual conflict so that they could never resolve their security disputes, so that they could never have a path forward to the EU, or so that they could never have a path forward towards NATO. A lot of people like to talk about hypothetical security concerns that Russia has, about hypothetical invasions from hypothetical armies and hypothetical future. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Like, the reality is that Ukraine has a very real security concern. They don't have hypothetical concerns. They have an actual Russian army that has already stolen territory from them, that can continues to send active military personnel into the east of the country and now through the rest of the country to try to invade them. And I think that when we look at this issue, I think that we should look at it from a Ukrainian perspective and ask, what do the Ukrainian people have a right to do? The 2014 election, the interim government that happened after, and the actual elections that followed that aren't contested. Even the people in Ukraine don't contest these elections. They might want to have autonomous regions in the east like they did in Crimea for a long time, which they did under the Ukrainian government. They still had their own autonomous region. But that doesn't mean that they believe that those elections were rigged. Zelensky has enjoyed like some of the most popular support of any Ukrainian prime minister in the history of Ukraine. The idea that these elections are somehow widespread contested is just not true. And even if they were, we contest elections in different parts of the world, but that doesn't mean that we send people in to invade these countries because we don't like the outcome of some of the elections. You know, we'll condemn them, we'll tariff them, we'll embargo them, or whatever we do, but it doesn't mean that we have a right to go in and invade anything, although it seems like you agree with that regardless. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Let's give a round of applause for both our debaters here.
I'm not going to watch the Q&A. I've watched it before when this first happened. When was this? 3 years ago? This was also 3 years ago.
Press any buttons this time. I tried to fix it, but it just resulted in a crash. So I think it's probably on my end.
Okay.
I've got this janky computer that I use throughout all of Ukraine, so that might explain why it's not working too well.
Well, no worries, man. We'll just show. I guess you could show that screen. Well, I don't know. He's trying. We're trying, guys.
Try my best.
There's Bibby and CSAL in the chat.
You were in. How many months did you spend in Ukraine?
About 4 or 5 months, something around that time.
Wow. And you went into. Did you go into any hairy areas? Is the whole thing kind of at risk?
I went into every major oblast that was still controlled, at least in part, by Ukrainian forces. I went to the front line. I went to areas that were not near the front line. I went just about everywhere.
Wow. Did you have somebody there whom you trusted? Like, how did you connect with people to know your way around?
Dylan looked like he started
when
live
I
action.
decided that I was going to go to Ukraine, I called some people that I know that work in the industry, work in this part of the world, and they were able to get me in contact with people, many of whom I consider very close friends now, that I was able to work with throughout my entire time there. I made sure to surround myself with experts who had a lot of experience in the field. I worked with a guy called Patrick Hillsman who has experience covering the war in Syria, and so having him there with me a lot helped me since he has been in some pretty hairy situations himself. I also was with people who had former military experience, so, you know, people who have been in combat situations before. I was with other war journalists, and so I surrounded myself with people that I knew had experience, knew that they could help me if we got into a scary situation, and, I trusted them, and they trusted me, and we were able to get through it. I plan to go back in late January, early February. I want to get some more footage.
Wow. And so you're working on a documentary that you'll be putting out when?
So originally I was just going to be doing one documentary.
Yeah.
But I've gotten bitten so much about this war that I've decided that I'm just going to keep publishing piece after piece until
war.
I either run out of money
Dylan's
or the war
in a bunker.
ends. So right now, the big piece that I'm working on right now is a piece on Starlink. I was able to get people to film, a delivery crew to film their experience delivering Starlink to the front line earlier in the war. And I'm using it as a narrative device to talk about all the controversy surrounding Elon Musk and Starlink and his proposed peace plan.
Wait, you're not happy that Elon was giving Starlink to Ukraine?
For the war and all Starlink outages in the country
but yet we're obligated to help
strikes, and that's the big piece I'm working on.
America is obligated to help Ukraine. Well, like by giving them Starlink, we do that, and you complain. You make a documentary complaining about Elon giving them Starlink.
Right now, that's the next one I'm going to publish, and I hope people look out for that.
That's right. Elon Musk tweeted out a proposed peace plan. Is that what you're referring to for the Ukraine-Russia war?
He has his company, SpaceX, helps service a system of microsatellites that is getting internet connection into Ukraine through these like Starlink antennas that the military and civilians are using to stay connected during the war. It's been extremely useful. There's over 25,000 of these antennas operating in Ukraine, and it's been extremely helpful. But then after Elon Musk started making
Did
peace
they
proposals, and
send
then there
us
were some outages
daughters?
amongst the
But I
system
asked
of microsatellites
for
in Ukraine.
sons.
That even outages amongst
You're the saddest
situations where
something
soldiers were
I've
using
ever met.
the satellites actively
you
during
bet
combat situations.
before
Really
it's
dangerous stuff.
through.
And so I wanted to make a video talking about
Somehow
how
I'll
Starlink, how Elon got
make a
involved in
man
Ukraine,
out
because
of
he got
you.
involved in Ukraine over a
Clutching at
Twitter
his tail.
conversation with the Ukrainian digital minister Fedorov, which is super interesting. So I wanted to give like a complete history of exactly how Starlink got involved, the controversy surrounding it, the benefits and negatives of having Starlink in Ukraine, and I also analyzed his peace proposal a lot in this piece as well.
Okay. In short, what do you say about his peace proposal?
I think that it's well-intentioned, but it's based off of some faulty history where I don't know where he got it when he talks about Eastern Ukraine, and B, it's also kind of a pipe dream where some things like sound good on paper, like when he says, "Oh, let's just redo the referendums." Well, how do you redo the referendums when it's under Russian control? And so far, the Russians have had, have been very clear that they've been very obvious that they've been rubber stamping these things, that they're not being run fairly. And not to mention the fact that are we going to allow people who have been displaced by the war, people who are currently in Poland and Germany and all across the world who lived in these towns but have been forced away from the war, are they going to be able to vote? The Russians are probably going to object to that because the people who fled are going to be the most pro-Ukraine people because they were scared of getting captured or falling within Russian occupied territory. There's also the dangers of hosting referendums in war zones, period. Part of the reason why I think a lot of these referendums are very clearly rubber stamp and fake is because they're done with very little preparation. They're done like in under a week with like an announcement out of nowhere, not giving anybody time to research the options or, go into it and really consider their options. It's just a rubber stamp process. So they don't really take.
Is it Maryland?
Listen to Art.
Maryland. I live up near Prince George's County outside of DC.
Okay. Let's get to Art in Ohio, who wants to talk
about
the Ukraine thing. Art in Ohio, thank you for calling and holding.
What's up, hey?
You're on with Dylan Burns.
Dylan, I want to ask you, do you smell what the art is cooking?
Do I smell what the art is cooking?
Artie Art.
Yeah, do you?
Artie Art.
Yeah. From Ohio.
And yeah. First thing first is, I'm just sitting back.
Come close to your phone, man. You sound like you're on a speakerphone or something.
No, I'm in the bathroom.
Oh, don't be in the bathroom. The heck?
Okay, let me come out the bathroom. Okay.
It's too echoey and muffled sounding.
All right. Okay, so first thing first,
Way
I'm just
better.
sitting here looking at my triceps and these biceps. And every time I hear a baby killing liberal talking about they support abortion or whatnot, I just want to go off the top ropes and hit them with the people's elbow. That's the first thing first. And the second thing is, you saying that you want to support going over there to war with be in the war with Ukraine. Well, why would you want to be in war with them or whatnot if you know that Russia's only for trying to protect themselves from Ukraine with from biological warfare allegedly that they have next door to Russia. Whatnot. Ukraine has biological labs over there in Russia, so. If I had knew that somebody was building a bomb next door to my house, you think that I would be cool with them building a bomb or having a meth lab next door to me? So why would I be comfortable? Why would I be mad at Russia for trying to protect themselves from something like that? That's the first thing first. Second thing is, I have to talk to you in a couple minutes. I'm on the phone. Okay, thank you. Second thing is, with all this COVID stuff going on, that we have no idea what the truth is about this and about that.
Is that because of me, Teriak? I think you put that in the wrong chat. Are you watching two streams,
Ed? A lot of this stuff going on, and take and believe that I should go over there and fight a war that I don't even believe might even be.
Ukraine was the biggest psyop ever. All European leaders at the same time said Ukraine is part of NATO until called out.
For the reason that they're saying, we already don't believe it. Second is, we already have a problem over here with the border or whatnot, and they clearly showing that they're derelict of duty and they don't have any common sense or know how to deal with stuff going on their own home turf. But you want me to believe they have the best interest for Ukraine or whatnot. So let me hear what you got to say about that.
So as for the people's elbow, I'm gonna do the diamond cutter for planned abortion, for Planned Parenthood, in response. But I'm a huge wrestling fan. I watch a.
This is a nice little Freudian slip there. He called Planned Parenthood planned abortion, but I thought they did all sorts of services for women. No, it's just planned abortion. Nice slip, Dylan.
Constantly. But as for the question about biological weapons, the Russians did make the accusation that Ukraine was designing biological weapons that would target a Russian DNA through these partnerships with the United States in these labs across Ukraine.
I must not have been watching this day, or I was working and I was just listening, because I'm not in the chat. Usually I was always in the chat.
They have yet to substantiate any of those claims. They have yet to provide any evidence for those claims. And the evidence that they have tried to provide is not conclusive and quite frankly just looks very fabricated. I really, before we start like judging Ukraine for questions about weapons of mass destruction, I think as Americans we know better than anyone about how nations can lie about weapons of mass destruction to invade countries. And we had our own WMD scandal. This is the Russian version of that. The only difference is Ukraine never even pretended or attempted these types of programs that I'm aware of. They do weapons they don't do like weapons biological research as far as I'm aware. They do biological research like most countries do, but the Russians have yet to substantiate that claim. As for trusting politicians who lie, you don't need to necessarily trust Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or George Soros or any person you don't trust or whatever. You don't need to trust them. You don't need to trust mainstream media either. But you can go and do the research for yourself if you want to. Look into the history of Ukraine. Something that I would give people advice for is Timothy Snyder, very intelligent man, very good historian, has done a completely free available series on YouTube on Ukrainian history. And if people wanted to maybe learn about Ukrainian history and how, the birth of the Ukrainian nation state today, he's not a politician. He's a historian. Historians can lie too, but he's one that I trust, and he's one I would advise you to maybe listen to some of his lectures. I find them very fascinating.
Appreciate that. Art, thank you, man. Anything else? Any follow-up?
Yeah. Quick question. So he said something about the Russia tried to do this and do that or whatnot, but that's the same thing as far as with Adam Schiff and a lot of these other people censoring stuff. Well, if they trying to, Russia was trying to put out the correct information, what happens when you got people over here, liberals, that are trying to censor him? And the second thing is that, I do need to trust you. If I'm dropping my kid off at the daycare, I need to trust you to make sure that when I'm dropping my kid off there in a safe hands. So if I'm a warrior or I'm going to war for a country, America, when I need to trust the people that I'm going to war, so I know that I'm going to war for the right reason and not just going to war just to lose my life for no reason or whatnot. And you clearly see that American soldiers should be aware and maybe skeptical about fighting for America when you just seen what happened with Brittany Griner and in the Bout situation.
I would say, I can hear you. I would say, what was the first one again? It was about, the biological weapons. So I watch a lot of Russian state media. I do it because I think it's very important to know what. So
how do you know which information you getting? Do you know if this is liberal? Is this Adam Schiff Russian news? Or
because it's from Russia. It's from Russian state websites. So I go to Russian state websites and I watch them. You can access them. But they are the ones making the claim about the biological weapon. So I would have to read the Russian state website's argument as to why they think biological.
I've actually had videos taken down because I used to do a lot of reporting on Tenet Media during this. And Tenet Media was the one who ended up getting sued as being Russian propaganda, working with people like Dave Rubin, allegedly Tim Pool, The Quartering. I forget some of the other names. There were a lot of names allegedly. Now, I think the case was dropped on most of them because they couldn't prove that they actually knew they were getting Russian money, but they were getting Russian money through Tenet Media. And I used to play Tenet Media videos, and I wasn't getting paid, and I'd get my videos taken down. Ain't that some bullshit?
weapons are being made to target Russian DNA, but I have to listen to them to know about the claim. And I listened to them, and they didn't provide any substantive evidence. And they could present it to the UN, they could present it to some international court, they could present it to foreign reporters, and they could try to bring it in to convince people. They could try any of this stuff, but they don't. They don't talk about it.
The more I listen to this stuff, it's all coming back to me, and I'm starting to fill up pages with notes and arguments and ideas. It's all coming back to me now. Dylan, you're going to get utterly destroyed.
It at all anymore because no one believed them because they didn't have any evidence for it.
You picked
and
a
I think
bad prompt.
as Americans with our history with weapons of mass
not
destruction
a
claims,
very
we
hard
should know
thing to
better than
argue.
anyone that these claims can absolutely be completely fraudulent and not correct. As for trusting politicians, I'm not asking for anybody to go fight and die who's listening right now in Ukraine. This is actually a situation where we don't need to send any of our young men to fight and die in Ukraine, and Biden has been explicit about not wanting to send young men and women to go fight and die in Ukraine.
This program was explicitly designed, what's up, Wrath of Reason, to achieve the opposite of weaponization. It secures and upgrades existing laboratories to prevent the accidental leak or theft of dangerous pathogens left behind. What are you copying and pasting? What is that? Ukraine was the biggest. I already read that. What is that from? From the legacy of the Soviet Union's biological warfare programs. So Russia is kind of right. Yeah, they don't want weapons right there on their border. They want Ukraine to be the buffer zone, the borderland. Now, is Russia asking for too much if they're demanding we go back to the 1997 borders? In 2021, when they did that, they said they wanted the 1997 borders, which would encroach on the Warsaw Pact and push back what they've gotten, the ground they've gained. That's an act of aggression, but there should be a compromise that could be made that says, okay, we don't want to push farther up, and we don't need to take more borders, but we need Ukraine and Georgia to stay independent buffer zone. They cannot be part of NATO, and they said we're not going to ask for nukes. Then they asked for nukes. They said, Biden says, we're not going to give them tanks. We give them tanks. We're not going to give them aircraft. We give them aircraft. We're not going to put boots on the ground. We put boots on the ground. They're not going to get nukes. And then remember, I did the story. I'll find it. It's somewhere in my files where Zelensky was demanding we give them nukes. Biden wanted to give them nukes. Trump said, no, I want rare earth. And then maybe you get some weapons, but that's about it. And now that we've been less involved, seems like Ukraine's winning, at least holding off Russia. But what does that mean? Does that mean Ukraine beats Russia and then says we're going to become NATO? And then Russia says, okay, well, you think you won, but we still got something for you. This just leads to more death, more war. It's a problem. And I feel like America has no obligation to be involved in that. Not morally, not economically, not ethically, not... no, there's no reason. If we helped cause this, if it's partially our fault that all this is happening, then we had an obligation for them up to a point. But that obligation can't last forever. Eventually, we've got to say we've done... all we need to do. Look, you're doing good in the war. You're winning. We're giving you less funding and you're winning. We're going to start to step back from this. Handle your own thing.
This is a question about aid. So I don't think you could ask a question about trusting politicians to send aid, but this isn't a question about sending anyone over there to die.
Hey, well, real quick, one more. Sorry about that. Real quick.
Wait. And women to go fight and die in Ukraine. And Biden has been explicit about not wanting to send young men and women to go fight and die in Ukraine.
Okay, then what do you mean the U.S. is obligated to support Ukraine? It's obligated by, what do you mean by obligated? Money? Soldiers? Weapons? It's one of those three things, or all three of those things. Support. If we're obligated to support Ukraine, then we would send all three. We'd send money, soldiers, and weapons. Equipment, tech, information. Would you do you obligate us? Do you think we're obligated to send all those things? He'll say, well, no, based on what he just said, we're not obligated to send soldiers. Oh, okay. So we're not obligated to put boots on the ground over there, but we already have. Are we obligated to send them nukes? Well, no, I don't think we should send them nukes. Okay, so we're not obligated to support them with the best weaponry possible. Are we obligated to send them money forever? Well, I don't know if we constantly need to always be funding them. Maybe we're funding them a little too much. Okay, so how much are we obligated to fund them? Financial obligation. No, we don't have a... We have a limited financial obligation. What's the limit? Pick an arbitrary number of what the limit is on how much money we should send them. How much money are we obligated to send Ukraine? I would say $0. I could argue that it's virtuous for us to help them. Also, if it could be beneficial to us, it might be the right idea to help them. But that's virtuous. That's not an obligation. Unless he wants to, he's an atheist. He's not going to go down some road that he has some moral obligation by God laid down from God. He could try to pull that on me. He could be like, aren't you a Christian? Don't you believe you have an obligation to take care of the poor and the sick and the starving and the injured and the hurting and love your brother and all these things? And I could say, yes, I can love my neighbor, but I need to focus on myself first before I can take care of my household, before I can take care of my neighborhood, before I can take care of my state, and before eventually I can take care of the world. But I can't take care of the world. You can't obligate me to pay my next door neighbor's rent for the rest of their lives because they lost their job. If I could, if I had the means to do that, would it be virtuous of me to do that? Yeah. But am I obligated to do that? No, I can't. I can't afford to take care of myself, and you got me paying taxes and money's going over to Ukraine to fund them. Not to mention soldiers who have died. I think he's taking an L here. Bad, gentlemen.
This is a question about aid. So I don't think you could ask a question about trusting politicians to send aid, but this isn't a question about sending anyone over there to die.
It is.
Hey, well, real quick, one more, sorry about that. Real quick. So you mean?
And this is 3 years ago. This is early. Okay, this is early in. It could be almost 4 years ago. The way YouTube does their dates, it will say 3 years ago until it hits 4 years ago. So this is probably more closer to 4 years ago, right towards the beginning. And Dylan's saying, well, we're not talking about boots on the ground. Guess what, Dylan? We've put boots on the ground over there. We've been there for years. When does our obligation ever end? Even if I can prove that maybe yesterday we were obligated, but today we have no more obligation. I don't think we had an obligation yesterday or 4 years ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago or at any point. But I could even concede that maybe if we had a hand in this, then we do have an obligation to help them at one point. But that time has passed. We're pulling out funding. We're pulling out troops. And they're doing okay. They'll be all right. We're not obligated to be, daddy government forever for Ukraine. Let Zelensky take care of it.
You tell me you want me to trust somebody that Russia and a lot of these other countries overseas, they're arming their military, investing all their economy's money into military, meaning that they're going to prepare themselves to fight a long war for maybe 5 to 10 years out or whatnot. But the whole time, you mean to tell me you want me to believe America? They're taking and sending money over here to Ukraine and to giving the free money to a whole bunch of these other places, but they're not investing in their own army to protect themselves when they know that we're about to be coming into a war. So basically, they're
security agreement, is that the UN Security Council Resolution 2202 that Elijah was talking about, or the Minsk agreement? I need to look into those and get a lot of information on those two things.
depriving our military and setting the military back over here when these other countries are preparing for war. So these are the people that you want me to trust. These people that's in office and
I mean, there are countries preparing for war.
See, and this is the Hake audience, the chatter says, this guy is pushing lefty ideology. He has no clue what's happening. He just said he was there for 4 months. She could be right that Dylan does push a leftist ideology, which I think he believes in and he believes it's true. But to say he has no clue what's happening is retarded. That's you cannot defeat somebody with a bad ideology if you don't know your enemy and if you don't respect them, respect their gangster. Like, you got to respect that this dude knows his shit on this topic. If you go in there thinking he doesn't know what he's talking about and you just say some dumb shit, you're going to look like an idiot.
War, but Ukraine is at war, right? So there's these hypothetical wars that could happen in the future, for say over Taiwan being the most obvious that people would talk about. But Ukraine's at war right now and needs this equipment right now. They're fighting the second most powerful military in the world, and they're doing pretty well at it. So I would say that, like, yeah, we should still prepare for other wars. Allegedly, I mean, I can tell you, man, like, they retook the only provincial capital, Kherson, from the Russians. They took back Lyman. They took back Kupiansk. They won the battle.
So he's agreeing Ukraine was winning.
The Russians have yet to
even back
achieve
then
any of the major objectives that they set out to achieve at the start of this war, which was supposed to last well under a month. It's been over 304 days since the Russians launched the invasion. The Ukrainians have performed exceptionally well.
So you saying just because they took one little capital or whatnot, which is we know
they took
Ukraine
the
is
only capital the Russians captured. Yes.
Ukraine is basically a baby. You talking about a baby fighting against a college or a grown man? Of course, they're not hit him with
baby. It must be stabbing that grown man right now. It's like slit his throat.
That's
bleeding out on the floor.
That's a good argument, though, Art.
How many nuclear supersonic weapons do Ukraine have? None. So basically,
none, and yet they're still whooping Russia's ass. That's incredible.
Russia is basically being nice about it. And of course, no, they're not going to keep talking and trying
Hank
to
almost said no cussing.
So, we got this is a biological weapon. No, they're done.
You saw him get uncomfortable when Dylan said ass.
Ukraine and show the rest of the world that they're done talking. In the game,
so they can just
claim.
So they can just make a claim about biological weapons, and we should just believe them, even if they didn't provide any evidence. Then I should just say you should believe Joe Biden, whatever he says about Hunter Biden. He doesn't need to provide any evidence. If Joe Biden says there's no problems with Hunter, there's no problems with Hunter.
Well, sir, first things first, you must not have got the memo that the FBI has been blocking Trump. So if you mean to tell me they're blocking the president of the United States, you don't think they're blocking Russian information that could prove their facts and their points?
They don't have the ability to stop Americans from accessing VPNs to look at Russian websites. I do it myself, so I can tell you personally they can't do that.
And so you work for the CIA and you work for the FBI. So how can you substantially prove it and let me know for a fact that is a fact? No, man.
Because I've been in foreign countries. You're telling me that the FBI and the CIA have made up like fake Russian websites that I visit? What were the websites that I visited? Were they fake websites set up by the State Department? And I access these websites not only in the United States, also in Poland and other countries. Like, this would have to be a...
Are you in the Discord, Seth Spence? Just send me whatever document you're talking about.
Sprawling operation of not only making fake websites, but blocking the Russian websites across multiple countries, and somehow knowing how to do it through a VPN as well. Because, like, I have a VPN. I can access it through a VPN. It's the CIA is not that powerful.
I appreciate it.
Or just tell me the name of the agreement. What's this security agreement you're talking about? You got to tell me the name of the agreement so I can look it up.
Hey, thank you, Hank. I'll catch you later, buddy.
All right, take care, man.
You have a good one.
I got to read a few super chats before I get to another call.
If it's the Minsk agreement or the Security Resolution 2202, I'm already going to look into that.
There's plenty of evidence for the biolabs and the baby factories and the human trafficking and shell companies to launder money to Biden, Kerry, Clinton crime families. Their names are on the board of directors. It's not hidden. I don't know about those things, but do you know anything? Can you speak on those?
There's no evidence, no substantial evidence that the Ukrainian government, and this was the Russian claim, that they designed bioweapons to target Russian DNA.
And see, this is the problem. If I go in there and I start making claims like this conspiracy stuff, and I don't have very good evidence for it, I just have some tenant media report, some Russian media story that may be true, but he's just going to say, I was there. It's wrong. It's propaganda. It's lies from Russia. I don't care about your source. That's not true. I know because I was there. And then all I can say is, oh, well, all I have is all this Russian media that says that it's true. So you can't really make those arguments. It has to be more of a meta epistemic argument or an overarching economic argument or a militaristic pragmatism argument. Like, just practically, we have no obligation to them militarily, economically, and morally, ethically. Like, there's no obligation for us on any of those grounds to support them. You can argue all day, because his arguments are all going to be, well, we did this to them, so we owe this to them. We need to do this to keep Russia from taking over and leading to another World War III. Russia gaining too much power over Europe. We need to stop it. We're the strongest people. We helped get them into this situation. We're the biggest country behind NATO. NATO is the defensive force in Europe, so we should do all these things. But then I could say, we ought to. It's good for us to do that. But we don't have an obligation to do it. You should do good things, but you're not obligated to do good things. I can't obligate somebody to be loving. They should be. God won't even do that. God's not going to obligate you to love your neighbor. You should love your neighbor. It's virtuous. But does that mean I need to pay part of my paycheck every month to fight in a war financially with a country that I have nothing to do with? No. And then he could do some, like, I don't know if he goes to do any research on me, which he probably won't. You know, he's probably big enough and busy enough that to him, I'm just another nobody who's just going to come up and he's going to destroy them. So he's probably not going to do like research on me. But if he were, he could make some argument like, well, you supported the Iran war to defend Trump. Why don't you support this war? First off, not a good argument, because Ukraine is Biden's war, and I don't support anything Biden did. So that's why I don't support that one, and I'll support this one, because one is Biden's war, and I don't support Biden in anything he does. And NATO, I don't like NATO. One is Trump's war over controlling the world's energy. I'm who?
Now,
but he could say, you support Iran, why don't you support Ukraine? I could say that's well poisoning, that's irrelevant, that's a whataboutism. I don't care about that. I'll debate you on what? Do you see the link? No, you can't post links. Just type in the name of the agreement and I'll throw it into Google. Because I'm reading what you wrote, and I like it, but you haven't given me... How am I going to search this up? I can't just... I got to have sources. I know you can't post links, but... unless you put it in Discord. If you put it in Discord, I can... Did you put it in Discord or the chat? Put in the politics folder if you're in the Discord, or U.S.-Ukraine bilateral security agreement. Okay, hold on. U.S.-Ukraine bilateral security agreement. What do you want to debate me on, Abe? I'm prepping for something big right now. If you want to do like a mock debate or just talk about it and help me out, we could do that here in a little bit if you want to go in the Discord. I was kind of not really going to do much Discord tonight and more just focus on the research, and I was going to save next Saturday, I was going to have fight night and we were going to talk about Ukraine where everybody's in there, and it kind of lets me, that's usually what I do is like the weekend before the debate, that Saturday night, I'll practice with all you guys, but we could do it now too. I don't care, but not right this second. U.S.-Ukraine bilateral security agreement. On June 13th, 2024, President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed a 10-year bilateral security agreement during the G7 summit Ukraine, this is 2024, though. Ukraine has signed bilateral security agreements with 15 countries and as of June is negotiating with 16 others. The agreement is an executive agreement that does not require congressional approval. Congress may review and shape the agreement's implementation through oversight and the use of appropriations and authorization legislation. The agreement identifies areas of joint defense, economic, and political cooperation. It prioritizes U.S. long-term support, it prioritizes U.S. long-term support for improving Ukraine's ability to defend its territorial integrity and Ukraine's implementation of reforms to further its Euro-Atlantic integration. There's a lot of quotations in here. This action follows Congress passing the Ukraine Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024, Division B of PL 11850, which committed more than $60 billion to support Ukraine and other countries affected by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This agreement outlines long-term U.S. policy and strategic goals towards Ukraine, and the Biden administration stated it will work closely with the U.S. Congress to build on the National Security Supplemental and develop sustainable levels of assistance to Ukraine over the long term. Agreement deals, according to, how long is this? All right, we'll just go through the whole thing. Agreement details. According to President Biden, the United States' goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capabilities for the long term. A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and deter future aggression anytime in the future. That's kind of open-ended. The agreement builds upon existing security partnerships between the United States and Ukraine, including the Strategic Defense Framework signed on August 31st of 2021 and the U.S.-Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership signed November 10, 2021. All of this stuff happened under Biden's presidency. So if he argues that all of these things happened under Biden, therefore we are obligated to take care of them, I just say, fuck Biden. I don't like anything Biden did. I don't support Biden. Those things were all wrong. We should not have signed these deals in the first place to defend Ukraine and send them money and commit ourselves to them. Violate that agreement. We have a new president now. That's the way America works. I'm not sticking to your agreement just because some corrupt president told me I need to and got a paper signed. Of course, Zelensky, the fake puppet government over there in Ukraine, is going to sign the deal, and then Biden's going to auto-pin sign the deal. I don't like that deal. I'm not obligated to pay tax money to support Ukraine, not with boots on the ground, not with damn money, not with weapons, not with information, not with defenses, not with technology, nothing. Where was I? The agreement has 11 articles laying out areas of focus and cooperation between the United States and Ukraine, with Articles 2 through 4 detailing practical steps to improve Ukraine's credible defense and deterrence capability, and further Ukraine's what the fuck is that word? Interoperability? Interoperability. What does that word mean? That's a crazy word. Interoperability with NATO. Interoperability. Dictionary. The ability of computer systems or software to exchange and make use of information. See? Exchanging information. We're not obligated to do that with Ukraine. I told you information was another. And this talks about it. That's funny. Interoperability between devices may be made by different. An example of interoperability would be between devices made by different manufacturers. They would have to share information. Are we obligated to share information with Ukraine? No. And I just learned a new word, interoperability. Interoperability? No, I think I'm saying it right. Interoperability. Say it. How do I make them say it?
1. Interoperability noun.
Interoperability.
The ability of computers.
I knew it was pronounced different. Oh, operable. Interoperability. Well, we learned a new word today, guys. Interoperability.
Systems or software to exchange and make use of information.
No, we're not obligated to do that. I don't care what Biden signed some bill that said we have to have interoperability with Ukraine. No. Where was I? And further Ukraine's interoperability with NATO. Bilateral security agreement between the United States of America and Ukraine, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3. I'm just going to read. There's a couple more paragraphs here that I'm going to read. What are y'all talking about? Article 2, defense and security cooperation includes specific discussions about improving Ukraine's defense capabilities. It also states the United States and Ukraine both recognize the need for Ukraine's security and defense forces to be sustainable over time and expect Ukraine to gradually assume responsibility for an increasing share of its defense needs. Over time, even under Biden's bill, over time, we should be stepping back. So we're not obligated to support them. We're obligated under our own bill to slowly take a step back and to support them less and less and less. So even if I grant that this is like a good bill or a good agreement, part of the agreement is that we will be taking a step back, and it's we're under a new president now. I feel our obligations are over. This has dragged on for too long. Trump was elected on the mandate that he would end the Ukraine war. Part of ending the Ukraine war means not supporting them anymore. Once it's over, we're not going to be supporting them anymore. If anything, we have an obligation to end the war and support them no longer. The longer we support them, that means the longer the war drags on. We should be ending the war. That's our obligation. Stop it. Our obligation is not to support it and keep it going forever. Let's get back to the video. I'll finish reading this later. I'm going to put it in my folder, though. Thank you.
I
read most of it. There's only like one paragraph left.
Point to the fact there's no evidence and ask for anybody to substantiate it.
Oh, look.
But, like, there's also something we...
Look, there's me in the chat. I said, of course he's lying. He's a liberal.
You just think about for a moment. Russia and Ukraine have a lot of families that are intermingled across borders. How do you design a bioweapon to target Russian DNA in Ukraine? What's the gene split there?
I think CSAL calls in and
have
yells
done
at him
so much
in one of these.
intermarrying and intermingling through hundreds of years. This would be like saying we're going to design a bioweapon in the United States to only target Italian DNA. It's like, okay, well, that would kill tens of millions of people within the United States. And we don't just kill Italians because there's so many people who have intermingled between Irish American families and German American families and Black American family. It doesn't make sense. It's a fantastical claim you would expect to see in a Marvel movie, not by the world's second most powerful super.
Hold on, let me go restroom real quick. Just a quick restroom break, not a long one. What was I just about to do? I need to fix the dono bar.
Power.
All right. A diamond on...
Go back. All right.
D live from Elijah says it's ironic the U.S. gives Ukraine weapons, but want to ban ours here at home.
I support the Second Amendment.
Nice. Elijah says with another diamond, I never heard about the Nazis stitching the Jewish people together.
This has to do with the experience of Joseph Mengele. He was a particularly bad hombre, if I'm going to use your guys' language. He was a bad guy, very, very bad guy. I would advise people to go do, well, actually, if you're squeamish, maybe not, but he did experiments on Jews. He used them as live test experiments to see how far he could push human beings until, death. And it was, I don't know if it was to like...
The Japanese did that with that torture room place. I forget what it's called, but Wendy Goon did a video about it, and then I reacted to that video and looked deeper into it. What was it? Project 230 or something? I can't remember what it was called.
Help with soldiers to know like what kind of conditions they could face, but it was very, very gruesome stuff.
Elijah mocks that notion, saying, well, maybe not that notion specifically, but killing Jews with the big M word machines, pure evil. And the big M is sorry, kids. Like, I don't know if you're catching on, Dylan.
Big M machine. Money? Is this a
no?
What is it?
Self-pleasuring machines. I don't know. That's
I got you.
I don't know if you've heard about that. I haven't heard much about it.
No,
I hear people make references a lot.
Big M machine, big masturbation machine. What is that? Joseph Mengele had giant masturbation machines. What the?
What does how come the Jewish population grew after World War II? Asks Elijah.
Well, the Afghan population in Afghanistan was very much damaged during the Soviet invasion. There was a big dip in the...
I always had a suspicion that Elijah in chat, who sends the super chats to Hake Show, is Elijah Schaefer. I don't know for sure. Never had it verified, but I had reasons for thinking that.
The Afghan population, but right when the Soviets left, it immediately recovered and then continued to increase. The entirety of our war in Afghanistan, the Afghan population continued to increase.
Yeah, studio disconnected, reconnecting. Are we back? Are we back? Stream went down for a second.
A lot of the missiles that they're using need to be relying on foreign components. That's why you're seeing him relying on Iranian drones more and more, because he can't make up for their stockpiles.
Well, that's just blatantly untrue. Any military analysis who works in logistics knows that Russia can produce 100 times more in a single month than the United States can produce in a year.
You know what? I am not an expert in this whatsoever, so I'm just gonna. I'm gonna leave it at that. But
so my position remains my position remains the same as it always has been.
Well, I'm not trying to debate you off of it. I'm just more confused.
No, it's fine. I'm just.
We have J.Y. Lewis going up against Dylan Burns TV.
I did not know this was on the Crucible. I was not planning on that. This is old. I probably watched this years ago. When is this? 3 years ago? Could be up to 4 years ago.
Find Dylan Burns over on Twitch, but I'm going to let him shout himself out real quick and just briefly tell the audience a little bit about himself as he makes his debut on the Crucible. Go ahead, Dylan.
Hi, I'm Dylan Burns. A lot of people know me because I used to host the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. Now I'm more concentrating on foreign affairs. I just got back from Ukraine. I went over there to interview soldiers, interview civilians about the war, talk to aid workers, and participate in a very small amount of aid work myself.
Thank you so much for that intro. Now you worked professionally, like as a canvasser and on campaigns as well, didn't you, Dylan?
Yep. Well, not professionally. It was just like always as a volunteer. I did work for like a few campaigns, but I always did it as a volunteer. I canvassed in Georgia for John Ossoff and Warnock. I'm gonna go back down to Georgia to canvass for Warnock again. Canvass for Bernie. Canvass for a lot of people. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then J.Y. Lewis, same to you. Tell everybody where they can find you, just briefly a little bit about yourself.
You can find me in the Orient, but if you don't want to fly there, you can always find me on Twitter, I guess. I'm floating around there. I also use Discord on and off, so people know me from around there. Besides that, that's about it.
All right. Thank you so much for that, gentlemen. You'll have 7 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. We're going to start with JY and let him open. I always want to mix that up with JF because he's on the show so often. But what's it, JY Lewis? You've got 7 minutes on the clock.
A lot of J's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the question at hand about the geopolitical situation that's going on in Ukraine between Russia and more broadly the West, NATO, can be summed up very simply that any person that opposes Russia, Russia's invasion or military action, or however you want to label it, often is doing so from a very Western-centric perspective. And I think that anybody who removes themselves from that and kind of applies the same standards that they're applying to Russia would find that there's inconsistencies across the board in any conflict. While conflict in general is a tragedy and we should attempt to avoid it, it's dishonest, in my opinion, to ignore the historical and political realities that cause these kind of conflicts to take place. All too often, the West, particularly NATO, has free reign over the media to be able to narrate and create narratives as they please. And so, as a result, it's very easy to just shout platitudes like "Ma Russia evil," "Ma Soviets," "Ma Donald Trump controlled by Russia," et cetera, et cetera. Things like these platitudes often don't answer the complex geopolitical situations that we find ourselves in. And so just a quick overview, the conflict in Ukraine is something that has been broiling for at least since the start of the Russian Federation, since the collapse.
I'd kind of like to avoid arguing that we ought to get out of NATO. That's a whole different can of worms and a whole different debate topic. But I might have to do that if his argument is, since we're in NATO, we are obligated to take care of Ukraine if they join NATO. That's our obligation, is to support them, because if they become part of NATO and we're part of NATO and we're the biggest nation in NATO, we have some obligation. Then I'm going to have to go down the road of why America should not be in NATO. So that's a good point. I'll have to look more into that. Yeah, Abe.
The Soviet Union, and it is large part due to mismanagement of the managed decline of the Soviet Union.
What is that? Article 51 of UN? Article 51 of the United Nations? Is that all I look up as an argument for why we should get out of NATO? I know there's a lot of them. It's just like a whole different thing. I need to... Article 51 of UN. Article 51 of the UN Charter establishes the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense. If an armed attack occurs against a UN member state, it allows nations to use military force and self-defense until the UN Security Council takes the necessary measures to restore the international peace and security. But this is the UN. UN and NATO are tied together, probably. For one, you have to kind of argue the other. So I have to learn all about the UN Charter, NATO, history.
Soviet leaders did a horrendous job of managing the breakup of this power. And as a result, a lot of things that were assumed on the part of Russia were not assumed on the part of the West. And so what we find is that NATO wants Russia to hold all the burdens of being the largest state of the former Soviet Union, but also give it none of the respect that it's earned. And so because of that, people feel like they can treat Russia as if it's some geopolitical backwater, which is not the reality of the situation. And so what we see is that NATO and the United States have increasingly provoked action in Ukraine and in the Russian sphere of influence by breaking numerous promises and treaties that were baked into the cake for the Soviets, but for some reason doesn't apply to the Russian Federation, even though the Russian Federation had to take all of the debt that the Soviets incurred. And so there's this disconnect with the political reality from Western mindset. And with that, furthermore, I think that the NATO and the United States more broadly, along with Ukraine, are generally hypocritical in how they criticize Russian intervention in the Ukraine situation. While I don't necessarily support the invasion in a strict sense, because I think that all war is tragedy, I also can be understanding and come to reasoned conclusions as to why something happens. And that'll be my opening.
Appreciate that opening statement very much. With 3 minutes left on the clock, Dylan Burns, whenever you're ready, go ahead with your response.
So, I am a big supporter of sending more aid to Ukraine. That's my position. I advocated for it constantly, and I've been engaged in...
He's still advocating for it. In 2026, we're doing a debate about sending more aid to Ukraine. This is crazy.
Trying to get aid to Ukraine personally through body armor, medical gauze, ATVs, stuff like that.
This would have been a much tougher debate to have with him 3 years ago. But now in 2026, we're having this debate. I don't feel threatened. I know he knows his shit. I respect him, but in his journalism, it's gangster. I don't like his worldview at all, but I respect his gangster. But 2026, we're still obligated to support Ukraine. Come on, man. Can we just end this?
So my position...
That's one of the mandates Trump was elected for. It's one of the things I elected him for. Get out of Ukraine. And then he did the deal, and I said, okay, well, I'm kind of okay with this deal if there's some sort of reciprocation here between Russia and Ukraine. We can play diplomacy and trade deals with Russia and Ukraine to kind of simmer down this nonsense. We don't need to support them. We could benefit off of them. We'll help you out if you give us the rare earth. That's not an obligation. That's a trade benefit.
On this, I think, for most people, is pretty clear. I support the Ukrainian government. I think a lot of people, though, when studying this war, it kind of starts for most people on February 24th. Where it is true, as Lewis said, that this conflict has been boiling for a much longer period of time. You can go back to 2014, you can go back to 2004, you can go back to the collapse of the Soviet Union, you could go back to the Russian Empire's collapse of the Soviet Union. You could go back to Voltaire's writings about how Ukraine desires to be free and the Ukrainians want independence. You can go back and talk about the UPA or any number of different Ukrainian independence struggles in fighting with authorities in Moscow. But I think the easiest place to start when analyzing this war isn't necessarily February 24th. I think it'd probably be 2014. Even though most of the studying should be, of course, past February 24th. And so what happened in February in 2014 is that there was a association agreement that Yanukovych said and promised that he was going to join. He said he was going to join. He said this on the campaign trail. He was going to join this association agreement with the EU, which allowed visa-free travel of Ukrainians, which helped with labor regulations.
I don't know why... What's happening? Is the stream down? Are we back? Can you guys hear me? Put a 1 in chat if you hear me. OBS keeps disconnecting. It's the second time it's happened. It happens very, very, very rarely because I have excellent internet. But it's dropped twice in the past 20 minutes. Are we live? Hit a 1 if I'm live, if we're back. Sorry about that. What was I just about to say? Oh, I'm looking up this 2014 Association Agreement EU Yanukovych. Let's read about this. 2014 Association Agreement, EU, Yanukovych. Former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych's refusal to sign the European Union Association Agreement in November 2013, not 14, if this is the same thing, I'm not sure what he's talking about, triggered the Euromaidan protests. And he has a debate about these Euromaidan protests. I don't remember this. After Yanukovych fled the country, the new Ukrainian government signed the historical agreement in 2014, establishing closer political association and economic integration with the EU. March 2014, the political chapters of the association agreement were signed by the interim Ukrainian government. The installed Ukrainian government after Yanukovych was ousted. Yanukovych suspended preparations to sign the association agreement at the Vilnius summit. He cited pressure from Russia and claimed Ukraine needed better financial terms. November 2013 to February 2014, the decision sparked the Euromaidan pro-European protests in Kiev. These are the protests where they said the cops started shooting people, which culminated in deadly clashes and Yanukovych's removal from power in February of 2014. Very similar to what it looked like was happening with BLM and Trump in 2020. And remember, we saw this happening all over the world. These riots and these protests would go off. They would say the police is being aggressive, and they would oust their leadership. They did this in Brazil. They did this in Ukraine. Then they did that. I believe they did this in America with the Black Lives Matter stuff, the COVID stuff, and they ousted Trump. Unfortunately, we passed the test. We got through it. We stayed strong, and we brought him back. But the same thing, these other countries weren't so lucky. These other countries got their installed governments, and now they'll suffer for it. June 2014, the remaining economic and trade chapters, including the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Area, or DCFTA, were signed. In September 2017, the agreement officially entered into force following its ratification by all EU member states. All right, thank you, Dylan, for that. I'll look more into that. It doesn't sound like a good thing, but okay. It's a thing that happened.
But eventually, Yanukovych went back on this promise. He said he wasn't going to join the association agreement, and instead he wanted to join a separate agreement with the Russian Federation. Now, there's a lot of speculation exactly why he did this, if whether there was some backroom dealing that pressured him to do it, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is that he promised on the campaign trail he was going to do something, and then he did the exact opposite. This led to student protesters going onto the streets and protesting against the government.
Just
These
like BLM.
Protesters were reacted to
just
very
like
violently,
Antifa.
with beatings, with
Bullshit.
With flashbangs that had.
This is the same thing they say about ICE, and Dylan is one of these guys. So you have to be careful with these people. They're snaky. Okay, the same way he'll tell you that ICE protests are peaceful protests, and these cops are just gunning people down in the streets, is the same way he'll talk about these Kiev protests. These were just peaceful college students, and then the cops just came in and started mowing people down. I don't think that's what happened. Just like the same thing with Iran and the protest that led to the Paris Treaty. That was 2 million people protesting violently in the streets and killing people in the streets, and the cops came in and started killing people. And then that's how you get the revolution. You make outrage, people get killed, and then you blame the government and you oust a leader. It's tried and true, and it's worked forever. And it happened in Ukraine. Does that mean we're obligated to support Ukraine? No.
Nails and bolts and screws tied to them. They were thrown into crowds. They're percut. Then, eventually, through the escalation of these protests, as more people came and joined this protest movement, ended up killing people. And as more people died, the protests obviously got more angry until it eventually led to Yanukovych fleeing the country after multiple failed negotiations. After he fled the country, a new election was held where Poroshenko was elected. But during this period of you could say, chaos in the Ukrainian state, during this period, there is one last thing I need to add. A big thing that motivated a lot of protesters that I interviewed to come out was when Yanukovych tried to make it illegal to protest, tried to stop gatherings of more than 3 people, tried to stop protest against the government. For a lot of people, they saw the passage of that law as leading to like a point of no return where they would never be able to protest against the government again. So Russia took this opportunity to protect what it considers its strategic interests in Crimea. They invaded Crimea while lying about it the entire time. They then funneled weapons to rebels in the Donbass, who then ended up taking settlement after settlement before fighting the Ukrainian military, and that eventually froze. After they funneled weapons in there, and they had people like Igor Girkin, former FSB agents who basically ran the Donbass rebels. These FSB agents are...
And Abe, anybody who's watching, if you got any good stuff, good information, good articles, put them in the Discord in the politics section. Load me up with Ukraine stuff. The topic is the U.S. is obligated to support Ukraine. Anything you can think of relating to that and why we should not be obligated to support them, put it in the politics section of the Discord, please and thank you.
Are not really, as you would say, classical politicians. They are agents of the Russian state. They have been in control of the Donbass for the last 8 years. Eventually, as 2022 came around, we saw more buildup of Russian soldiers on the border, which eventually led to them saying, no, it's just military training, don't worry about it. And then there was some negotiations that might have happened, but they were shut down, and the invasion occurred. And then thousands of more people died. And now, since then, we're living in that reality. And so instead of stating my position, I just want to give some people just like a basic like historical...
Thanks for the history lesson, but all this is irrelevant to whether or not I should have to pay money from my paycheck to help Ukraine.
Backdrop for what happened pre-2022, pre-February 24th, and starting in 2014.
Because that's basically the foundation of my argument. I said I didn't want to say it, but we've been streaming for a while. You know, I'll just say it. When I read the U.S. is obligated to support Ukraine, my first question is, who's the U.S.? Well, it's us. It's me. I'm the U.S. What do you mean by the U.S. is obligated to support Ukraine? You mean the government, the military, the people. Me. All of that's paid for by me, by you, by the viewer, by the audience. Every one of you is the U.S. If you live in the U.S., you are us. Me, we, I. That's the U.S. Am I obligated to take a chunk of my paycheck every week and give it to Ukraine? No. Hell no. I'm more obligated to help the hobo on the corner. But I'm not obligated to help him either.
For me, I think the Euromaidan revolution was righteous. I think the Euromaidan revolution was good. I think it was advocating for positive things. And I think Yanukovych shouldn't have fled. I think he should have been arrested. And I think that the trickling out from the Euromaidan revolution and Yanukovych fleeing is eventually what led to this specific invasion. But this is still the ripplings of what has been Russia's historic position on Ukraine, which is that Ukraine doesn't exist, that Ukrainian identity is fake, it is just a shoot-off, that the Ukrainian language is bastardization. We hear Dmitry Medvedev, who's the former president of Russia and right hand of Vladimir Putin, say Ukraineness is a disease of the mind. We constantly hear from Putin his interests when it came to invading this country in denying Ukrainian identity and Ukrainian right to a nation state. And personally, I disagree with that. From my discussions with Ukrainians, I think it's very clear that they want to govern their own state. They want to go a different path than Russia has chosen for itself. And I think that is the right of every nation state to choose itself. And maybe if Russia had a better relationship with its neighbors, then it wouldn't be scaring them all away.
Thanks, Dylan. With 1 minute left on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube shit that you're supposed to do that helps bump us in the algorithm. Also, consider becoming a channel member so that we can keep bringing these great debates to you. We appreciate Dylan coming on for his debut tonight. With that, we're going to open up the floor. Gentlemen, go ahead.
Well, I think that your overall position and kind of historical analysis is obviously, it seems to me, clouded by Western narratives. It's very easy to say Russia bad without considering the geopolitical situation that Russia is in, and the historical understanding that Russia has always been the odd man out and getting beat up on the international stage. So I think that a lot of what you said was basically could just be hand waved and said, hey, that, that's U.S. propaganda, just as much as you would hand wave some of the narratives that I would give as Russian propaganda. So
is that a typo?
That's silly, because the Russians claim, for example, that the coup attempt.
Oh, the Budapest. You mean the Bucharest summit of 2008? Buddha memorandum. I don't see no there. You're likely referring to the Budapest memorandum of 1994 political agreement where Ukraine agreed to surrender the world's largest nuclear arsenal in exchange for security guarantees from Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. So since they surrendered their nukes in 1994, we owe them. Oh, okay. He could pull something out like that. Budapest is different than the Bucharest summit agreement of 1994. NATO pact signing. They signed the NATO pact. The USSR signed the Warsaw Pact. No, that's 1949. 1994, Ukraine becomes a NATO partner. 1994, the Budapest Memorandum. They surrendered their nukes in order for us to defend them. And that's a good point. He could say that's why we owe it to them. Okay, for how long? I will have to look more into that.
And on Yanukovych, if I'm getting his name right, was a color revolution instituted by the CIA.
How?
But of course, you would say, well, how? You would say, well, that's ridiculous. That's Russia propaganda. But I'm like, well, the Russians claim that. How are they any less right than you?
Well,
when there's just as many geopolitical interests for NATO.
Well, I guess the reason I would say that it wasn't a CIA orchestrated coup is because the CIA didn't orchestrate the coup. You can go look at the players involved during the Euromaidan revolution. I've interviewed many of them. I've talked to them.
Emmett, what's up?
The CIA did not give them guns. The CIA did not funnel them a bunch of bandages or rocks to throw at police. They didn't organize.
Here we go.
We need protesters at this building, then they're going to move over to this.
Oh, yeah, it was totally a grassroots movement, peaceful protest, and he just went in and killed him, and then they overthrew the government.
The reason I hand wave it isn't because, it's the Russian line or because the Russians said it. The Russians can say things that are true or not true. It depends on the facts on the ground. The reason I say that it isn't a coup, and I would say it's more of a protest movement, or if we want to get kind of LARPy about it, a revolution, which is what people call it, is because there's no evidence that the CIA orchestrated an overthrow of the Yanukovych regime whatsoever. The only evidence I ever see presented to me is a phone call where a U.S. official says that Poroshenko's their guy and they hope he gets in office after this is all over, which we know countries have said this about elections and world events before. If you ask Biden, who do you think should be in power in any number of countries, in private, he'll probably say, I want that person because that would best serve my interests. Or I want that person because I think they're better for the country or better for the region. And so I think it would be on the Russian supporter to show.
Do you have because all this stuff you're saying to me, these are like good ideas, but unless I'm writing down exactly what you're saying, what I need is under the U.S. Constitution, the executive branch cannot automatically bind the country to ongoing financial and military commitment abroad, making Biden's agreements with Ukraine illegal. I agree. What article of the Constitution is that? Do you have? Can you put that in the chat so I can look it up and put it in the folder? I like all the stuff you're saying, Seth, but I gotta have the names of the documents so I can source them or cite them or read them. There was no guarantee. There was no guaranteement. I don't think that's a word. There was no guarantee is the whole thing, and yet it's Budapest because the document gave assurances and not guarantees. Right. So the Budapest agreement in 1994 is when Ukraine becomes a NATO partner, and they commit to sacrificing their nuclear weapons. They had the third largest nuclear weapon supply in the world in 1994. Is that true? And they surrendered it for America and the UN and NATO to defend them. Okay, that's the argument he could use. Has Trump canceled that? Because I know Biden said we're never going to give them nukes. If they signed that agreement, Biden broke that agreement. Did we give them nukes? I can't remember. I covered this when it was happening, and I talked about how ironic it was that from the Cold War, they had a bunch of leftover nukes. Okay, and they surrendered those nukes and became a NATO partner. And he could say that that's why we owe them defense, because we took their nukes away. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. Section 8, that's the hood. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution outlines the specific enumerated powers granted by Congress. It contains 18 distinct clauses that define legislative authority of the federal government, including powers to tax, declare war, regulate interstate commerce, and enact all laws necessary and proper for executing these duties. 18 specific powers granted to Congress under this section include finances, commerce, national defense, national defense to declare war, raise and support armies, navies, and call forth the militia, immigration and citizen, infrastructure, intellectual property, promote the science of science, security, and exclusive rights, blah, 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 blah. Judicial enforcement to define and punish piracies, felonies on the high seas, and counterfeiting. The necessary and proper clause, the final clause allowing Congress to make all laws necessary and proper for executing its other granted powers. Which one of these is important here? The national defense one gives Congress the right to declare war, raise and support armies and navies. Raise and support armies and navies. So we have the ability to do this legally, but it's not an obligation. But where are you saying this restricts us from making a future commitment? I'm not reading the article. I'm just reading the Google AI overview. I should just click on the here, I have it from Library of Congress. Enumerated powers, overview taking the clause, historical background and taxing. You said Article 1, Section 8. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff here. See, this is why you need more than a week to prep. There's a lot of stuff here. Whatever, put it in the folder. It's in the folder. The promise was to relinquish the nuke and gain protections. Right. Okay, so how do if he says we are obligated to support Ukraine because in 1994 we got in the Budapest Agreement, we got them to relinquish their nukes to protect them. How do I defeat that argument? I think the rebuttal is how can you commit us to these agreements in America where we have term limits and presidencies change, democracy changes, how people vote changes? We should be able to get out of that agreement at some point. It can't be an open-ended forever agreement. Right? That's the response, right? And then didn't Biden give them nukes? I remember they were talking about it. I don't think it ended up happening. I think Biden ended up getting out of office before that happened. Did Biden give Ukraine nukes? I'm pretty sure it's no, but wait a bit. Yes, during his presidency, Joe Biden administration gave Ukraine billions of dollars in military, financial, and humanitarian assistance. This included over $60 billion in direct security aid to help the country. That's not my question. Oh, I've left out the word nukes. Whoops. We gave them aid. $60 billion. Nukes. No, he didn't give them nukes. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, there were unconfirmed rumors and discussions among some Western officials late in 2024 before he got out of office, and I covered this, regarding the possibility of returning nuclear weapons to Ukraine. U.S. officials confirmed that this was never under consideration. Bullshit. He just lost, and Trump won. And we said, no, shut that shit down. What are you talking about, Biden? You're retarded ass. Biden wasn't doing nothing. The NATO and the UN people who are the puppet masters were going to give Ukraine nukes if Trump didn't get back in. That's my theory. That's a theory. I can't prove that, but I know he said we're not going to give them tanks, and then we gave them tanks. He said we're not going to give them aircraft, and then he gave them aircraft. $60 billion in weapons and funding and aid, boots on the ground. Okay. Biden gave you everything we owe you. But we're done. We're stepping out now. We don't know. We're not obligated to that anymore. We're going to take a step back. But no, he didn't give him nukes. But he was talking about giving him nukes. And if he would have won in 2024, it's very possible that in 2026, Ukraine would have had nukes on Russia's border. So you want World War III. I don't. I'd rather Ukraine stay the neutral borderland, as it's aptly named. I would go check the stipulation in that agreement. Stipulation in what? The Budapest Agreement? Budapest Memorandum. Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances compromises four substantially identical political agreements signed at the Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE, or Budapest, Hungary, on 5th of December 1994 to provide security assistance by its signatories relating to the accession of Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the NPT. The four memorandum were originally signed by four nuclear powers: Ukraine, Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. France and China gave individual assurances in separate documents. The memoranda signed in Patria Hall at the Budapest Congress Center with U.S. Ambassador Donald M. Blinken, amongst others, in attendance, prohibited Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom from threatening or using military force or economic coercion against Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, except in defense or otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. The Charter of the United Nations, also referred to as the UN Charter, is the foundational treaty of the United Nations. It establishes the purposes, governing structure, and overall framework of the United Nations system, including its principal organs, the Secretariat, a lot of stuff to read. As a result, the memorandum and other agreements between 1993 and 1996, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine gave their nuclear weapons. They gave up their weapons. On December 6th, CSCE, without mentioning the Budapest Memorandum per se, published in the same conference hall the Budapest Summit Declaration and the Budapest Decision, following which on January 1st, 1995, it became known as the OSCE. The OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, is a regional security-oriented intergovernmental organization comprising member states in Europe, North America, and Asia. Its mandate includes issues such as arms control, the promotion of human rights, freedom, blah, 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 blah. Freedom! Russia violated the Budapest Memorandum in 2014 with its annexation of Ukraine's Crimea, and in 2022 by invading Ukraine. As a response, the United States, United Kingdom, and France provided Ukraine with financial and military assistance and imposed economic sanctions on Russia while ruling out any direct interventions to avoid a direct confrontation with Russia. There's a lot of stuff here. This is stuff I have to like read silently in my head and take notes on. Let's get back to this debate.
show how it was a CIA coup. What's the evidence for it?
Yeah, so I don't think, again, I think that was kind of more of a hand wave than an actual a point in your favor, because all you're saying is there's no evidence for, well, why would the CIA leave evidence? One, but first off, they brag about it openly. One of Trump's top advisors brags about how they were purposefully breaking up and supported schismatic, a large group of schismatic churches in the Ukraine to split away from the church that was under the MP. That's a direct admission by the top guy in the Trump administration for the State Department.
Well,
and so that just doesn't follow. And so you're saying, well, they did it afterwards. Well, all you can say is that you're just asserting it. And then just like you're just asserting that the Kremlin was involved, you said they're funneling weapons. It's like, okay, well, how do you know that? Is that because the media narrative from the West and NATO says it? Or are you saying, well,
There you go.
I sent
and there
I
it
did
is.
some interviews in the Ukraine.
And see, Dylan has this extra ethos. He has this extra credibility that gives him an upper hand. He can say, I was there. I have pictures. I was on the ground. I watched it happen. I know what I'm talking about more than you. And whether or not that's a valid argument or not, it doesn't matter in the eyes of the audience. The audience sees that and like, damn, yeah, you know. How do you know? You know from what? Russian media? How does Dylan know? He knows because he was there and he saw it. But you can't just like accept that. That is fallacious. Like you saw what you saw where you were at. You didn't see in Russia. I didn't see you doing on the ground journalism from the Russian side and getting their perspective and talking to those soldiers. You talked to one side. You got one side of a story. You're just as much propaganda as Russian media is propaganda. I don't have a dog in this fight. Well, I do have a dog in this fight. That's what you're arguing, is that I'm obligated to have a dog in this fight. I shouldn't have a dog in this fight. I don't give a fuck about Ukraine and Russia. I shouldn't have a dog in this fight, but you want to obligate me because of what? A bunch of pieces of paper and documents from people that we voted out or died a long time ago? Nah. Never that. He has his narrative. He has his side of the story. He's been there on the ground, so he knows. But what perspective do you know from? You know from the Ukrainian perspective. You know from your biased perspective of what you went there looking to do. I respect the on-the-ground journalism, but is it really journalism if it's biased and it has a swing and it has an edge and you're trying to tell a certain side of the story but not the other side? That's not really journalism. I don't think when I go out to a protest and I'm wearing a Trump hat, I am not a journalist. That is not journalism. That's content creation. I'm just going out there to street debate people, argue with people, enrage people, trigger them, but then be kind and get the point through clearly while I'm doing it and make them look stupid. That's not journalism. And what he's doing, I'm getting kind of harsh because I really do think he is a true journalist, but my point is he's got a bias. Everybody does, but the best journalists keep their bias out of it completely and they tell both sides of the story. If you're only telling one side of the story and you're pushing your leftist ideology and you've campaigned for Democrat politicians, you have a political narrative here that you're trying to lead us to. And I can't just accept that. I went to Russia and I talked to some Russian soldiers. That's not true, but let's say I had. You know, then, I mean, that's what we need to find. But I think the people that go to Russia making content, who was that guy that went to Russia and made a content and then he got killed or something? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, what was his name? Daddy Jub would know.
Ukrainians told me that this was what the truth.
We don't have somebody who went to Russia. So, but I can't just accept you saying because you saw it, because you were on the ground in Ukraine and you talked to Ukrainian soldiers and you know, I can't just accept that. Then it comes source. I hate the source game. So I think you got to stick more to like epistemic, ethical things. It's kind of like a meta conversation. Like, why do I owe a Ukrainian my money? Why do my troops need to be on the ground over there? Higher than like morally, like logically, economically, not just some papers were signed and some diplomacy. We said we're going to do this. What if he said something like, we got them to give up their nukes in order to protect them? How about we're at least, if he says something like, we're at least obligated to give them nukes to replace those nukes before we pull out our protection. Ugh, that's what I would say. And then he could say that's why Biden was considering giving him nukes if I bring up Biden giving him nukes. Huh. How would I combat that argument? I mean, I don't think we should be giving anybody nukes. I think you just say, like, you go to the Constitution, like what Seth's pointing out. Said that wasn't a legal agreement. It didn't guarantee anything. And it was made a long time ago. And in America, we vote in new politicians. We change these bills all the time and these agreements and stuff. At some point, it's a good idea to get out of an agreement that somebody else made years ago, decades ago. And now it's time to get out. And what if he says, okay, maybe we don't give them nukes, but should we allow them to have nukes? Allowing them to do what they want to do in their country is not supporting them. So that wouldn't be a good argument from his side. If it even goes down this line, I don't know where he's going to go with it, but that's why we're watching this.
Truth is. But why would the Ukrainians tell you that the Russians are innocent? Well, of course they have a vested bias. Well, so your entire thing is based on bias after bias.
Give him a chance to respond, JY. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Right. That's the response. The agreement's changed. They get their nukes back. Maybe their nukes don't exist no more. What are their nukes just being stockpiled somewhere? Yeah, and we can't do that. And that's the problem, is Russia doesn't want nukes on its border. Now, if it's Russia-owned land and then they get the nukes back, then Russia just has more nukes. We would be obligated to give their nukes back. I have to stew on this one.
I would say that the reason I said there's no evidence is because if somebody makes a claim, it's not on me to disprove it. It's on them to first give evidence for.
The nukes were sent back to Russia. Was it technically Russia's nukes that Ukraine gave away? If that's the case, then fuck. Russia got their nukes back. Those were Russian nukes. You signed the deal and they said you got to give all those up, and they said okay. Long as you protect us, Big Daddy West, the West Coast.
For the claim, and then I can examine it and say why it's right, or
they were ultimately Russian nukes during the USSR during the Cold War. Yeah, that makes sense. So shut the fuck up, Ukraine. No, you don't get nukes. You want to be a new country, independent of Russia? You don't get USSR nukes back? Get the fuck out of here with that. Great. Thank you, Seth. Okay, we'll shut that shit down real quick. Those are USSR nukes. Those aren't Ukrainian nukes. I thought Ukraine was a new independent free nation. Now you want USSR commie nukes? No.
Right now that I believe the CIA picked Trudeau to be the leader of Canada, and you said there's no evidence for that. It's not on you to now present evidence how that didn't happen. It would be on me to present evidence that the CIA overthrew it. And when it comes to what you're talking about, the breaking of the Orthodox Church, that was the agenda of Poroshenko. Poroshenko had 3 pillars. He had one pillar, which was rebuilding of, the Ukrainian identity. There was the other pillar that was the rebuilding of the Ukrainian military. And the third pillar was the separation of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And the reason why the Ukrainian Orthodox Church was created, and I think the United States should help with the creation of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which, by the way, this happened after the revolution. So it's kind of hard for...
If he goes down this Orthodox Church line with me, it's not going to work.
To have been part.
I could give a fuck less about the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if that's a real church. What is that? Is that a real church? I don't know. I'm not Orthodox. Get out of here with that.
Part of a color revolution, if this thing you're talking about happened after it already happened. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church was created because the Russian Orthodox Church is dominated by the Russian government. If you look at the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, he's telling people right now that if you go to Ukraine and you die fighting for Russia...
You have service? Yes. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. I have service. Happy Memorial Day. Rip, Hulk, and Kinja. I don't know who that is, but R.I.P.
Then you're going to go to heaven. That's one of the fastest tickets to get to heaven. That's not the type of things you say. I think if you're a respectable religious man and you're sending your flock to go over and get slaughtered on behest of a government which keeps you in power, keeps you in that position of influence. We know Kirill's corrupt. We know Kirill is being accused of having multiple affairs with different women that he's tried to cover up. And I think it's perfectly respectable for the Ukrainian people, after Russia invaded and annexed his territory, to...
Who's Kirill? Anybody know? This is 3 years ago. I'm guessing it's Karill. Russia corruption. I have no idea. Kirill, Russia corruption. Patriarch Kirill, head of the Russian Orthodox Church and a staunch ally of Vladimir Putin, has been a frequent subject of corruption allegations and exposés regarding his massive personal wealth. These criticisms generally highlight his extensive shadow business empire and lavish lifestyle, which stand in sharp contrast to the austere teachings of the church. Okay. So he's saying the Russian Orthodox Church is ran by this guy, or he has a big hand in it, I guess. He's the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, this Kirill guy, and he has a lot of controversies. He's rich, and he likes the ladies. This is what it looks like. That's what he's saying from the research I'm doing. So therefore, Russia Orthodox Church bad, Ukrainian Orthodox Church branches off of them because they don't like that. And now they're making a new Orthodox Church, and those people are being hurt because of this war. So if you're Orthodox Christian, you are obligated to help Ukraine defeat Russia.
Separate from an institution.
No, that argument won't work on me.
It's dominated by the Russians.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, more assertions without evidence. You're just saying.
I can give you pictures.
Corrupt. You said, hold on.
Okay.
You said you can give pictures of Kirill paying off women and that he is doing these things. I can Photoshop too. My goodness. The key understanding of this, and
he kind of brushed it off and just said that sounds fake. I don't know if that's really a good rebuttal, but okay. It's something.
I think this is what's being ignored here, is does Russia have a vested geopolitical interest in opposing NATO?
That's basically like moon landing or flat earth debate skills. Like, dude, we got pictures of the world. We got pictures on the moon. Nah, but those are Photoshop, dude.
Eastward expansion, which is something NATO promised would never happen. And of course, they break that promise over and over and over again. Now, you can say, well, Ukraine has a right to self-determination. Well, so does Russia. Russia has absolute... The best example you can give is, like, for example, saying Mexico starts to form a very close bond with China. And then they start putting Chinese military bases while China starts making threats towards the United States homeland.
This is like what Destiny did, but he's flipping it.
We would never tolerate that. And if it got to a boiling point, we'd of course
maybe
invade. There'd be no question in anybody's mind.
That debate.
So all of this hullabaloo about, oh, Russia's unjustified, or Russia did this, or Russia did that, Russia's corrupt. That's just throwing mud at the wall and saying and hoping something sticks. Right now, you're
I think it's spaghetti at the wall.
saying the Moscow Patriarchate is corrupt and very close to the Russian government. That's not out of line with Orthodox teachings, and I don't want to get into an Orthodox debate here.
Weapons of mass destruction were created before
I would
Photoshop.
hope that somebody who
I'm not saying nukes are fake because of the pictures, Marshall. There's video, and it's a freaking dollhouse, dude. Proven.
is making grandiose claims about corruption within the Orthodox Church would at least understand how our church operates. It doesn't seem like you do. As an Orthodox Christian myself, I think that that's a weak argumentation for why Ukraine has a right to oust an elected leader because he didn't do a campaign promise. If every time someone didn't perform a campaign promise in the United States, we'd have revolutions daily. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous stance to hold.
So when it comes to Kirill, it's not even like a secret. I mean, a great example would be, this is just a basic, if you want to say that my photos are photoshopped. If you want to talk about Photoshop, Kirill took a bunch of press photos where he was like reviewing some religious, whatever. It doesn't really matter the specifics. But the photos were taken and he had a Rolex on his arm. And this is as Russia's going through a very economic...
Yeah, God forbid a man, you know, who's worked his whole life towards being the best at something and being the head of something and the leader of something have a Rolex. God forbid. God doesn't forbid that, by the way.
Difficult time. And so what did they do? They edit out the Rolex. This is the type of little things that
they edited out. Okay. I didn't listen. I paused it before he said that. They edited out the Rolex. That does show a bit of deception and like some sort of guilt. Like, oh, we can't have him wearing a Rolex. I'd rather you just leave the Rolex on. And if people say, yeah, he's a grown man. He earned every man. This is a debate I'll do with somebody. Men should not wear any jewelry except for a wedding ring and a watch. And maybe there's exceptions for like a cross necklace or some sort of, ideally just a cross necklace. You know, no, you can't have like a Muslim necklace. You can't have a dang pagan pentagram, Bahamut head. You can't have a big old bling chain with like get rich or die trying. Nope. Only necklace you're allowed to have is a cross necklace. Small. You know, not gaudy. Small. Nice. And most of the time you keep it in your shirt anyway. Or dog tags. I'll make an exception if you wear some dog tags. Or if you're like, you know, I could make an exception for some dog tags or something. Small necklace, maybe. Usually no, though. Usually just watch and ring. And if your watch, you know, if you've been working hard your whole life, your one piece of jewelry, your watch, should be a nice watch. And plus, those are an investment. But so I would not edit the Rolex out. I would just leave it on him. And then when people got mad, be like, whatever, get like me, bitch, find God, you know? I don't know. I wear my mom's ashes around my neck. Haven't taken it off since she passed. You do you, King. No comment. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't know about that, King. I don't know about that one. Okay, but you know, cool, nice. Anyway, back to the video.
Behavior that people notice, and they say that's not the type of religious leadership I want. That's not the type of religious leader I want. And I can understand why the Ukrainians would say, I don't want to be led by that man. I want my separate church because we have a different interpretation on how our religious leaders are supposed to act. And religious leaders should not be telling their people to come to my country and kill our soldiers. That's not the type of relationship.
Look at that. Eastern Orthodox versus Eastern Orthodox. I maybe that wouldn't be, maybe Ukraine and Russia wouldn't be considered Eastern Orthodox. I think they would. I don't know. But it's in the East. I consider that the East.
We want with our church. That's completely
Well,
understandable.
I guess Ukraine is trying to be Western. What is Ukrainian Orthodox? Is that Western Orthodox?
What was the last point you made? I forgot it.
I said that if
it was a tie-in with the Orthodox Church, is what my notes say.
I forget the specifics, but I'm gonna re-emphasize that there is no evidence that there was a coup during Euromaidan that was organized by the CIA. You said, well, the CIA covers it up. Then I could make up theories about everything on the planet. The CIA did this, the CIA did that. And unless we have physical evidence for it, what we're doing is we're playing pretend and just hoping that we maybe got it right, which isn't the way I want to engage with foreign policy. That's not the way I'm going to engage whether a CIA organized a coup or didn't organize a coup. There's a million different accusations that are thrown back and forth towards organizations, especially secretive organizations like the Central Intelligence Agency, all the time, which I, of course, am not a part of. And so I'm not just going to accept.
Because I think Dylan knows that he is an Orthodox Christian, maybe. And so Dylan's trying to use this to, it's not a personal attack, but it's more relatable to the person you're debating. Possibly.
That explanation unless there's significant evidence provided. And the separation of the Russian church from the Ukrainian church is not evidence of the United States working with protesters to orchestrate a coup. It's evidence of the United States working with Ukraine in its church separation.
Well, there's two things.
I don't understand the difference other than the Trinity. They both would believe in the Trinity.
Prove a specific instance to show that there was active United States intelligence working with people on the ground, both abroad and in Ukraine. All I had to do was demonstrate that the United States did have active intelligence agents and things of the nature in Ukraine active, which, again, our State Department head admitted under the Trump administration. Trump was by no stretch of the imagination like a anti-Russia. So, again, I think that's dodging the point. I don't want to get hung up on the Russian Orthodox Church. I would like us to focus on how Russia's geopolitical interests and geopolitical values were constantly being dismissed by eastward expansion of NATO, which is something that NATO promised.
Before we hit that, I do want to say two last things about this before we move on. So it is true that we have CIA agents operating in Ukraine, but again, during the Trump administration, that's after the Revolution of Dignity. That's after the Euromaidan revolution. So us having CIA agents in Ukraine after the
Euromaidan. I kept saying Euromaiden. And I was like, what the heck is Euromaiden? But I have heard about Euromaidan.
revolution does not prove that CIA agents interfered in the revolution during its time. Also, we have CIA agents everywhere. We have CIA agents in Russia, but that doesn't prove that if there was a coup tomorrow that America orchestrated it. It could be any number of oligarchs that are unsatisfied with Putin's leadership. If there was a coup tomorrow in, I don't know, Chile, we have CIA agents in Chile. We have CIA agents in Australia. We have CIA agents in basically almost every country in the world. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, well, I'm not Orthodox, so that won't work on me.
Our CIA resources were not strong enough, in my opinion, in Ukraine for us to actually have orchestrated this coup almost certainly on our own. I guess there would have to be more evidence of a more vast conspiracy than that. So for me, I would want more evidence before we disregard.
I am Orthodox Christian. I'm lowercase Orthodox. I'm just old school Christian. Fundamentalist is what they would call us.
What I think is what was the popular will of Ukrainians to overthrow Yanukovych's regime. And when it comes to the idea of like, well, it isn't okay to overthrow your government just because they broke one promise, I would say that the economic situation for Ukrainians is
I have to be careful saying that because a lot of fundamentalist churches, fundamentalist Baptist churches are terrorist groups now, according to the SPLC.
Can be quite dire. And I understand why they were so angry about the association agreement, but it wasn't because of the association agreement that they overthrew Yanukovych. It was because of what Yanukovych did after the protests started. It was the police abuse. It was the murder of protesters. It was the beating up of women protesters. It was the putting screws and bolts and nails over flash grenades and throwing them into the crowd of protesters.
Cops are doing that? Why wouldn't cops just have fucking grenades and flashbang? Why would they make screw bombs? This sounds like something a Muslim would do.
Was the banning of protesting that made the protesters angry. So I don't think the revolution was just because of the association agreement. It was one point, a part of a larger picture, that the Yanukovych regime had mistreated the people of Ukraine, and they had finally said, enough, you're not going to murder our students. If you talk to Euromaidan protesters, for them, the tipping point was when people started to die.
Yeah, so before we move on, I would just, I guess, add one more point to that. I think you admitted that the CIA is active in basically every country on Earth. So all that proves is that, just to add to that small point, is that it takes time for any sort of intelligence to be built up to a degree where you can actually cause a schismatic church of that degree to split off from the legitimate Ukrainian church in Ukraine. So the fact that you say, well, that happened after, it didn't happen that much after. And it's much easier to say, oh, well, they had to have had assets there for quite a while, building the relationships required to do that. So that's one. Two, you continually talk about how this revolution was legitimate, and we can go into NATO eastward expansion after this, but you keep on saying that these people are justified, but every single point that you...
Yeah, and if he does the thing Destiny did about the Baltic region being already connected on the border, bordering with Russia, which... there could be an argument made that they should push that back farther and have that buffer zone go up through the Baltics. But that's mountainous, like tundra region. I don't think that's, like Elijah was saying, that's not as important as the flat land and more specifically the coastal land on the Black Sea, which accesses the Mediterranean Sea. Russia's, if we put nukes... in Western power and we take over that, not America taking over that. This is Europe, the EU, NATO, these global powers taking over it. Russia gets pissed, starts World War III. A safer idea is to keep that area as an independent buffer zone. The compromise you come to with Russia is you say, well, you don't get to push it back to the 97 borders. We're not going, you don't get damn Poland and shit. But we'll keep the buffer zone and not let them have nukes. Because those weren't their nukes in the first place. You want to be independent, you don't get to keep the people that you just left stuff. When we settled America, and we left England, we didn't get to keep all of England's stuff with us. I mean, maybe we had 3 boats that were probably falling apart and taken apart for use for wood and stuff like that. And we had some boom boom sticks. We didn't take much. We took what we could carry, what we could fit on a boat. Ukraine's trying to keep nukes from the USSR. Those aren't your nukes, Ukraine. If you want to be independent, you want to be free, you don't get those nukes. That's why we don't give them the nukes back, regardless of what the Budapest Agreement says. Fuck it.
Can be made about literally any country on earth. People break promises. Economic situations become extremely dire, even in the most wealthy countries on earth. Does that justify that every single time somebody's dissatisfied with their government, that they have a right to trying to overthrow their government? It's ridiculous. Police abuse happens in the United States daily. I'm sure you would agree. And so I don't think that position holds up.
Okay, well, first I would like to say the split of the church.
I hope he goes into this Euromaidan protests stuff, because that's some bullshit propaganda. I don't care what you say, Dylan. You're pushing the narrative. You made an ICE video and you pushed that. We need to watch that ICE documentary too, even though it's off topic, just so I can further demonstrate where his mindset and his worldview and his narrative is coming from. I guarantee the same things he's saying about these Euromaidan protests, about, oh God, the government overreached and the protesters were just peaceful college kids who just got shot in the head and exploded with nail screw bombs. He probably says the same shit about ICE. They're just gunning people down in the streets. Get out of here with that. Pish, pish, Budapest. 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 Bucharest. No, Bucharest is different. Budapest. 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 Whatever, dude. Tomato, tomato.
I don't know why this is being brought up as like a CIA point. That had nothing to do with the CIA.
Budapest.
The split of the church was done.
Is Budapest different than Budapest? They're the same place, right? I'm just saying it different. Budapest and Budapest. Who the pest? You the pest. Who the best? Pest. Okay, but is that... It's like this, right? It's spelled like that. Oh, AI fixed it. One S. It has one S. Phonetically, it's sh sound. Oh, get the fuck out of here. I'm spelling it right. I'm talking about the same country. Budapest. You a pest. You a mess.
They admitted it.
Out in open. It was done in front of everybody. Poroshenko, it's one of the things he brags about as, hey, that was one of my pillars.
He's telling me I'm pronouncing
by
it
the
wrong.
CIA.
Pompeo admits it.
What did he
He's being a pronunciation Nazi. Tomato, tomato. I say it how I say it.
say? What did he say about the
Pompeo said he worked with allies, including the ecumenical patriarch, to fund and establish schismatic Ukrainian Orthodox Church. The legitimate Orthodox Ukrainian Orthodox Church is still much larger than the schismatic one. It's like twice the size by both clergy and membership.
How did the CIA agents do this?
Well, it's called funding.
Well, what do you mean funding?
You don't
like
establish
the
a
CIA
church
agents gave them money, or
you
did he funnel money from the CIA? I'm just asking, like the detail, like because when you say
no
that
one knows the details, you're asking for top secret information. Let's be reasonable. If Pompeo admits it, that means that they had the mechanisms in place to cause it. Anyways, I think that we've exhausted that line of questioning.
Okay.
Anyways,
Well, then I'll answer.
Really
I'll
like
answer.
to focus.
I'll answer your second question.
NATO
then.
question next.
What was your?
I think you're losing this debate, Dylan.
Well, let me answer your other question.
With this guy and with me.
You asked me a question about, hey, does this type of stuff?
No, I know about. I have that in my notes. The 2008 Bucharest summit. We're not talking about that. He's telling me I'm pronouncing Budapest wrong. Holy moly! Keep up, chat. I'm kidding.
Justify a revolution in certain instances. Yes, I would say in Myanmar, the people who are trying to overthrow the government,
Myanmar,
are 100% justified.
Myanmar.
And I wish them nothing but good luck.
Myanmar. I'm from Africa, so you know I got a flying car. I might be broke, but I still buy a bar. Leave them with a fake stolen guy's card.
Because that
bars
government has murdered too many protesters. It isn't like an isolated instance of police abuse here or an isolated instance of police abuse here.
What are the limits?
What are the
Can you give me?
I'm some guy you can't even try and scar. Sitting here puffing on my cigar. You might be Mufasa. Bitch, I am Scar. Throw you off a mountain. You die and I fucked it up.
Me an objective, yeah. Well, can you give me an objective standard in which I can put on any country on earth and say, yep, they're justified in now leaving and causing civil turmoil within the country?
I can't give you an objective standard.
That was bars. Can somebody clip that? Damn.
That is the same to every country on earth because every country's on earth situation is different and their populations are different and their cultural norms are different.
So there's no consistency.
Of course there's no consistency. For example, if I went to Ukraine and said, I am going to ban, I don't know, being Muslim, I doubt that would cause a massive revolution outside of maybe Crimea or amongst Tartar communities. If I did that in Iran or Saudi Arabia, that probably will be enough to cause a revolution because different countries are different.
What's the timestamp say? What's the timestamp say? I got to go clip that freestyle.
A revolution. I'm saying justifying our support, one, for a revolution, and two, justifying the ousting of a legitimate
I think
government.
banning protest, trying to outlaw protest, is an absolute. After brutalizing protesters and lying about agreements and pulling out, I think that's enough to justify people staying mobilized on the street against the government. And by the way, what was the demand
in the United
of
States ban protests all the time that become violent? So that's a
to ban. They banned protests nationwide.
Yeah,
Shut up! Give me the timestamp. What's the timestamp
yes,
say?
and also the federal government has
422?
the authority to do that in the United States. So I feel like your position is kind of hypocritical because are you advocating
if the United States tried to ban
overthrow
protests,
governors, for example?
If they,
dude, I just made crazy I know. I don't know how timestamps work on live. I've tried to figure it out. I don't get it. How do I figure out a timestamp while I'm on live? It's negative 422. What the hell does that mean? Negative 422 means 422, right? 4 hours, 22 minutes. That sounds about right. No, I didn't start at midnight. 523. 522? Fuck. How long has this stream been going? I don't know how to figure out timestamps when I'm live either. Your app's so bad, gonna get locked up again before you can buy a new car. What? That was fire. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. No, the 4 hours 22. I think it's 5:22. Anyway, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
There's a lawn chair sitting by the water's edge, sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. A Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators or dodging jail, while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea. Meanwhile, this chair, it don't move, it don't sway, but it holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink, then a fiery red. The chair stays silent, but it speaks instead. A Florida man, he's out chasing storms, breaking the rules, rewriting norms. And here I sit in the humid air, guarding the secrets of that empty chair. Maybe he's fishing, maybe he's gone, maybe he's dancing till the break of dawn. This chair don't judge,
just waits for him under the southern sky.
Did try to basically crack down on protests. I do think protesters being violent towards the police is absolutely justifiable, yes. I think there's been multiple times in American history where police have tried to put down what has been a...
Look at Andrew's face. He just said, I think protesters being violent towards the police is absolutely justifiable. And this is in America. This debate is about Ukraine. See, it's the same thing. It's the same thing they promote with the BLM stuff, the Saul Alinsky, the civil rights movement, the everything, the Sunrise Movement, all of these groups that train people and want people. He ran, campaigned for, canvassed for Bernie. Dylan might be Antifa. I don't like Antifa. He won't say he is. But he probably supports things like that. The revolution. So this is a battle. We have to stop this. You can't be saying that. I mean, you can say it. You got free speech, but we need to shut that shit down.
A popular protest, and I think the protesters have been justified in being violent back towards the police. In certain instances, is that the majority of cases? No, but in certain instances, absolutely. Particularly during the civil rights era.
Yeah, I find it very unconvincing when you can't give me a standard, but that's fine.
How can how could I create a universal standard across every country for when we're going to say, okay, now I support it?
You seem to be suggesting that Russia and Ukrainians, etc., crossed a certain line, a certain standard.
I think banning protesters
to this. Okay, so if banning,
but no, I shouldn't do that.
It's not.
I shouldn't do that, Seth, because then it makes it broader and there's a lot more things that he could attack. I'd rather keep it focused just on Ukraine. If I broaden it out to all of Europe, then it's okay. Well, should we support England or this thing? Should we support this country with this thing? And it makes it too open. I'd rather keep it focused just on Ukraine. Of course, it's going to lead to NATO, but I don't want to get into a debate about, well, should we? See, it's a whole different debate about should we get out of NATO. I think we should, and we will get into that, but I don't want to. I want to try to keep it just focused on an agreement between the West and the East, Russia. With its I forget what it's called, but and then NATO having their thing and having the buffer zone in the middle. They can keep the Baltic countries. Maybe that's a future conflict that'll come up, but I don't think Russia has a huge problem with those few countries up in the mountains that are touching them. And those countries aren't trying to get nukes that they lost from the commies back. He's going to move the argument to Europe as a whole. Yeah, I don't care. I don't think we're obligated to support Europe, but I'm not going to make that the focus of my opening or my main arguments. If he goes down that road, we can do it.
Lots of countries do that.
It's not that simple. This is like
I'll try to steer it back to Ukraine.
This is something I remember when I talked to somebody about like the extradition treaty in Hong Kong. And people were like, that's a silly thing to get so violent about. And I'm like, that's not why they're violent. It isn't because of the extradition treaty. It's everything that came before it and the extradition treaty and the violence that came after. It wasn't just that it was, oh, protesters got murdered, or just because they pulled out the association agreement, or just because there was all these police abuse and they tried to ban protesting. It was also the corruption. It was also Yanukovych's record in not fulfilling the other promises that he had said he was going to do. It was a culmination of Ukrainian society rejecting Yanukovych because he didn't fulfill his promises. He was a liar. He brutalized protesters and then tried to stop those from even who were going out against him from being even allowed to do him. He paid hired thugs into Tutushki to go out and stab protesters.
This is great narrative.
Taking
this
literal
is great narrative.
This isn't narrative. This is what happened.
Yes, no Ukrainian as of 2022, when you went there and you started interviewing people, is going to admit that Yanukovych did nothing wrong. They're going to exaggerate things that happen, just like
what do you mean?
media does here.
I'm not exaggerating
just
anything.
Like they call
what did I
the
exaggerate?
January 6th protesters revolutionaries.
What did I
fascists.
exaggerate?
You know,
what did I exaggerate?
Things, I'm saying. Well, what do you mean? What did you exaggerate?
Yeah, you said,
oh,
you're going to exaggerate. I'm giving you specific Tutushki thugs that the government paid to go out and stab and murder
you
protesters.
You made 3 claims within that one statement, and you didn't provide anything that suggests otherwise, other than say, "Well, a Ukrainian told me." Well,
no, this isn't. I didn't say a Ukrainian.
Here we go. This is what I said earlier.
I give you investigation.
This is what I said earlier. This is what Dylan will do. I was in Ukraine. I know. Okay, well, you heard one side of the story. I've been talking to a Russian guy. This is exactly what I said earlier.
I like having a little bit of blood sports too, right? But we got to back it up because it's becoming so incoherent. We can't understand what each side is saying. So back up just for a second. We're going to start with Burns. Burns, go ahead.
So when you say, "Oh, it's a Ukrainian," what I'm saying to you is like the Civil War happened. It's like, oh, I'm just saying a historical event. I'm not making a claim that can be disproven because there's film, there's photographs, there's multiple dead bodies, and there's multiple investigations into it that have been done post the fact. Multiple documentaries, by who? By a whole host of different journalists and NGOs. Like, do you want me to give you a specific report about this happening?
NGOs from the West and NGOs from Ukraine and Ukrainian authorities don't have a bias against Russia, for example?
They don't. Their bias doesn't matter if the evidence is heavy enough. Just like if Russia presented.
I think if debate ever became competitive, like people are winning large amounts of money for doing debates, I think there should be drug tests for any like Ritalin. You can't be on Ritalin or Adderall or any sort of amphetamine doing a debate. It's like a PED. It's a performance enhancing drug. Dude, if I was still a tweaker, I'd be eating people up, but I'd look twacked out of my mind. But I'd be like, somebody else, what do you want to tell you? Sorry, I'm not saying that Dylan's on any sort of thing like that, but I just see when these liberals talk in their jaw and their eyes that it's like I think there's some sort of probably Adderall. It's probably prescribed. I don't know this, okay? I'm just thinking out loud. Destiny, this liberal type guy with the big eyes and talks very like there's some sort of enhancer. And in debate, if it's professional and there's high levels of prize on the line, need to have just like the UFC, just like fighting, I am not pro performance enhancing drugs. I don't think, maybe if you're like old and you're trying to have a kid, maybe getting on some tests or something, okay, I can see justifications for it. But in sports, no, you might as well just be fighting robots. But in debate, you also should not be allowed to be on any sort of amphetamine because if you've never been on an amphetamine, you have no idea. You can't. I know that's an appeal to authority, JSA. You can't talk about it because you don't know. Listen, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying people should do this. I'm just saying I'm against them doing it. But it is definitely a performance-enhancing drug in a debate. In research, in house chores. You need to clean your house, man. You've been putting it off all year. Get you a little addy. No, stop. I don't promote this stuff. I'm just saying. I'm just observing things. I don't know if Dylan does anything like that. He was smoking a joint earlier, but he seems maybe it's a strong sativa.
Heavy enough evidence about, say, biochemical weapons, then I would have to say, well, okay, well, what do you think of the Tutushki?
It doesn't matter what I think of Tatushky. I'm asking for his consistent standard.
I'm asking because I'm.
And I still haven't gotten an answer for.
Let me please answer my question.
Like
I want to know the answer though, because the reason
I don't
I'm asking
have a strong opinion
I,
on Tatushky. There's your answer. Now we can move on.
How can you not have a strong opinion on?
And you might say that's judgmental. Why would you even say that, JS? You might say, you know, they say if you spot it, you got it. And I would say, yeah, I know. I know how to see it because I know it very well.
On Tatushky, why not?
Because I don't think it's as relevant as I don't think it's as relevant as the wider geopolitical implications of why Russia felt the need to get in the first place. We're arguing nuance and little finite details of the Ukrainian quote unquote revolution, as you called it. But what I'm asking is, because of all this destabilization, because of the buildup of the Ukrainian armed forces, and because of all these other things, does Russia have a legitimate geopolitical interest in intervening in the Ukraine? And my position from the beginning was yes. And I gave several, like NATO westward expansion, which they promised would never happen. And then we'll go into all these other details, which is what I was hoping we could get into rather than these minutia details about the intricacies of Ukrainian corrupt politics, which, by the way, every single Western journalist for the last 20 years up until the war in Ukraine started admitted Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries on earth,
would you
even
trust
under Zelensky.
Western bias like that?
I'm saying that they have a bias. They have a pro-Ukrainian bias, but even they admit that it was an extremely corrupt regime, you would even say, under Zelensky.
Do you have evidence of the corruption?
I'm not saying that Ukraine is corrupt. I'm saying that your own people that are pro-Ukrainian admitted that it was one of the most corrupt nations on earth. It's the human trafficking. It was the human trafficking capital of the world prior to the invasion in Ukraine.
Do you think that high level of corruption might be a motivating factor for why people would go out into the street and say we need to change things on top of the violence, on top of everything else that happened? If you're admitting yourself and you're agreeing that the state of Ukraine is not exactly perfect, there's a lot of reasons why people would go out to the street and fight outside. That's all I need to establish.
But there's
a lot of reasons that this would happen.
Too, though.
Yeah, of course.
They didn't just say this.
Ukraine's gotten better, but it isn't perfect.
Has it?
Yes, it absolutely has. I would say.
You think so?
Yes, I can give you multiple examples if you want me to.
It's okay. Under Zelensky, under Zelensky and human Poroshenko. Trafficking capital of the world, surrogate mother, where they sell women's bodies because women couldn't afford to feed themselves, so they have to sell their bodies to provide babies to Hollywood elites back in the West.
This all applies to Russia as well, by the way, just to be clear.
But Russia actively tries to stop it. There's
so does
a difference.
Ukraine.
Zelensky didn't do any of that. I think name me a policy that Zelensky did and enacted that tried to stop the surrogate mother boom, which is one of the biggest money drivers for Ukraine prior to the war.
Name a specific. Can you name one for Putin? I just want to make sure if you're applying this policy.
Yeah, Putin, for example, just passed legislation today or 2 days ago, promoting traditional values for religious values, which would, by definition,
what does that even
oppose
mean?
Sex work, surrogacy, things like that. In fact, he also passed a law back in 2013 and 2012, I can't remember, banning foreign people adopting Russian children. Why? Because a lot of people were selling their kids to the United States. That is a net detriment, and that's a horrible practice. And he stopped that. So I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, Zelensky.
Let him respond, JY.
So yeah.
Okay, so I don't think promoting traditional values and like as a law, I don't even know. Like, did he say like don't be a whore? Like, what did he say when you say he passed a law to promote traditional values? How does it promote traditional values that like counters like sex, like in this?
Well, promoting the traditional family unit, which by any metrics, if you look at any country on earth, when more people are married and stay married and have children within marriage, rates of crime, rates of human trafficking, and all these things go down immensely. Drug use, all that stuff. And actually,
how does he promote it though? Does he just say do it? Because like that's not really.
Well, no, he enforces laws that encourage people to stay married.
Sorry, I'm listening, but I'm doing other things. I gotta fix this dono bar, and then I want to clip we were talking about the dinosaur pyramid debate. I want to clip that now that I have Opus clip. So I can just put the whole stream in there, but I can trim it just to the first hour because that was the dinosaur debate. I really want to focus on the first 10 minutes. Focus on intros. I can put like an AI prompt in there. Find best clips from the openings or the intros. But I got to fix this first.
How? Like what law? Because like,
and then I can schedule them and they just drop. I think that's worth $15 a month. Actually, I did a year, so it's 2 months free, but it's less than $15 a month. It's a pretty good deal. And I can change up the text style and I can add music. The Opus clip thing I think is worth it. And I can still, like, when I'm watching stuff at work, I screen cap things and then I make shorts of it, things that I find interesting. Like, I can still throw those up. What am I doing right now? I'm going dashboard, overlays, dono bar, reset this. What did I just do? One second. What's the next? I got money for. Want to do a drone goal. Debate Kamula. What is it? It's 525. Oh, it doesn't matter. June, July. Sorry, y'all. I'm fixing something. 1 second. 1 second. Here, that's a month. That's a month. That's for a drone. And spending money. Nah, I'm going to make it less. What the heck is happening? Why is it? It's supposed to say 500. Huh. Why is it not working? Whatever, it's not changing.
Promoting, like I can come out and say I promote.
So I gave you.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking is I can come out and I could say I promote traditional values, be married or whatever. That doesn't do anything. Like what is it like do? Because like if I said to combat the MS-13 rape problem, my solution is stay married. Like that isn't really a solution.
Yeah, I don't think that those are equivalents. Again, Putin, for example, in Russia, promotes traditional values through all sorts of ways. They give mothers who have more than like 2 children, they give them huge amount of benefits for motherhood within marriage. It's similar policies to what Orban has been doing in Hungary. And those have been working fairly well for Hungary. But I don't think you answer, well, let me ask you this. What policy has Zelensky put in place prior to the war that stopped the mass amounts of surrogacy that was happening within Russia, where women were Ukraine, where women were required to sell their bodies.
Why does it have to be before the war?
Well, because the war obviously causes any sort of analysis of current criminal crime trends kind of moot, because no one can do a proper analysis of all of Ukraine when there's active conflicts and a lot of people fleeing.
Okay, well, I don't know of any specific policy that Zelensky did to combat this specific issue. It's not something I've done research in. What I will say is that I think Ukraine has vastly improved as a country in the last 8 years. I would point to things like non-discrimination protections. I would point to the abolishment of the Berkut, which was an institution that shouldn't have existed at all. That riot police engaged in deep things like racketeering. That's something that Poroshenko did to try to combat corruption, was get rid of the Berkut, was engaged in racketeering, was engaged in torture, was engaged in abuse of civilians. That was just one thing that they did. There were other things that they did, but as you've said multiple times, you want to get into the bigger geopolitical question. And so I don't want to stay into the nuance anymore. Yeah. So I want to get into the bigger geopolitical question about Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine. So what is your specific question?
So so when Russia gave a very clear red line in the sand to NATO about lines that they will not allow NATO to cross, why is it acceptable for them to then encourage countries to continue to join NATO and actively pursue their membership when they offer no significant strategic benefit other than to box in Russia and to threaten Russia's capital, frankly? What strategic interest does NATO have in, for example, Latvia?
What strategic interest? It's a collective defense.
Why are they continually...
It's a collective defense agreement. And so the idea behind...
What you're asking collective defense implies that Latvia can offer something to the United States. What can Latvia offer the United States other than the fact that the United States can now put troops on the border with Russia, which threatens Russia directly?
I would say that's a good thing that we can put troops on the border with Russia. But I would also say, because I don't trust Russia. But
why would you risk nuclear conflict?
Because I'm willing to.
You're willing to?
Yeah, I think the risk of nuclear war is quite low. Yes.
Okay, I want as low of risk as possible, next to zero, but you're willing to risk a low probability.
I'm not a pushover, right? Because if the idea is like, what's the lowest risk possible? And it's like, okay, well, let's withdraw from all of Europe, and maybe we should give up Guam because maybe Guam's threatening to the Chinese, and maybe we should, like at some point, like you got to put a line and say. Would you oppose Chinese and Russian bases in Mexico and Canada? I would oppose it, but I wouldn't invade Mexico.
What if Mexico started being belligerent on the southern border and taking territory?
If they tried to invade America and take our territory, then obviously that's a different situation.
No, being belligerent. They don't necessarily need to. Belligerent means like shelling U.S. citizens, harming U.S. citizens as they travel through Mexico. Becoming such a dystopic nightmare that they have to actually intervene, which is something, frankly, from my position, there is no problem with America invading because I think that Russia has every right to guard its geopolitical interests.
So
ultimately, that's the case
thing is, I don't care about Russia's geopolitical interests.
Okay, well then why do they care about your
wait, you gotta
argument?
if you ask me a question and
Sure.
I'm trying to answer it, I gotta explain my position. Because if I just say there's a low risk of nuclear war, I gotta expand on that because people are just gonna think I'm a psychopath, right? So the reason why I don't care is because I'm not a realist. I don't believe in realism. I'm also not like a hardcore like Henry Kissinger, like we gotta balance the world and find a way to have all.
Well, then how can you obligate me to do anything?
I believe very fundamentally.
How can I be obligated
West,
to do anything?
When it comes
Nothing's
to at least
real.
Democracy is the best. I believe.
How can you obligate me to do
I
anything?
believe we have better ways of going about ourselves. We have a higher standard of living. We have stronger economies. Russia's economy is smaller than California's economy. And I think the way we have conducted ourselves has been better for us generally. Now, I don't want to go around and force everybody else to do that. But if somebody wants to join our system, I think that's perfectly fine. And I understand why they want to join our system. The European Union is generally very prosperous. It has a very high standard of living, and nations that join the European Union seem to see their standard of living go up. And so it's not that crazy that Ukrainians want to join the EU overwhelmingly, want to join NATO overwhelmingly, want to go with the West overwhelmingly, when their relationship with Russia has historically been pretty abusive, like the banning of the Ukrainian language. And so me wanting the Ukrainians to have the best case scenario for their long-term prosperity, which would be with the West almost undeniably at this point, I think is perfectly fine, and I'm willing to support them in that effort.
Yeah, so basically what you said is my position good because it's good, Russia's position bad because I don't like Russia.
Hold on, I'm trying to find something to clip.
Because again, these rounds are shorter, so we're...
Okay, that's when it starts. 209. There's King in there. King and Jeremy judging the dinosaur debate. Oh, clipping it. So it's 209 to 3:12. It's about an hour, a little over an hour. I need the link for this. Okay.
That's basically what you
Well, no,
ended up
I'm saying that our citizens have higher standards of living because the way Russia has gone about things is worse. You can look at the results.
That's very, very debatable. That gets into economics, and I don't want to go delve into the silly nuance of that.
You don't need to delve into the nuance to say that the Western economies are stronger than the Russian economy.
It's stronger in depending on how you define a strong economy. I wouldn't say that
it's larger, has more access to resources.
Larger means nothing. If the United States were to get cut off from China tomorrow, for example, we completely collapse.
What about a higher standard of living?
Damn it.
If Russia gets cut off from China, Russia will be, for the most part, relatively similar to what they have right now, which it isn't, and I will admit, isn't as luxurious as Western nations, but they actually have an internal economy that's cohesive and is able to sustain itself. The West does not.
It's not.
I
disagree. Russia's economy has shown itself to be much weaker than anybody ever.
What are you talking about? They're sanctioned by half the world, and they're able to.
And their economy is in shambles.
No.
For some reason, Opus Clip won't let me upload a video link. What the heck? Google Drive. How can I save the... We're currently facing issues with YouTube link imports. Please try local uploads, Google Drive, or other video links. What the? I don't have a recording of it. Damn it.
The ruble is stronger now. No, you could just look at the ruble. The ruble is stronger now than it was pre-war.
And you can't trade it on international markets, so it doesn't
Who
matter.
cares? No, they can trade it with the second largest economy and the third largest economy in the world. India and China, what its price is. What matters
is important. I can tell you why it's important.
What matters about the ruble or any currency is how much your people can have to use in order to buy basic necessities. The Russians can buy their basic necessities, no problem. The average Russian civilian can get food on the table. They can get gas on the table, something that Western Europe can't do right now. And they have geopolitical trade relationships with numerous countries with BRICS. BRICS is a prime example of one of the largest 50% of the world is essentially under BRICS, and they just announced Saudi Arabia wants to join. That's a domino, my friend. That means that the Western homogeny is very weak, and it doesn't have the sustainment or the power to sustain itself that it did before. Russia's playing its cards right here.
Andrew, when do I get to talk? Okay, so I just want to quickly say the Russian ruble is artificially inflated, and they're not allowing it to trade with many international markets because no international markets also would accept it because of its poor value. If you look at the black market, which is a much better way to look at how much the ruble's actually worth when you take away all the restrictions because the government interfered, they're trying to prop it up, it's dog cheap. It's very, very cheap. And we don't even need to stay on the ruble. If you disagree with me with that, that's fine. We can look at a 60% reduction in construction GDP. We can look at 40% of their airlines being grounded because of their airline planes have to take parts out of one plane and transfer it into another plane for it to work. We're seeing car manufacturers, we're seeing car sales plummet and car manufacturer GDP plummet. I think it was we saw car sales plummet by 88%. I mean, the economy is not doing well. Foreign exchange reserves, half of it's gone, half of it's frozen, and they're running out of it quite quickly. The Russian economy is not in as good of a shape as the Russian government wants you to believe to project strength. It is not in a fantastic position. If it was in a great position, if they're doing fine, then you wouldn't care about the sanctions. Because like you said, hey, Europe, they're scared of all the gas. If this was fine, if everything was fine in Russia, why wouldn't he just say, well, this is great. I can just basically freeze out the Europeans. I'll just sit here. I don't even want sanctions relief. Yeah, sanction me. Kill yourselves. Because that's if it's true that Russia's economy is fine and it's the Europeans who are scrambling, why does he constantly want to get rid of these sanctions? We've seen him ask multiple times, hey...
Sorry, I'm doing something over here. Dog shit argument. His whole argument is we should support the Ukraine because the EU does. I need to pay more attention. Sorry, I was trying to clip this, but I can't. Opus isn't letting me do it. What the?
Let's negotiate, get rid of these sanctions, and he's constantly reaching out to try to end this because he knows the Russian economy can't sustain in its current condition.
That's a ridiculous assumption on your part. The Russian economy has been sanctioned since 2014. It's been fine. It's been relatively stable the entire time. The ruble has been the same amount. You can say that it's been inflated and the government's propping it up, no more than the U.S. dollar. So I don't think that's in. And frankly, you keep on appealing
to US dollar and international
you keep on appealing to black markets, but black markets, you're assuming I'm going to grant you and be charitable and say that you have intimate knowledge with the black market, Dylan, but somehow I doubt that. So I'm just going to let that one slide. So here's the reality about the situation in Russia. The situation in Russia is they can afford gas. The average civilian can afford food to put it on the table. They don't need a large trade imbalance to be able to provide the basic necessities for the people. A lot
That's
of the
not
things
my
you brought
mouse.
up,
That's
like
Andrew.
the fact that car manufacturers have gone down is because a lot of car manufacturers are banned from even
his
selling their stuff
producer.
in Russia. However, what has Russia done? They've opened up their
Or
own
Dylan.
Russian branded plants. Well, what does that mean? Jobs for Russians.
That's Dylan
so,
doing that.
Again, jobs matter more than you trading billions of dollars into a country where your people will never see the product of. Luxury goods don't matter. The only thing Italy provides Russia is luxury goods. You know, so I don't buy this idea that Russia is going to be in shambles. The reason Putin is also asking for sanctions to be lifted is because they're ridiculous, because he doesn't want to have to put himself in conflict with the rest of the world if he doesn't need to. But he's perfectly willing to, as we have seen him. He's perfectly willing to. He's been perfectly willing to since 2014 when they've only sanctioned him slightly more than they've been since 2014. It's not that much worse, frankly. And actually, a lot of countries, especially the biggest economies in the world, like I mentioned, have not sanctioned Russia. Brazil, India, China, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, all these countries have not sanctioned Russia, and 12 more have announced they want to join BRICS. So as far as I'm concerned, Russia's in a position of strength while U.S. is quickly losing major partners like India.
So
that's an
the
early
cars that are
BRICS
being made in
reference. That's an early BRICS reference. A lot of people weren't talking about BRICS 3 years ago. 4 years ago, 2 years ago.
Shit. They don't have seat belts. They had to use foreign components before because Russia just didn't have the technology in order to produce cars after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and so they had to rely on foreign imports. That's why car sales have plummeted by 88%. Not only because they're not being able to import foreign cars anymore, and they have to use local components that are making the cars less safe and of a lower quality and much more expensive, but it's also because average Russians just have less money in their wallet at the end of the day. Over 1,100 companies have left Russia and or have curtailed their business in it, making up 40% of the country's GDP. That is $600 billion. $600 billion. You have hundreds of thousands of Russians fleeing Russia. They don't want anything to do with it. It's like the Cold War all over again, where you're seeing Germans trying to jump over the wall because they want nothing to do with East Germany. They want nothing to do with the economic ruins that East Germany was during the Cold War. And Russians don't want anything to do with the economic ruin that Russia has put itself in
this
now.
Doesn't tell me why I'm obligated to pay for all this.
We're seeing hundreds of thousands of Russians flood over the Georgian border. And how does Russia respond to this?
I know that's not what they're debating.
On the border to try to scare them back in. They have to chase people throughout. I
mean, this is pretty much about should we support them.
The economy is not doing as good as the Russian government would want you to. The reason why Putin wants these sanctions lifted is because the sanctions is putting pressure on his regime, and it's making it harder for him not only to produce cars and vehicles and keep his airlines and railways and roads working, but also to sustain the war, because a lot of the missiles that they're using need to be relying on foreign components. That's why you're seeing him relying on Iranian drones more and more, because he can't make up for their stockpiles.
Well, that's just blatantly untrue. Any military analysis who works in logistics knows that Russia can produce 100 times more in a single month than the United States can produce in a year in terms of stockpiles. So Russia's not going to run out of artillery or of munitions anytime
They're going to
soon.
run out of long-range, high-precision missiles, which are necessary for them to disrupt Ukraine's logistical grid. And yes, they will. They've already reduced the use of these missiles to a massive capacity.
That's getting bogged down into the details of a war in which...
So Ukraine is winning. Ukraine has been winning. Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning more now than it's ever won under Trump as we're pulling out support. So why should I continue to be obligated to support them? They're winning. You're right, Dylan. They won. You were right. I thought Russia was just going to wipe them out in a day. It didn't happen. Ukraine is winning. And they're winning more as we pull back support. So I say we just get rid of all the support, and they're going to win.
I don't think either of us are absolute experts in, but I do know people who are experts in it. And they all say universally that the Russians are not going to lose this war, one. And two, they're saying that the Russians have the ability to sustain this war indefinitely compared to Ukraine.
They don't.
The United States has already depleted its stockpile. NATO is already depleting its stockpile. Our own generals have admitted this. We have to rebuild our stockpile from the ground up. Ukraine doesn't have anything more to offer. What they're doing is they're shedding the blood of young men for a pointless endeavor when they could come to the negotiating table early on, but instead it was sabotaged by NATO. Again, because NATO would rather sacrifice the lives of young Ukrainian men than capitulate to Russia, China, and these other countries who don't support U.S. NATO homogeny on the world stage.
Over 500,000 to 1 million Russians have fled the country, a country which demographics were already in the
assertion without evidence.
Going down.
But okay.
What do you mean assertion without evidence? Look at the fucking border; they're flooding over. What do you mean? Look,
a
use
few
your
pictures
eyes.
of people leaving the country is not evidence.
I mean, do you? I can. Do you want me?
Do
to
you have like objective stats from like say Kazakhstan?
What about
Georgia,
Yale?
Saying,
Do you like Yale? Is Yale an institution you would respect when it comes to their?
No,
okay,
I don't trust Western institutions to tell the truth about a geopolitical foe.
Well,
they have an obvious bias.
Whether or not you think the institution of Yale has an anti-Russian bias that's going to make them inflate numbers, okay. How does
dude,
that
they were
present?
part of the problem, dude. They were the ones, Yale and their professors.
Do you have a problem with
supported the
educational
Russian-
institutions generally, or just Western ones? But you trust the Eastern ones to analyze Russia, though. The Eastern ones, you
Well,
can
I
trust
think
them.
I think, for example, Modi, who is a relatively independent person, who was much more closely aligned to the United States until recently, and now is much closer with China and
Indian
Russia.
schools, I'd have to find you like an Indian school or an Indian
Well,
study.
the
since
Indian
photos
Prime
and
Minister
videos
doesn't
don't
seem
work.
to agree with your analysis of Russia's economy. They don't seem to, and neither does the IMF.
What do you
the
mean?
International Bank? They upgraded Russia's economy
Russia's-
compared to all the rest of the world.
Well, the
which they
Russians don't seem
downgraded.
to agree with it because they're running away. They're leaving.
Well, again, assertion without evidence.
I mean, there
but-
is evidence. I'm actively saying here's evidence, and you're just rejecting it because it's Yale. Yale is one of the most prestigious educational institutions in the world.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that I can give you biased evidence that the Russians are saying that, hey, not that many people have left, and then you'll say, well, my Western institutions say that a lot of people have left. So it's a moot point. So what I'm asking you for, and again, you've dodged the point again.
What's the point?
I've been trying to make the point that NATO is the primary causer of this conflict, and I've made the point several times throughout this debate.
So I can respond to that quickly, but I want to respond to something earlier you said. Russia is not in a good state when it comes to this war. I don't think it even takes me much mentioning their retreat from Kharkiv. They're retreating now from Kherson. They're getting slaughtered there as they're trying to cross the river.
Is it on full
They
screen?
had to retreat from Kiev. They had to retreat from Lyman. They actually got slaughtered at Lyman. I mean, I think in 1 month, Russia has lost. I think it was they lost how much? Like the territory the size of Montenegro. They keep losing territory.
Whoa,
this
whoa,
war was not
whoa.
supposed to last this long. Everyone knows it.
Careful
wasn't
with the
supposed to last
racial
this long. It
slurs.
was supposed to be a special military operation with no mobilization needed. Mobilization was supposed to change. This is going to be the big thing to help Russia. And they mobilize. And what are they doing now? They're retreating from Kherson. They're running away with their tail behind their legs. Because Russia was a paper tiger when it comes to the state of the military. It was too corrupt. It was too inept. And now they're relying on untrained labor, giving them machine guns, maybe a week of training max, sending them to the front line before they get obliterated. They
That's
are
just
not
utterly false.
They
Everything you
cannot.
said there
I wasn't
is
done.
so
I wasn't
utterly
done.
false.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Jay.
I wasn't done. Now, you can say it's false, but what I've just realized what this is this is a post-truth debate. This is a debate where it's going to be, you're going to take Russian sources and say, this is what the Russians say. And I'm going to take my sources from Yale or my evil Western sources. I'm going to take video from the border of Russians trying to cross into Georgia. Or I can look at the immigration data in Georgia. Or I can look at the immigration data in Turkey. I can look at the immigration data on these border states from all across the board and see hundreds of thousands of new Russians going into Georgia. Where do you think they came from? Did they just appear out of nowhere? Or do you think the Georgians are in on it and they're lying about the immigration data? Do you think the Turks are in on it? Are they lying about the immigration data? Are the Kazakhs lying about the immigration data? The Kazakhs are in Russia's alliance, for God's sake. They have no reason to lie about the immigration data.
Well, you're more than welcome to provide the data later, but what I'm trying to say is, first off, I could tell that you have never been in. Well, either you've been in the military and you didn't pay attention, or you've never been involved with military people at all. Because Russia's geopolitical interests Russia's interest in this conflict was never territory grabbing. If you're talking about territory grabbing, then Napoleon was the greatest success ever, even though he ended up losing all the territory he gained. Territory doesn't matter if you ultimately lose. And so the point is Russia is very casualty adverse, meaning they're going to try their best to avoid as many casualties on their end while inflicting maximum casualties on the Ukrainian end. And the reason they're doing that is because their stated goal from the onset of this special military operation, as it was called early on, was what? To demilitarize Ukraine and disable their ability to amass a significant amount of forces. The only reason Ukraine is on any legs at all is because of Western volunteers under the guise of volunteers when they're really just NATO soldiers being sent there.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
I mean? Anyone with two brain cells rubbing them together knows that's what's
They're
happening.
volunteers. They're not NATO
I don't care.
soldiers.
Of course they're going to tell you that. Who's going to tell you that, hey, I was actually sent
There
here
must
by
be. This is a massive operation.
NATO.
If somehow
one is
NATO
gonna
soldiers have saved it, there has to be some evidence, like NATO documents.
Yeah,
or
billions of dollars that just vanished into thin air when they got sent. Only about, 10% actually made it to the front lines?
That's not
10%
true.
Of
That's
munitions.
not true.
That's
None
not,
of
that was
is
reported even by the New York Times and New York Post and all these Western biased sources.
No, they
admit
didn't.
That. Yes, they do.
I know the story you're talking
about.
about. They had to retract it. They had to retract it.
No, they retracted it out of pressure from the United
Let
States
him respond, JY. Let him respond.
They
Go ahead, Dylan.
retracted it because the information that they presented was dishonest. They made it sound like the military aid wasn't getting to the front line, when what was really being talked about, when the statistic, and by the way, it wasn't 10%, it was like 40%. The reason why was because it was humanitarian aid of a single organization being talked about by somebody who worked with that organization. They weren't talking about military aid in that documentary. They retracted it because they had to admit.
Sorry, guys. I know I'm not talking a lot. I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. But I'm listening and learning. Trying to download this so I can. Oh, this is Department of Defense. Downloading. Keep this window open to continue. Okay. Are you downloading it? Where's it downloading? It's an 11-hour stream. I have to download the whole thing to upload it into Opus Clip and then trim out all the extra stuff. Because for some reason, Opus Clip isn't taking YouTube links, which is some bullshit. That's one of the main reasons I got it. Sorry. Tech jargon. I just checked my TikTok. Like, this thing is posting to my TikTok, and I don't even look at my TikTok. Pretty good. Pretty good. Problem is, some of these I haven't even watched through them. They might suck. I don't know. I just using the ones the AI says is going to be the top viewed.
That their framing of it made it look like that American military aid was going to Ukraine and just disappearing. That isn't happening. There's no evidence so far of massive amounts of American military aid disappearing. There's, of course, the odd instance of like one box of grenades or one box of AKs that disappear and anything, but that's always in the margin of error. So my question is, what evidence do you have that A, that NATO soldiers are currently deployed in Ukraine fighting on the front lines as NATO troops, that these foreign volunteers that I've met tricked me and they're actually NATO soldiers? And B, what is the evidence that the majority of the military aid that being sent isn't making it to the front?
Yeah, so I gave the evidence already. You just didn't like it, and then you claimed that you debunked
the person
it,
you're citing retracted it. The person you're citing doesn't agree with you.
You gotta let JY answer to what you just asked him, Dylan. Go ahead, JY.
So the how you know that these people are not telling the truth is because multiple sources reported on it, and then out of pressure from Western governments, they retract it. And why would Western governments be interested in retracting that if they didn't have a vested interest or have stakes in those places? Of course, they're not going to admit that they're sending or encouraging people to go in there and volunteer. But everyone knows that NATO is directly involved in this conflict. So that's why they're sending billions of dollars. They have an invested interest. That's why there was a conflict that happened between volunteers and Ukrainians. Even the Ukrainian military admitted to this. So all of this stuff is just your obvious bias because you went there, you got a couple sorry sap stories from some people on the front lines, and now you feel heartbroken over this. And so you believe anything they would tell you. You're bleeding heart, and that's fine. But at least admit you're a bleeding heart. And further, I didn't finish my point earlier about the territory. Their goal is to diminish the Ukrainian armed forces.
A bleeding heart liberal
through defeating the Azov battalion, something that didn't exist. The neo-Nazis didn't exist.
You feel bad about some sad stories.
And then, of course, everyone admits they exist later on.
I need to pay
but
for
it's
Ukraine.
Not a bad thing that they exist. So this is all coping. in my opinion. You're not actually giving anything other than my source that I went to Ukraine, and therefore what I said is true. Okay.
So
I said this at the very beginning.
Any evidence to what I just said? I asked you.
I said this at the very beginning that I respect what Dylan's done, but if that's the argument, that is just an appeal to an authority and an anecdote.
How do you know that these volunteers, because volunteers exist? I know there was volunteers who went to Spain. There was volunteers who went to the American Civil War. People of their own fruition, for whatever reason, ideological agreement or whatever, they go. I know that's true because I went. And I know other people who went. And so I would be very shocked if while I was meeting and seeing with all these people and like somehow they tricked me, and not only did they trick me, they tricked the international press, they tricked international monitors, they tricked NGOs, they tricked Interpol, who should be able to monitor this stuff, they tricked everybody, and there's no evidence to provide it, but we should believe it because we know that America supports Ukraine, so we just need to assume they're NATO soldiers. We just need to fill in the blanks with whatever nonsense we make up in our head about it being NATO soldiers to cope for the fact that Russia's military is incompetent, they're pathetic, they're unorganized, they're corrupt, they lost 1.5 million fucking uniforms, winter uniforms, they can't even properly gear up their soldiers.
I concede. He's right. Russia sucks. Russia's military sucks. Ukraine is going to destroy them. So why am I obligated to help Ukraine? They got this. They can do it. That's my whole argument right there. We've been spending less money in Ukraine, and they're doing even better in the war. We just got a report 16 hours ago that we watched at the beginning of this stream where Ben, what's his name? Ben Johnson? Ben Hodges, multiple quotes from Ben Hodges.
You don't even need to ask me
about how Ukraine is winning and Trump's giving them less money. Our obligation's over. They got this now. Let them be free, Dylan. But they should remain an independent state and not be NATO or Russia. They're the borderland. They're the buffer zone. Unless you want to start World War III. Are we obligated to start a World War III? I'd say no. I'd say we might want to avoid that. Let's stop fucking with Russia. Let it be independent. Shouldn't be NATO or Russia.
Ask the average Russian soldier. You see tons of videos coming out from Russia of them like, look at this rusty AK. This shit doesn't work. Oh, I have to get in this T-62 from the Cold War. This shit doesn't work. The main turret doesn't work. You have so many soldiers.
This is your argument?
You can laugh.
This is pathetic, dude.
You can laugh all you want. But the problem is, I'm not done, Lewis. I'm not done. We still use old equipment. We don't use it in a frontline struggle for our survival at the throwing on. If you just look at the American invasion of Iraq, it took 28 days. 255 later, Russia still hasn't taken all the Donbass. They're retreating from Kherson. They retreated from Kharkiv. They retreated from Lyman. They retreated from Kiev, and the war is still going on. They've mobilized. They still haven't captured all the territory that they wanted to capture. And if the goal is to demilitarize Ukraine, Ukraine's more powerful now than they were before the war. They're filled with Western supplied weapons like the HIMARS. They still don't even have air superiority, the Russians. That's pathetic. The fact that Russia, who was supposed to have one of the most powerful air forces on the planet, can't get air superiority over Ukraine, a country 1/10 its size, with a minuscule air force that they supposedly disabled on the first day of the invasion. Come on.
You're an idiot. Just straight up, you're not smart. Any military analyst.
Look at even Andrew's eyes were like, that didn't sound like something an idiot would say. Like he really, he said a lot there. To just say you're an idiot to that, even Andrew was like, I don't know. He sounded like an idiot just now. Maybe you should have a better response than you're an idiot.
Any military analyst would laugh and scoff at what you just said, because none of it is actually in their military.
Everything I just said isn't even disputable.
No, yeah, it is.
Which
absolutely.
part? Say the specific. Say it. What's the specific?
I'm trying to get into my response to your.
Say the specific thing that's wrong, because everything I just said just happened.
Let him answer.
All you're doing is this is just.
Yeah, he is a little flustered. He needs to take a breath and take some time to think about how he's going to answer this. He responded quick with "You're an idiot," and then started to make himself look like an idiot. And now Dylan's jumping in. He's pouncing. He's champing at the bit. He's going in there. I got you, bitch. And Andrew's saying it. Well, hold on. Let him answer first. Take a breath, Lewis.
Just argument from incredulity. All I'm saying is that you are saying that Russia's not able to have air.
No. You made the argument from incredulity, Lewis, when you said you're an idiot. And then you kind of fumbled around with your words for a little bit, trying to explain why he's an idiot after he just made a very well-spoken, long, albeit, argument. Now you got to respond to it other than just, you're an idiot. Because people, any military guy says no.
Air superiority. Well, then why?
Andrew kind of swept just now. Andrew, you swept for him just now when you swooped in there. Dylan was biting at the W that he had there. He was gonna shut him down. And Andrew, you swept. You came in there and you said, hold on, let him answer. But Dylan had him pinned down. Dang, ref.
Why are their drones hitting literally every part of Ukraine with little resistance if the Ukrainians have such amazing missile defense? They're not trying to level.
It's not really an ad hom, it's just an insult. And sometimes insults are good in debates, but you should use like an insult while you're making an argument, drop the insult and then continue your argument. Because if they make a strong, whether it's a strong argument or a weak argument, a well-spoken, he hit that. Dylan was like, da 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 da, and here's why, and here's why, and here's why, and it's a big thing. And if you just say, you're an idiot, that's not it. And then you can't explain why his argument was bad. It makes you look worse, Lewis. But Lewis is smart. I think he's winning, but I think that was an L right there, just that segment. And Andrew was sweeping. Sweep for Andrew. We need a sweep emoji. Sweeping. Dylan was pouncing on a weakness that he found. And Andrew swept.
The country like we did with Iraq. Remember what the United States did to Iraq? We leveled the entire country. Millions dead.
Now let him cook.
Russians have been
millions. Wow.
Yes, millions. And that's by independent
Western sources. Oh, you trust them now when they're against America.
The argument that you're making is saying, well, the Russians haven't completely leveled Kiev, and therefore, of course, the Russians aren't going to level Kiev. They have a vested interest in not leveling it. And also, furthermore, they have been casualty adverse to civilians and their own military. So they are slow rolling. It's a meat grinder. Everyone knows that you go into the front lines of Ukraine, about 40% of your unit doesn't come back. And that is absolutely true.
Sweep
the
emoji.
Russians, the Ukrainians themselves admit it. They admit it. Ukraine would not be running out of blood bags in the front line if they weren't having mass amounts of casualties on these stupid offenses that gain nothing but empty farmland. So give me a freaking break with this Russia's incompetent. Well, then why is Ukraine struggling and ousting them if they're so incompetent with Western-backed military guys?
Exactly. Just grant him Russia sucks, Russia's losing, then why does Ukraine need America to help you win the war? Oh, you mean, so are you saying America's beating Russia? Should America be fighting Russia for some fucking country out there? Ought we do that? I don't think so. Ay, caramba. This is Biden's war. Bad war. I wouldn't have had it. There's agreements, diplomacy. You can do this through diplomacy, but they pounced when they saw weakness in America. So America being involved in there leads to this war. And now America is obligated to stay involved in it and keep it going forever? Nah. You can't obligate me to that. I don't care what bleeding heart worldview you have, how sad you are about some soldiers you talk to on the front line of the Ukrainian side. You didn't go to the Russian side. If he did, and I'm wrong about that, I'll find out over the next week. If he did spend time in Russia talking to Russian soldiers, then I'll bite my words, or I'll bite my tongue on that. I'll revoke that. But as far as I know, he has not gone into Russia and talked to Russian soldiers and done documentaries on their side of the story.
I can just flip the conversation right back at you. It's a silly argument. Coming from somebody who obviously knows nothing about military conflict.
Okay.
Let him respond now, JY. Go ahead, Dylan.
So, Lewis, you're part of a class of clowns. The Gonzo Liras, the people who pretend to know what they're talking about, but all they do is regurgitate state media talking points. I didn't regurgitate state media talking points. I gave you studies from Yale. But because it has Western influence, it's disregarded. And
no, because it has liberal gay influence. That's why I don't trust Yale. Yale's not as bad as Harvard. Harvard's way worse, but I don't trust the collegiate industrial complex and their studies and their no.
We're going to have this, we're just going to bump heads for the rest of it. But if you want to get into like throwing insults back and forth, we can do that. I would prefer not to. I can get heated, but let's probably not insult each other. So when it comes to the specifics of the Russian military,
that was professional. Like, Dylan's good. Dylan won that argument. I thought Lewis was winning the whole debate, but that one argument, Dylan really laid that out. He kind of spurred for a bit, but it's not spurging. We say spurred, but he really he went through a whole thing, and he said a lot there. And Lewis just said, "You're an idiot." And then Andrew went, "Huh?" Like, that's not. No, you need to respond to what he just said adequately. And he did not do it. He said, "You're an idiot." And then he fumbled with his words and made himself look like an idiot. Andrew moderated and Dylan started pouncing on that weakness. Andrew came in and said, "Hold on, now let him answer." Sweep. but then Lewis cooked for a bit and didn't really do a great job of beating it. And Dylan sees it now. He's jumping on it.
Whether or not you call the city of Kherson,
and now it's just my sources versus your sources. You say Yale, you say Tenet. Whose sources is it? But it was a kind of good move by JY, because it's got Dylan to acknowledge that you can't just lean on this this argument of authority, that you've been there. You know? There could be some Russia-Ukraine expert who spent his whole life for 60 years studying every single writing and every single historical document, and he's never been to Russia or Ukraine. But his whole life has been dedicated to learning about everything, from studying all of it and comparing it, all of it, studying himself approved on the history of Russia and Ukraine. And you went there for 4 months and you talked to some Ukrainian guys, and you have some life experiences. You have some personal experiences. Cool, but you know, that doesn't make you more knowledgeable on the topic than somebody who's studied it longer. Now, I'm not saying it makes me. I'm not more knowledgeable on the topic, but you can't use that's why the argument is fallacious. You don't have to have experienced something to be able to talk on it. It's retarded. And you can't just appeal to the fact that you did do it as the crutch that you lean on for the whole debate. I saw it, so I know. Okay, but I don't agree with what you saw. And regardless, and I'm not even going to use this. This is not going to be the approach I'm taking. I have respect that he went there and he saw it. My whole thing is, how are you going to morally and economically obligate me to spend money out of my wallet when we got people in America struggling? You can't obligate me to do that. I'm not obligated to do that. Should I do that if I'd like to, if I have the ability and the abundance to be able to facilitate these actions? Why am I talking? I'm trying to talk like liberal, like smart. I'm a smart guy, guys. Guys, I'm a smart guy. I got to talk like a smart guy. Should I be obligated to do this? No. No, you shouldn't either. If you want to, you can, and I appreciate the work you've done, but You can't make me do that. I ain't going to Ukraine unless I get a Ukrainian bitch.
Empty farmland, as the Russians are abandoning it right now. Whether you're going to call Lyman empty farmland, if you're going to take all the land that they took back around Kharkiv empty farmland, or the rivers they took back, or Kupiansk empty farmland, I would disagree with that classification. I would also disagree that the Russians have air superiority is your position, that because they can have what I think 40 to 30% of the drones they end up launching hit their targets in places like Kiev, or the deeper it goes, of course, the more it gets shot down. Because they can do that, they have air superiority. The air superiority isn't that you hit 30% of the targets you shoot at. Air superiority isn't that 80% of our stuff gets shot down when we try to hit a target. Air superiority is that you have nobody to contradict you. You don't have an air force to contradict you. You don't have, the weapons on the ground to air defense system that's going to take you out. That's what America worked to establish during the invasion of Iraq, and Russia has failed to establish during the invasion of Ukraine.
You're comparing Iraq to Ukraine, which is why you're not a serious interlocutor.
I'm just saying that America has shown itself to be an effective military, and the Russians
No, it hasn't. Why did it take 20 years for us to build up Iraq and Afghanistan, and now they're both collapsing?
How was Iraq
within a matter of days?
How did Iraq collapse?
Iraq collapsed after we withdrew.
I don't give a shit about Iraq. I don't care about Afghanistan. Tie it back into the topic at hand, or say nothing about it. Go ahead.
Well, actually, let's move on.
Facts.
Because
not a
it's not
sweep.
going to get anywhere with talking about military stuff, because clearly you have your sources, I have mine, and no one's going to agree about who is actually winning this conflict. I think that if you look at the objective analysis, you'd see Russia is going to win, and it's going to be a bloodbath for Ukraine.
It's a glorious retreat, glorious, victorious retreat.
Anyways, the reason Afghanistan and Iraq are relevant.
And see, the thing is, this is from 3 or 4 years ago. Lewis was wrong. Well, it has been a bloodbath, but not like Russia. This is still happening. Now, you could argue that Russia's just keeping this a perpetual thing that's going to go on forever. Maybe somehow it's financially beneficial for them, but they'll just keep this going on forever. They could do it indefinitely. And so Lewis was right about that. He said Russia can just produce this stuff and keep this going forever. And Dylan said, no, they can't. Yes, they can. Now, and the media can tell you Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning. They've been telling us Ukraine is winning for 3 years. All I think we're doing is sinking money into a never-ending pit of retarded war that we should have nothing to do with. The only reason Ukraine is able to win and keep it going and going and going is because of us funding them. Us, the U.S., NATO, which is mostly the U.S. I think we're the biggest financier for NATO, or the funder. We spend the most money on NATO. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure I've looked into this before in debates about NATO, that we put the most into defenses, and we get the least back beneficially out of it. We're protected by oceans on two sides, and we have Canada and Mexico. Like, this is not our problem. It's not my fault that you have a million countries next to a fucking giant China and Russia who are smarter and we're able to, effectively unite their population better, and you're scared of that. Now we have to come in and help you. We got oceans, bitch. You pay us. Ukraine women are left Ukraine just like women and going to leave Germany. I don't know. They're bad, though. They bad. That's what I'm saying, dude. I respect Dylan. I bet you he was in Ukraine for 4 months being a war journalist. I guarantee he got laid by some hot Ukrainian ladies. I think he's bi, so maybe he was getting up on some Ukrainian dudes too, but that's neither here nor there.
Relevant is because what it demonstrates is the dual standard that NATO has in regards to the conflict in Ukraine. Russia is not allowed to defend its geopolitical interests, but a country that has no interest with the United States, and we know this now because of the lies about the WMDs and the likes, were invaded. And not just those countries, but Syria, who never invited the United States to be within their own territory, but did invite Russia. all of these things are ignored by these Western sycophants because they would prefer to just pretend that the Ukrainians are this glorious rebellion trying to fight back the evil empire, because it's like movie to them. They actually don't care about the lives being spent. They would rather have all these Ukrainian young men be just slaughtered in a meat grinder than actually come to a conclusion that, you know what, Ukraine's going to lose. They need to give up some territory. But unfortunately, because of Western-backed media and the NATO sycophants supporters, we're going to see more and more young people die because of this. That's what's sad about this whole thing.
So me saying that Russia's invasion is bad does not need to be predicated on whatever America has ever done internationally is correct, or whatever NATO has done internationally is correct. I'm sure I can find something that you think Russia did that is bad. I'm sure I could find.
Ukraine would have already ran out of resources, except they get backing from NATO, from us, from the us who are obligated to support them.
Something, and that wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't mean that now you can't support Russia in this invasion.
That guy got a pee. Sorry about the break.
So I can call out the invasion of Iraq. I don't think we should have invaded Iraq. I also don't think we should support the Saudis in Yemen. I do think we should have been involved in Syria, and I wish Bashar al-Assad would be removed from power. I think he's a bad guy. I think he's disgusting. And we did the majority of the fighting against ISIS. He didn't. So we actually helped his country from ISIS while he was too busy shooting rebels and barrel bombing civilians. Now
you gotta tie this back into Russia.
I know, but he brought it back up. So I had to. I'll bring it back over there. I'll bring it back over to Russia. Now, I don't really care that much about debating the invasion of Iraq and Syria that much. What I do care about is that last thing you said, and I hear this a lot. It's the idea of like, it's this premise of what is it? America will fight to the last Ukrainian. That Americans don't care, and the American government doesn't care about the average Ukrainian civilian, and so they're the ones throwing Ukrainians into the meat grinder. But if you go to Ukrainians and you talk to them about why they're fighting, they're not going to say to uphold NATO's strategic interests in the age of the coming age of multipolarity. What they're going to say is, look, the Russians bombed my mother. They killed her. Or, hey, the Russians backed Yanukovych, and the Yanukovych killed a protester friend of mine, or injured me during the protest. Or, hey, you know, the Russian annexed Crimea, and a Tartar friend of mine, he ended up dead in a river because of that. All right, Russia banned our language historically during the Russian Tsardom, and I would like for the Ukrainian language to prosper. Or, hey, you know what? I don't like that Russia has killed countless Ukrainian civilians during their bombing campaigns, or countless Ukrainian people during their bombing campaigns. They want to liberate their land. And this isn't like a question of like, oh, is that their opinion? That is their opinion. All polling data seems to suggest, and there seems to be no evidence to the contrary, that the Ukrainians want the Russians out. They want them to leave, they want them out of their country, and then they want to run their own affairs the way they want to. And so when somebody says the West, the heartless West, evil imperialist America is going to fight to the end of the last Ukrainian, the Ukrainians are the ones who are willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. So we are just backing up what they want to do.
Okay, so again, I don't think you actually answered the question of hypocrisy here, because I think you just admitted it. I don't think I have to make any more arguments.
I'm not.
You admitted you have no problem. Yeah. You have no problem with intervention of NATO in other places, like for example Kosovo and places like that. But then you clutch pearls. You clutch pearls about Ukraine and Russia. And then the fact of the matter is NATO has been a objective force for evil, because they're the ones that ultimately caused this war to take place. They're the ones that refuse to allow Turkey to intervene and for Turkey to get involved and actually go into this. International law and everything else, Russia has strictly adhered to in terms of war and conflict. It's hard for you to admit this because, again, you have a bias. You talk to a couple sorry sap stories in the front lines who, of course, are going to tell you the woes of evil.
He's smoking a joint. See, I don't think he's actually on any uppers. I don't think weed would be considered a performance enhancer. Probably a performance detractor, or I don't know, depending on your style. I guess it could be a performance enhancer.
Of Russians. Oh, they ate babies. That's why they call them orcs. Like, they're such over dramatizing little babies, which is why NAFO, NAFO is a prime example of these disinformation campaign, which you're a part of, by the way, because you actually use their symbology and all the time on your social media account. So the point is that I don't believe that you're actually honestly assessing this conflict, because you have a impassioned bias towards Ukraine because you went there, you heard some stories, and so instead of actually addressing the geopolitical interests of Russia and saying, oh, I don't care about the geopolitical interests. Okay, then why do I care about anything about Ukraine's geopolitical interests or NATO's who support Ukraine?
So
you haven't convinced anybody of that.
Okay. So the first thing is, I can say the United States is hypocritical and say also in the same breath, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Right? I don't think state actors are these uniquely good things that are just looking out for the best of every other nation involved. I think states are pretty selfish, you know? Mearsheimer, who I'm sure somebody you respect, somebody talks about this all the time, you know, the selfishness of states and acting in their own self-interest. It's a basic tenet of realism. And that's the one tenet of realism I do agree with, that states are selfish. But that acknowledgement of America being historically hypocritical when it comes to saying one thing and doing another does not mean I need to endorse the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Because the thing is, you say NATO is the one who caused this invasion. It was the Russians who in 2014 accepted Yanukovych as he fled where a revolution that was trying to hold him to account when they could have delivered him back to Ukrainian imprisonment, what he should be in a Ukrainian prison. It was the Russians who then lied about invading Crimea and then invaded Crimea anyway after saying, oh, that's not us, I don't know what you're talking about. They then backed the Donbass rebels for 8 years, killing countless people by fueling that rebellion and being directly involved through FSB agents like Igor Girkin, who shot down civilian airliners, right? And then eventually lied about training exercises on the Ukrainian border that eventually led to the Russian invasion. So for me, every single stage of this conflict, it was the Russians pushing it forward. And you could say NATO is the cause. And I understand that for you, it's the expansion of NATO that's really scary. There was no risk of Ukraine joining NATO on February 24th when the invasion was launched, when the expanded invasion was launched. There was no risk. Nothing had changed. Whether we like it or not, and I don't like it, Russia was in Ukraine's international recognized territory in Crimea. They were also in it in Luhansk and Donetsk. There is no way for Ukraine to join NATO as long as it is engaged in a border dispute. As long as it's engaged in a border dispute and large swaths of its territory is occupied, all of the mechanisms that it would need to go through to end up joining NATO are locked down indefinitely. Russia, unironically, when it comes to its geostrategic interests, had basically preserved itself from having to deal with the idea of Ukraine joining in that current situation, which is why the invasion boggles me so much, is they gave up that good hand and escalated the conflict. And that's not to mention that Olaf Scholz offered to make a deal where Ukraine would not be able to join NATO for at least 30 years. And you want to know what? That 30-year deal wouldn't even require them giving up Crimea, giving up Luhansk, or giving up Donetsk. It was a 30-year deal flat on top of the fact that Russia is occupying Crimea, which stops Ukraine from joining NATO at any point. They were the ones who pushed this conflict forward at every point. They were the ones who invaded. They were the ones who fired the first shot. And now they want to play the victim.
No. So again, this is very great storytelling. I'll give you that. You're great at storytelling. You're great at emotional.
Do you have to virtue signal after every time I talk?
But well, that's because what you're doing. I'm just stating the facts. Is that what you're doing? You're weaving a narrative to make your side look so innocent. But if I were to do the same thing, you'd just say, "Well, you're just taking the Russian Kremlin propaganda." When all I have to do is look at what NATO has been doing. They've been expanding NATO for decades. They've had talks with Zelensky prior to the invasion. They had been training Ukrainian troops, despite Ukraine technically not being in the alliance. They've been training them and supplying them with weapons. And then on top of that, there have been talks about putting nuclear weapons back in Ukraine, which is a direct threat, especially when you have a hostile regime in power against Russia. That's the facts on the ground. And if you think that Russia's out of line for saying that's a red line you cannot cross, that's fine. But I can just simply say that your entire emotional pleading that you were doing back there is just that. It's just narrative building.
I didn't emotionally plead. I just said what happened.
It's narrative building. You're trying to pull at the heartstrings for saying it's the glorious revolution.
Let him respond, JY.
What I did is said the Russians invaded Crimea. They annexed Crimea after saying they weren't there. Then, they shot down a civilian airliner. Igor Girkin has admitted to many of these things on his social media platforms, on his podcast. FSB agent, former Ministry of Defense of the DNR. This isn't nothing I just said was scandalous or trying to virtue signal. But could you repeat that last point you said quickly? I forgot it.
All you're doing is appealing to a sense of nationalism for Ukraine, something that you wouldn't hold to other countries.
I remember. I got it. So you were talking about this idea of NATO was talking about putting nuclear weapons in Ukraine. There was no shot we were going to get nuclear weapons in Ukraine as long as they were not in NATO. You know it. I know it. Andrew can't say, but he probably knows it. It would be integral for them to join NATO before any nuclear weapon would enter the Ukrainian territory. And knowing that Ukraine can't join NATO as long as they have a territorial dispute in Russia, and Russia is occupying Crimea, which up to that war wasn't going anywhere, there was no way for Ukraine to join NATO and no way for nuclear weapons to be placed there. Whether or not Zelensky said during a conference hey, the Russians invaded us, we were told our territory to be respected, maybe we should talk about nuclear weapons again. Maybe we should have that conversation. Him saying that is not a justification. Him acknowledging that is not a justification to invade the country, because that was the start of some process of getting nuclear weapons in Ukraine. There was no shot nuclear weapons going to be placed within Ukraine anytime in the near future. There was no reason to invade this country, even for Russia's geostrategic interests, which I don't respect anyway.
Okay, so you just admitted that even if Russia had legitimate geopolitical interests, you would just dismiss them anyways. So really, there is no winning a debate with you. There is no convincing you of Russia's legitimate interests. Your interests are purely Russia big bad guy, therefore Ukraine good guy. That's really what it comes down to. And then of course, again, you're narrative building. You're weaving a narrative to make it look obviously lopsided against Russia. I mean, that's obvious.
Is anything I said wrong when it comes to NATO membership and nuclear weapons?
Yeah, I think that is wrong. I think that even if you were to say that there's no shot. Well, actually, they said there was no shot that there'd be nuclear weapons in Finland, and yet Finland conveniently left out in their proposal nuclear weapons. So again, all of these things are ignoring the idea that that Russia has So again, I think I've won this debate purely because you have not argued that Russia didn't have legitimate geopolitical interests. You're simply saying they're not very good, or I don't like them, and I wouldn't agree with them even if they did have them.
Okay, so the debate wasn't, does Russia have good geostrategic interests that maybe the world should listen to, or does Russia have geostrategic interests? Every country has geostrategic interests. Israel has geostrategic interests to keep the Golan Heights occupied. They have strategic interest to keep a lot of territory occupied. Does that mean that every inch of territory that they've taken, that means they deserve to have it, and we should just say, oh, well, you know, it's good for their country's strategic interests, so they should be allowed to have it? There's a lot of territory around the world that nations could take for their strategic interests that they shouldn't. For example, it would have been within America's strategic interest to invade Cuba, like we tried to do with the Bay of Pigs, and try to take over and install Batista again. That would have been completely within America's geostrategic interest and try to preserve Cuba as an American stronghold. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean I would support it. And my point is, I got to drag it back to it, is there is no way, and Lewis, I have to think we would agree to this. There is no way for Ukraine to join NATO as long as Russia has parts of Ukraine occupied. There is specific clauses within NATO's founding documents preventing this from happening. Other countries would obviously object to it because they don't want to be dragged into a hot war over this, and other countries openly voiced their objections. Germany made this offer for 30 years behind closed doors. Why? Because they didn't want a hot war over this, and they didn't even really consider Ukraine as a nation state they would want to bring in. It's not in their strategic interest. And so for me, I'm just want you to acknowledge that there was no possible way for Ukraine to join NATO as long as Russia had Crimea occupied. I just want you to acknowledge that.
I think what the NATO would do is they would do what is necessary to finagle the system, just like they're finagling the system with all sorts
so they would
of
just
things.
change the Constitution.
Just like just like they promised, both verbally and in treaties, that they would not move NATO one inch towards the east, and yet they did. So NATO will do whatever is necessary for NATO to expand its power and influence over these countries. Because let's be honest, adding Latvia, like I mentioned earlier, adding Latvia or Ukraine or any of these countries to NATO has no purpose other than to be able to put strategic assets next to Russia and threaten Russia's territorial integrity. Period. That's the only reason that they would add those countries, because they offer nothing of benefit. You could argue Ukraine because they have a substantial sized military, but that was only built up in recent years when they started flirting with the idea of being in NATO. So again, Finland and Sweden, all these countries, they don't offer.
We have to cut it, guys. We have to cut it there. We're going to have to move into closing statements and then get to callers. That segment's going to take a little while too as callers come through. There's never a great time to end a debate, no matter who you end it with mid-speak. When you have something as contentious as this, it never seems fair. But you both are pretty experienced debaters. I'm sure that you understand. That's just the way it's got to be. So we are going to move into closing statements. In this particular case, Dylan, JY opened first, so I'm going to let you close first and then move over to JY. You have the same amount of time on the clock, 7 minutes. Now, just so your audience knows, Dylan, the Crucible does things a little bit different. When the debate is done, the closing statements are done, we consider the debate to be over. But that doesn't mean that there won't continuously be exchanges with callers and things like this. I may interject with some questions of my own as we go. Dylan, go ahead with your closing statement. You have 7 minutes on the clock.
So the first thing I want to say is the no inch eastward agreement. It had to do with Germany. Gorbachev made an agreement behind closed doors. There's disagreements to exactly what was agreed to. Even Gorbachev himself has kind of flip-flopped on exactly what was agreed to. But from my understanding is this agreement was verbal. What other agreement on paper, I would love to see it because I am not familiar with it. Maybe you could bring some information to me that I don't know. But as far as I know, the claim is that this claim was made verbally, and what the United States continues to say is that was a policy about East Germany. This was before the collapse of the Soviet Union. This was about the future of East Germany and whether there was going to be NATO bases in a reunified Germany. That is what I believe the negotiation was about. Obviously, between then and now, the geostrategic situation has changed greatly, and I actually don't know if we have NATO bases in East Germany now. We probably do now. I'm unfamiliar. But if that's the case, then you know what? We can withdraw our military bases from East Germany and then deploy them in Ukraine. As for the next point, I don't really think you're being 100% honest with me when you believe that NATO would have found a way to allow a state currently at war with Russia to join NATO, even if its territory is occupied by another country and they're engaged in a territorial dispute. And they're going to get all of the major NATO countries and all the subordinate ones to at least give it a check mark. They're going to be able to make them do that in order to make Ukraine join NATO. And that was a pressing concern when the invasion happened on February 24th, that this war couldn't have been avoided, this bloodshed, this death, which you said that you're principally anti-war, that all of this couldn't have been avoided or negotiated or at least kicked down the road for a better opportunity to be addressed in the future, that couldn't have happened because America and the West were planning to do that. There's no evidence to show that they were moving to change NATO's constitution or founding document.
Sorry, I've been silenced. I've just been zoned out for a while. I'm just listening to this, absorbing things. He references the Bay of Pigs, but doesn't understand that wasn't an American invasion. We armed rebels within Cuba.
Or anything to make the joining of NATO any different. There's no evidence that any country was even motivated in that direction, that we're going to do that. So I think there's a lot of assumptions about something that is almost universally agreed upon to have not been a possibility. Ukraine's NATO membership would have happened once Ukraine is no longer engaged in a territorial dispute with Russia and they have reclaimed all of their internationally recognized territory. Then it would be safe for them to join NATO, not only geostrategically, but also when it comes to like what's allowed in NATO. It's not like we haven't denied countries NATO membership for this before. We did it to Ukraine, we did it to Georgia, and we'll do it to other states probably in the future if something like this ever happens again. So I don't know why this situation is special, that they were going to give Ukraine the special NATO privileges and allow them to join. I think this invasion has been brutal. When he says that that international law has been followed, there have been multiple documented instances of war crimes being done. I have been present and filmed war crimes myself, including the shelling of civilians in Mykolaiv city center. Russian artillery
Where did
shell
I
fell
download
200 feet
it?
away from me and killed somebody right there. That was a civilian. That was a war crime. 24 people were injured that day. 2 were killed. I have been to the mass graves. I have seen these myself, but you don't need to believe me. I'm a lying liberal, right? But you do need to believe your own eyes. And there's plenty of footage of Russian soldiers executing civilians in the Bucha area and around the Kiev area during the earlier offensives. And there's tons
I don't know
of
where I
audio
downloaded
of Russian
this.
soldiers calling home to their wives and describing war crimes they committed and how they feel regret, but they were given no other option and they just had to do it. This isn't even, I think, that disputed by, I mean, you could say maybe that it was deepfake voice or it's deepfake video, but I would need to see somebody decode that evidence to prove that it was deepfake, because up to now, no one has proved that any of this footage of war crimes have been deepfaked. I think Russia's brutality has been particularly recorded in this war. I think it's been particularly bad, and I think that the moral thing to do is for the West to continue to support Ukraine until it pushes Russia out. And one last thing on the nuclear threat. The one thing that I think increases the nuclear threat in this world is if we give the message to the international community that you can fail in a military invasion, you can look like it's your own
Where did it
Vietnam
download?
2.0, and you can just win all of your objectives.
Download
just because
history.
You
This
threaten to blow
says
up
it's
the
been
world.
downloaded.
That's a
Where is
ridiculous
it?
international standard to set, and it's going to encourage other state actors in the future to engage in that behavior. And that means more problems down the road and a less safe world internationally. I'll end it there because we'll probably continue to go back and forth after.
All right. Where did I download it? Google Drive? It's not on my Google Drive, is it? No. Trying to grab this dinosaur debate video, but I guess I need to put together my Monday night show. It's 6 a.m. Normally I would get home around 7 a.m. and start doing it, but we can start it early. I'm going to go heat some food up real quick. Here, listen to a song.
Across from the swamp, Florida heat. Moved to Utah, chasing deceit. Eyes on every woman, can't look away. Simping his life, wasting the day. Dinosaurs built the pyramids, he claims. Nukes are lies, his mind's aflame. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs ruled, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Josh.
All right. It's dinner time. I'm gonna eat while we finish listening to this, and then I'll start doing the Monday night show stuff.
Thank you so much for that closing statement, Dylan. JY, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think broadly speaking, my argument from the get-go was to say that Russia had geopolitical interests that it was interested in holding. It gave numerous attempts over a very long period of time saying this was a red line that they did not want crossed. I believe that Dylan has not done anything but hand wave those arguments away, saying that, well, Russia did this or did that. It's actually Russia's fault. I found those arguments to be weak. Civilian casualties that he mentioned died from shelling. Civilian casualties are inevitable in any war, any conflict. So no one was arguing that no civilian casualties should be happened. However, one should avoid as much as possible. If Russia wanted to, Russia has the munitions and the capability of leveling every major city in Ukraine down to the last freaking pillar. If they really wanted to, but they haven't. Something that the United States basically did in Iraq, which is the point I was trying to make when I brought up Iraq. Iraq is a prime example of the United States talking out of one side, saying human rights abuses in Ukraine, but then saying, well, we did basically way worse, but we're just going to ignore that. I find it very hypocritical. I find NATO very hypocritical. I find NATO is nothing but a net detriment to U.S. interests abroad and to NATO and broadly to the EU abroad. It brings no advantageous solutions to those peoples, and all it does is stoke tensions with other countries that are nuclear powers. And from my perspective, if you believe that a country has enough weaponry to essentially wipe off the face of the earth, you take them a little bit more seriously when they say this is a red line. And I think that continually throughout the Russian Federation's short history so far, the United States and NATO has continually dismissed their concerns on the international stage. This is very, very demonstrable. All you have to do is look up Russians' UN speeches throughout the last 20 years. You just look up Vladimir Putin's speeches from the last 20 years. In fact, you can even look at his last 3 to 4 speeches that he's done. And every single one of them, he's very clear about the reasons he's doing this. Now, you could disagree, and you could say that those are false, or you could say that they're wrong. But to say that from a Russian perspective, not a U.S. perspective, not a Ukrainian perspective, but a Russian perspective, that they did not have legitimate interests in the war in Ukraine, I think is false, which then implies what standard are we going to apply here? I asked early on in the debate for Dylan to give me a standard in which he can apply at least relatively consistently across the board to all these different conflicts, which he has no problem with. Or will maybe even say, well, I'm not really interested in that one, or maybe it's not that big of a deal to me, or maybe they're justified. But he can't give me a standard in which this specific conflict, the Ukrainian conflict, breaks it.
Is that your closing, JY?
That would be my closing.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the spirited debate, and it was a spirited debate. Before we move into callers, just let me remind everybody that whole call to action thing. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, all that bullshit that you know you're supposed to do. We need it. Also, Dylan's smoking, so that's at least something in his direction that I can give him, right? That's like, at least there's that, Dylan. You know, at least you started smoking. It was time. We knew it was time.
Pretty sure he's
so good on
smoking
you,
weed.
For that. Make sure that you send in your super chats. Now, we are taking call-ins. If anybody from Dylan Burns chat wants to call in, has questions for JY Lewis, that's fine as well. You can hop in our Discord. Mods will vet you, and we will get you in to take that call. And then after that, we'll be moving into super chats. First caller tonight is Synth. Synth, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. How's my audio coming through?
It's coming through well. Go ahead.
Sure. So I've got a question for JY. At least JY first. JY, in the past, you've told me only idiots believe in nukes. You've told me nuclear weapons couldn't possibly work, and you've told me that nukes aren't real.
Let's go!
I can confirm I'm being honest here because
That's
he was there for
well-poisoning.
it, and I believe we even wanted to set up a debate on that topic. So my question for you, yay or nay, have you changed your position? Do you currently believe nuclear weapons are not real?
That's well poisoning. That has nothing to do with the debate topic. And nukes are not real, Synth. Come on, dude.
As they are stated in the media, I don't believe that they're real. However, I do believe that there are weapons that are capable of significant destructive capacity, and I admitted that even in the discussion we had. I just don't believe the media narrative behind it. No, I don't think the narrative behind nuclear, like Armageddon, is as real as people make it out.
No, I'm not talking about nuclear Armageddon. To clarify my question, I'm talking about nuclear weapons being real.
As they're defined, I already answered that question.
Shut up, Synth.
You don't think that there are any weapons that use any kind of nuclear physics?
You got troll, bitch.
No nuclear weapons exist.
I'm saying as they're defined and the results that they have.
Sorry,
the radiation is a lie.
As they're defined. I'm just
It's
asking
all
you, right, with the definition
propaganda
of a
to
nuclear weapon
fear-monger
being
us
a
about
weapon that
nuclear
uses nuclear power,
energy.
right, to cause
Shut
some
up.
explosion.
Next caller.
Yeah,
This is irrelevant.
Do you think these are not real? Is that correct?
You can ask it 4 different ways to Sunday.
I just want to make it clear for the audience.
Okay, but I answered it, and I think that that's 3 times now.
I don't know. Felt relatively dodgy, but I'll go ahead and ask my question for Dylan. Dylan, my question for you is, do you agree that NATO is not democratic? I.e., it doesn't represent people's preferences impartially, the preferences of the member nations impartially?
I don't think it's necessarily democratic, and I don't know if military alliances need to necessarily be democratic. I think they should be based on the idea of democracy in the states within it. I don't think the structure of a military alliance needs to necessarily be democratic. I think that can be different because different states have different levels of influence and different capacity. The idea for me, personally, I think the EU has one big flaw, and I think the big flaw is the idea that one EU member state can cause as much ruckus as they can, especially, but NATO's big ruckus is, I think, somewhat similar to that. My belief about NATO is that it does not necessarily have to be a democratic organization. I do believe it should represent democratic values, as in the alliance is made up of democratic states. That's why I am so skeptical of Turkey's membership, because I'm skeptical of their commitment to democracy.
Take notes, JY. That was a great answer to a question. That's how you answer questions properly. I don't have any more questions unless JY has an answer for me about
I'm
whether
just
or not
not
nuclear weapons
interested
exist.
in the meta stuff that you always do. So you can move on. I answered the question clearly, and I don't think that I need to answer it again.
Okay. Can I ask one clarifying question? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dylan. I think you asked the same question.
No, I just wanted to ask, when you say like nukes, like when you say
that's funny. Synth was all butthurt about the nukes being fake. Are they going back to the nukes being fake?
Have any more questions unless JY has an answer for me about
I'm
whether
just
or not
not
nuclear weapons
interested
exist.
in the meta stuff that you always do. So you can move on. I answered the question clearly, and I don't think that I need to answer it again.
Okay. Can I ask one clarifying question? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dylan. I think you asked the same question.
No, I just wanted to ask, when you say like nukes, like when you say some concept of they're talking about media are not real, what do you mean by that? Because like I think of like, Fallout 4 and like,
Yeah, they fearmonger us with that shit. That shit's fake. They're not that strong. They were sitting 200 yards away with sunscreen on to protect them from the tests. A lot of the videos are bullshit. They're doll houses and stuff like that. And they fearmonger us about radiation. You can look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They said it wasn't going to be habitable for like the next 20 years. And then 6 months later, the president was walking around and they started rebuilding within 6 months. Chernobyl, you look at the radiation devastation from Chernobyl. They've done studies on dogs that are living in Chernobyl and they're doing perfectly fine. The radiation is fear mongering to control nuclear energy. It's tied in with the Paris Climate Accord, and they fear monger you. Oh, these countries have weapons that could wipe out the whole earth. That's not a thing. There's more dangerous threats, and it's not nukes. It's freaking satellites with freaking lasers on their freaking heads, and we're talking about nukes. A nuke is just like a big bullet.
Oh.
Not a big bullet, a big grenade.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki, radiation sucks and it'll kill you type stuff,
Well, I think that as one of the people that helped design nuclear weapons, even admitted that radiation is a vastly fear-mongered thing.
Yeah,
I think
it comes from the sun. It's everywhere all the time. They do the same thing with the moon debates with the Van Allen radiation belts. It's not as bad as they make us think it is.
Idea that we have these weapons that are going to cause nuclear radiation that is going to cause places to be uninhabitable for years and years, and everyone's going to turn in. The Hollywood media and the government has a vested interest in making people as scared as possible of these things, and that's my position.
Tell them what you told me about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, about the radiation.
Oh, yeah, those were mostly fire bombings. They were largely not.
No.
They were largely not.
Okay, so what he just said made the stance sound dumb. Those were mostly fire bombings. No. The argument is there were fire bombings that were happening that were far more devastating than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In Tokyo, the Tokyo fire bombings were way worse. And that the nukes, the war was already over. The war was going to be won. It was going to end. And then they dropped the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki just to demonstrate power, just to say, look at this big bomb we got. And people are like, oh, the big bomb. Oh, and by the way, it has this thing called radiation that comes out of it that will make you grow a third head for the next 38 generations. All of that's bullshit. Okay, that thing can't wipe out the earth. The war was already over. They killed more people with fire bombings in Tokyo than they did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's the argument he's making. He said it really bad just now. He said, oh, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were actually just fire bombings. No, that's not true. They did drop big bombs there.
Not a single bomb. Tokyo was much more devastated than Hiroshima
there you
and
go.
Nagasaki.
You also don't believe there was radiation from those bombs, correct? That's what you told me.
There
There's
was no
radiation,
measurable effect
but-
of radiation that you wouldn't have in a firebombing. Firebombings cause irradiated material as well.
I do think there's a difference
like
in,
toilets
in,
and
in
bananas. It's
effect,
so
though,
true.
right? Because
the
like,
entire city of Nagasaki and Hiroshima were rebuilt within 20 to 30 years of the bombings happening, and by all
They started
objective
rebuilding within 6
measurements,
months.
that should not have been possible.
They said that
Completely
would not
rebuilt.
be possible.
I'm not saying that they weren't completely leveled.
I wasn't gonna ask about that. I was gonna ask that, like, if you look at the injuries that a lot of people faced, like it was.
What are you giggling at, Synth? That's based.
Very obvious that that wasn't like burns, like a regular burn from fire.
And he said nukes are fake, and you got drawn in by it. You got trolled, fucker. But not really.
Yeah,
Not really trolled. It's true.
Firebombings are not.
So like
chemical based.
the radiation caused injuries are unique though. That is radiation based injuries.
Nah,
come from
I
X-rays
think
in the
there's enough
sun.
reason-
How do you?
I think there's
radiation based injuries.
I think there's enough reasons to be skeptical of the Japanese narrative.
What does this
But
have to
first
do
off,
with the
there's
topic?
only one
The
reporter
prompt?
ever allowed on the ground to report on the actual effects.
You think
of
the Japanese are lying about this?
Well, the Japanese, if you read the post-war reports,
The
that
president
they
was
initially got
walking
from
around in
Nagasaki
Tokyo
and
6
Hiroshima,
weeks
they
later,
didn't
6 months
they didn't
later.
even
Is this
admit
like
that, so.
is this like a different version of like, okay, I don't mean to make this comparison, but when I talk to certain people,
not
it's like,
on the
well,
prompt.
certain Jewish people lie about the Holocaust in a certain way to like elicit sympathy. Is this like the same like theme of like the Japs lie about the I'm saying
No.
Revisionist
like, oh, they're
history.
lying
Wait,
about
the Japs.
The Japanese.
How racist
Yeah,
are
very,
you?
very sorry.
How
But
racist are you?
that the Japanese are lying about Nagasaki and Hiroshima to elicit
Well,
sympathy from the
they're
West?
not. They're not. Like I said, the post-war reports from Japan.
They're
the
like,
initial
it's
reports
fine.
from the military.
They're rebuilding.
All said.
They started
that it
rebuilding
was,
immediately.
Fire bombings. There was no unusual report from the military standpoint. They didn't say there was these weird burns and people have never seen this before. They melted their skin off and stuff like that. They didn't have these weird reports. Just read the initial reports that came out in Japanese. Of course, it's in Japanese, so it'd be required to read that. But I would highly recommend saying that the United States had a vested interest in over exaggerating the effects of the bombs. I'm not saying the bombs weren't dropped. I'm saying that the effects of the bombs are not as people claim they are. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that those bombs that they didn't drop very large.
And then the way you hook somebody into that debate is you say nukes are fake. And then they're hooked. Like Synth got hooked. He fell for the troll. He fell for the okie doke. And now you're trying to, you think nukes are fake? You're an idiot. Okay, watch me destroy your whole worldview about your fear of the nukes real easily. Everything he just said was true. And Synth just has incredulity. He thinks nukes are fake. No, you idiot. You're the one who fell for it, you gullible fuck.
Bombs that,
but it's not radiation. Is what you're saying. It's not radiation.
It didn't irradiate the place to where it was unlivable because the cities were rebuilt within 20 years.
Well,
of irradiated
you
damage.
I mean,
rebuilt means entirely
you
rebuilt.
know
By
what?
the way, from the ground
I
up.
am not an expert in this whatsoever, so I'm gonna leave it at that. But
So
that
my
is
position
interesting.
remains my position remains the same as it always has been.
Well, I'm not trying to debate you off of it. I'm just more confused.
No, it's
about
fine. I'm just saying that Synth is just trying to do this because what he's trying to do is say, can you? He's an
well
argument from
poisoning.
incredulity. He's saying, oh, can you believe he actually believes that this is?
No, it's well poisoning. He's saying this guy believes the nukes are fake. He's obviously a fucking idiot. This guy believes dinosaurs built the pyramid. He's obviously a fucking idiot. Okay, how do you believe the pyramids were built? Let's talk about it. Do you know that? I have a better theory. And then you get destroyed. Get owned, fucker.
Possibly not something as the narrative suggests.
Actually,
and therefore you can dismiss. Hold on. Therefore, you can dismiss all of his other arguments because he's silly on this one. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to use one to try and he
but
believes
that's where you're
unicorns
wrong.
exist. Therefore, he can be wrong on all these other things. It's
But
a
that's where
silly
you're wrong.
argument.
well
And
poisoned.
Synth is just silly, which is why I tend not to engage with him.
Can I say one thing, JY? And then I'll let Andrew kick me off and I can be the next person. You can count these as like the words of wisdom before I leave out, right? Just JY. The whole reason I'm bringing that up is because the entire conversation has
about
been
nukes.
around if Russia's perceived nuclear threat is legitimate.
Right.
That's why I brought that up.
No,
right.
remember. The thing is, I was gonna debate somebody else. It wasn't gonna be him. Who is it gonna be? Andrew? I forget his name. The guy who believes Atlantis is real.
This was Witsit Gets It.
Witsit Gets It. Apparently, he doesn't believe
flat
in it
earther
either,
extraordinaire.
I think he doesn't believe in it either. So is this becoming like a trend? Like, is this becoming like a trend where people just nukes aren't real? Dude, I should agree to that because then my
Let's
position gets
go.
like 10 times easier. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? Nukes aren't real. Prove it.
JY, do you, when it comes to the science of nuclear physics, do you disagree with it on like a fundamental?
I'm not debating a non-nuclear physicist. I'm not a science nuclear physicist, so you can. I'm not answering
for nuclear physicists, right?
Yeah.
Dinosaurs rule.
I'm trying to ask, like, I think
Nukes are lies.
Right, I don't care what answer you give.
Delete the folder, Josh. Crazy yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. Twerk consciously. Delete the folder, Josh. Obsession repeat.
Towards JY. I guess it's gone now, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to grab it. But I was kind of just wondering, JY, if you think that it's just the case of the propaganda surrounding
Dinosaurs
radioactive.
Why is it Wednesday Dinosaurs rule?
Also in like in Eastern
I'm
European
not
countries, you think it's also
Delete the folder, Josh. Crazy.
That's enough of that. I told y'all nukes are fake years ago.
What about Chernobyl?
I see it. Thank you, Terry.
I think it's broad.
Chernobyl. Of course, he brings up Chernobyl. Let me tell you about Chernobyl, buddy. This dude, Lewis's base. This is 3 years ago. I've been working on this for years, Lewis. I got some pointers for you.
Broadly true across the board.
Nukes are fake as shit, though. That's all I know. And DNA. You want to see the book I have called Double Helix? It's bullshit.
I think that they over dramatize the effects of these things for propaganda purposes. And I think all countries do this, by the way, not just the United States. I think Russia does it too. So, and I think they have a vested interest in doing that because it keeps people in line.
Well, I will say the Russians did lie about Chernobyl.
And they're not as big as
they
people
lied
think
about
they
it
are
the other
either.
way, that it was a
The
lot
30
less bad
we
than
did
it
a
was.
thing about
Gave
it.
A lot of people cancer.
We
killed
analyzed
a ton
the
of
biggest
animals.
one,
They
the 30
executed so many
30
animals,
ton hydrogen bomb.
removed tons of people from their homes. They lost their homes.
It'll take out
My
like
God,
2 square
Chernobyl was
miles.
Such a disaster. And and the legacy is really still there.
To really cause
an
an Earth catastrophic event, you'd have to drop more of them than are available on the Earth.
I met her, but she told me a lot of amazing stories about the man.
We appreciate your call very much, Synth. Thank you so much for calling in. You know, I'm surprised. I thought we would be flooded with callers like we usually are, but we don't actually have a lot of callers tonight. So if somebody else, I'm going to give
Anybody
it 5.
from my chat?
Oh,
Yeah, I know who sent this. Well, you're telling the chat, but yeah.
sorry. There we go. I kind of knew that there would be more callers.
Aircraft.
Aircraft Sparky, you're on the Crucible. Thank you so much
Sparky's cool. He's still streaming too. He's good.
for your call in. Go ahead with your question.
Oh no! Look, this was an interesting debate. Look, so I've got 2 questions. First of all, JY, what is Russian military doctrine? What is it based on? Because you talked about air superiority. By a Western standard, Russia doesn't even do rudimentary training in that. As far as coordination, so I'm really questioning.
My initial understanding of Russian military doctrine is as good as pretty much any Western person's understanding of it, because the Russians are always very
secretive,
pointed about what they believe. Their doctrine is less about air superiority and more about artillery superiority, which is proven based on how they're fighting this war, which is very defensive and allowing the enemy to come into open spaces and then use the open spaces to engage them. That's based on how I've seen the war play out. That's how I've seen it.
I remember this Q&A. If I remember, I just saw this Q&A live.
I don't think air superiority was something that they were seeking to have. And I don't think they ever actually said that publicly either.
Actually, they said they had air superiority multiple times. They said they actually disabled basically the entirety of the Ukrainian Air Force in the first 48 hours. As we know, it's day 257. Ukrainian Air Force is still high flying, still shooting down, well, mostly missiles, but they're still working. They're still functioning. They intended to disable the Ukrainian Air Force. Yeah. They said they did it, which they didn't.
Well, and so that brings me to you, Dylan. You claim that they didn't, but however, if it wasn't for Western powers actually feeding Ukraine, this war would already be over. Would you agree with that?
Would this war be over?
I think there would still be like some
I think
some disorganized like fighting, but
it would really
nothing...
honestly, it's hard to think. I don't think Russia would have ever under any circumstances taken over all.
So then obligating us to continue funding it and continue supporting it by whatever metric he chooses is continuing the war. The war would end if we just stopped. It's Schrodinger's Ukraine. It's either Ukraine is so strong that it's destroying Russia. Okay, could they do it without our help? No. So we have to help them so that they can keep destroying Russia forever? Like, or are they going to conquer Russia? That's not going to happen.
All of Ukraine. I think they were too corrupt. I think there is a possibility that they could have gotten to the river that flows through Kiev, and maybe they could have gotten to that line. Maybe it would have been easier for them. But the issues they had wasn't from, hey, we hadn't properly planned to fight out Ukraine in a sludge fest. Their plan was the government was just supposed to collapse, kinda. And you could tell that from these long corridors they used to try to get into Kiev, the same way they approached Kharkiv. I mean, they underestimated how much resistance they were going to get. And I think that led to them making a lot of decisions that would have been the same in a scenario where we didn't provide as much support, and it would have still led to a lot of problems. So I don't think there's any circumstance where they take over all of Ukraine. I do think there's a circumstance where they could have taken enough from Ukraine to force them to the negotiating table to either give up more territory or give up being militarized, like having weapons, having a standing army, which they need, obviously. So I do think it might be different. I don't think like Ukraine as it exists today would cease to exist. I don't think Zelensky's government would have ever collapsed.
If I may engage real quick with that too. I think that Russia is very just kind of pragmatic and forthright with their goals and things. Initially, the early days of the conflict in the portion that is considered the special military operation, their goal was to shock and awe and get the Kiev regime to come to the negotiating table in Turkey, that was planned and that is reported on both sides. And then through some people say Biden, but broadly NATO pressure, Ukraine believed that they would be able to put up enough resistance to where Russia would back off, but instead Russia saw a point of no return. And I think that's the reason why they've escalated the conflict to mobilization. And I believe that NATO's false promises of support is what is causing this war to tragically go on and cause a lot more lives to be lost, which is why while I'm not like a Russian sycophant, I think the reason I broadly support Russia in this conflict is because I want as swift of
I don't support either one of them.
I think Russia has much more reasonable terms.
I don't want to support either one of them. Strategically, there could be
one more sentence.
Okay.
Zelensky.
Strategically, there could be an advantage to helping one or the other. And then maybe I would support that strategic advantage, but that's not an obligation. It's not an obligation of the citizens of the U.S., the taxpayers of the U.S., the military of the U.S. Unless they're attacking us, then it is the obligation of the military of the U.S. And I think it's less likely that Russia attacks the U.S. if we're not supporting this country that's trying to go against the Minsk II agreement. So they're violating that agreement. They shouldn't be doing that. And I'm not even trying to quibble over who's right or wrong between Russia and Ukraine. I'm just arguing that my money from my paycheck should not be going to fucking Ukraine. No. Oh, well, what about Israel? Fuck Israel. No, them either. No, I love Israel and Ukraine, but I don't want to give them no money. Same way I'm not giving the hobo on the street money just because he looks hungry. I'm not obligated to. I could. Maybe I offer him a job or something. If there's some sort of beneficial agreement, but that's not a obligation. That's a selective preference to reach a better goal. You know, there could be financial advantages to working with Ukraine and Russia. Ideally, both of them. Diplomacy and working out deals and trade agreements, tariffs, things like Trump's doing, you know? And as our funding is being reduced to Ukraine, Ukraine is coming out better in the war. Seems like we should just back off. Let them do the thing. Figure it out. And get out of NATO. See, then it becomes the whole we got to get out of NATO debate.
They recently said he is not going to give up until Russia's driven out of even Crimea. That's never
true. Based amazing opinion. Finally, a good take from you.
I actually so I need to ask, and both this is for both of you. If you were to try to objectively determine what the goals for the Russian special military operation to be, what their actual goals were, not their stated goals, but their planned goals, what would you consider it to be?
I think at first it was to overthrow the government and replace it with a separate government. I think that's why they aimed for Kiev early on. That's why we had all the fighting around Kiev early on. They tried to go basically into every major city. They made.
Yep. Happy Memorial Day. Tuesday. Not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. Not tomorrow, but next week.
A beeline for every major city. I think they wanted to take over all the government hubs, and I think they kind of looked at Ukraine kind of like a rotten edifice that you just kick in the door and it goes and it just collapses. I think they kind of viewed it that way, and that wasn't true. Now I think their goal is basically to salvage whatever they can. They can't really demilitarize Ukraine anymore. They can't really take over all of Ukraine anymore and like replace it with a new government. They're not going to get rid of Zelensky's government. He's here to stay. And so now
I need to start putting together
they can scrape away.
Tonight's show.
And that's why they annexed Kherson, Zaporozhye, Luhansk,
first thing, White House shooting.
Very shortly, the city of Kherson, losing a bunch of territory around Kharkiv, losing Lyman. And they seem to be retreating around the river, over the river right now. They're getting slaughtered, and so I think now it's just how much territory can they grab out of this? They're trying to salvage it so they can go home and say, "Hey, this is what we fought for." Because if they leave, then then Putin has to turn to his government and say, "Nothing. Sorry. Can I stay in government anymore?" And I don't think the Russian people would like that idea.
JY, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I said earlier, which is that the early days of the war was Russia trying to pressure them into basically agreeing to the Minsk agreements, which is what Putin has said in multiple speeches, is that the initial stages of the conflict were meant to pressure Ukraine into signing the agreements that they found reasonable. And I think that was the initial reasons for the conflict. Afterwards, I think that Russia realized that NATO was never going to allow that to happen, that they wanted to cause as much damage to Russia as possible on an international stage. And so Russia, I believe, and Putin to a large degree, saw no other recourse other than to engage in what I would call demilitarization. So the war transitioned from a pressure campaign, which is why they surrounded Kiev, Kharkov, and all these cities, was more of a pressure tactic to kind of confuse the enemy. But once they realized that this was going to be a knockdown, great dragout, they retreated from areas they found unnecessary and solidified their positions in other areas with the limited troops they had. Once they realized that there was still no negotiations going to happen, they did partial mobilization, which is what we see now. I think estimates are that they have about 30% mobilized, or 30 to 40% mobilized. So they still have about 60% more people that they're going to throw into that region. Kherson's an empty city. It's a no. Even if they take it, they've already evacuated all the civilians
and looted it. Yeah.
And
not all the civilians. No, that's not true.
And they have also left a residual force of Russians behind to hold back the Ukrainians. Once the Ukrainians take the city, they could just bomb it to oblivion.
Why are they leaving?
Because they're, as I said multiple times throughout the debate, the Russians are casualty adverse to their own people. They want to cause as much damage to Ukrainian forces and cause as little damage to their forces. And so what they're trying to do is, by retreating, they can draw the forces out into the open and obliterate them.
They're
which is a meat
casualty
grinder.
adverse.
Yes.
What happened at Lyman? Why did they wait until they were encircled to order a retreat?
Well, I think it's early to make any sort of objective claims of what happened on the ground there. I think it's too early in a conflict.
I think they disregarded the lives of their soldiers. I think that's what they did.
Sure. Okay, if that's the narrative you want to paint, sure.
I mean, you can call it a narrative, but I mean, they were just mowing down buses of men, just trying to burst through the line after they waited too long to withdraw.
You would have to agree, though, to move over to JY's point, that the fog of war is still very much steep at the moment. And don't you think it is going to be difficult until probably several years after the conflict to actually tell what did or did not happen in certain battlefields?
I think to get the specifics down to a T, that's going to take time. But I think there's still general things we can look at.
But
to have
also,
an idea of how something went. For example,
more time also gives more time for revision, more time for change to the story, and more time for different people controlling the story and altering it. So I think actually, as it's happening, is going to be the best information. And then as time goes on, you got to watch how those stories are twisted, which is what Dylan's doing.
After D-Day, I think it was pretty easy for a lot of generals to get an after-action report to be like, okay, this is what we're going to tell the press, and the press had a general idea that there was a landing, maybe around 1,000 soldiers died, and now we have established a foothold in Germany, and you have a general idea of what happened. The very nitty-gritty specifics, I do think takes time and probably historical review, but I think Russia's just lack of planning when it came to logistics earlier in this war kind of showed a disregard when they were sending their men in. I don't know if it's because they don't care about their soldiers. I don't think that's true. I just think they're perfectly willing to absorb casualties, or at least treat their soldiers with not enough care, like not enough actual care. Like they can care mentally, but not care when it comes to actual maintenance of them.
Gotcha. Okay, Aircraft Sparky, thank you so much for your call in. Appreciate it very much.
Yes. One last thing, Andrew, and just a critique on both of y'all's point of view on this. From an objective military standard, it would appear that Russia started out with the idea of trying to create a land bridge from Russia to Crimea, because the bridge, the logistics involved with that original connection just is a little overburdening. I believe that the assault, Dylan, on Kiev was more of a distraction in order to draw people away from the wanted territorial lands that they wanted to get.
Man,
and they thought maybe there was an opportunity that there would be enough chaos to where maybe the current government would collapse, but that didn't happen. They didn't send enough people in towards the Kiev era for it to be a proper invasion. Estimates by a slim margin, if you wanted to just barely scrape by, would have been around 300,000 soldiers if you were going to do strictly a land campaign without enough air support. Russia does not have the proper tactics to do air superiority.
Can I ask you a question quick?
Yes, sir.
So for me, I heavily disagree with the idea that it was a distraction, because why would they, because Lewis told us they're risk averse, so they want to protect them. Why did
they're not risk averse?
Why did they do those VDV landings of these very important, high maintenance, very high quality soldiers? Why did they drop them near the capital when they all got?
Well, they dropped them out at around 5,000 feet, Dylan. So not really all that elite. In fact, it was a dumb move.
It was. You can say no. You can say it
high.
was dumb, but why would they attempt to do this? Right? Why would they attempt to do this if they didn't think the government was just going to collapse?
So I looked at it as more of a deal to try to shock and awe, to scare them. Oh no, the VDV are coming, and it turns out it was an incompetent airborne operation. I think I even made that critique on one of your streams in your chat.
Unfortunately, Aircraft,
yeah.
I'm sorry, we do have to move on to other callers. I really appreciate you coming on. Appreciate it very much. Will, you've been waiting patiently. Can you hear us okay? Will, are you there?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I have a question for JY. I think JY has mentioned a lot about like how NATO should be considerate of Russian geostrategic like goals and ideals, right? But I'm also wondering the flip side. Do you consider NATO's geostrategic ideals and like objectives to be valid or worthy of debate?
Well, I think that
Can I just like give an example? Like, so you asked about like the Baltics, right? Why would NATO want the Baltics to be in their vicinity? Well, I mean, one reason is just peace and stability in Europe, right? Like usually when countries join NATO, their defense budgets collapse because they're just under the U.S. nuclear umbrella, right? There's no need for like massive amounts of tanks or like all these sorts of things. So I guess that's sort of like the thing.
Because they know Daddy America will swoop in and get them
I think that's
weapons.
I think that's a good point, but I would push back on
I'm
this.
not worried
that
about
I
the
think
Baltic.
that it's that international organizations of multiple countries don't have.
I'm not worried about any
geopolitical
of it, but
interests.
I'm saying
Otherwise, what you're saying is that there is one country with geopolitical.
We're talking about
interests and
Ukraine.
then vassal states of that. So what I would say is that if anything, NATO is just a representation of the American empire exerting its own influence over more and more vassal states, and so that's why their defense budgets collapse, because the empire, just like in Rome, would take the cost of defending their vassals. And so what I would say is that NATO doesn't actually have geopolitical interests other than, in theory, the defense of its members. Expanding the amount of members actually doesn't benefit the members already in it, because it creates more liabilities potentially, more sparks that can light a flame. And particularly with Ukraine being as corrupt as it was when the initial talks started, I think that it's something that doesn't comport, because I think that ultimately the only geopolitical interests that really actually truly exist are those of nation states. I don't think NATO counts as a nation state unless you want to then relabel it as
okay, how about
just an extension of the American empire.
Just relabel it as America, right? Like Amerito or something, right? Like,
well, I think it harms America's interests,
also
if anything.
just like a nation like exerting its geopolitical influence for like the betterment of itself. Isn't that also just valid?
Sure, yeah, but I don't think it actually does benefit America. Now, this can be that's a whole nother debate topic, and that's very lengthy. But I don't actually think that NATO expansion benefits America. I think it harms it, especially the people in it. It may benefit the warmongers and the mega companies and the contracting companies for defense contractors.
Lockheed
but
Martin,
certainly doesn't
Raytheon.
benefit the American citizen. Anyone who's living in America knows how bad inflation has been, knows how bad cost of living has gone up.
Caller, with your hang on a second, Dylan. We want to try to get you guys out of here
JY's
at the
right
3 hour
here.
mark if we can, right? so caller, if you have one
Dylan
more
took
question,
some W's.
go ahead with
JY
it,
was
and then we gotta
killing
move
it
on to
in the
our
beginning,
callers.
but-
Go ahead.
All right, it's a relatively quick one to Dylan.
That
I
whole
was
"you're
just,
an idiot"
wondering,
scene
what
was-
exactly is
took a L
should be
there.
like Ukraine's plan to conquer Crimea? Because obviously it's been with Russia for like 8 years, right? Russia's like dug in pretty damn heavily. Russia also considered it like more important than pretty much anything else, right? In they've occupied
Chair!
Ukraine, even like the
I got an Andrew chair. Hold on. I got an Andrew chair. I knew I could find one. Got him. It's an old Andrew chair. How do I screenshot? Print screen. Who knows the hotkeys? How do I screenshot? Is it control print screen? What'd that do? Saved pictures, screenshots. How do I screenshot? What's the hotkey? Somebody know? Pictures. Screenshots. No, I didn't get it. How do you screenshot? Control Alt print screen? Oh, I think I figured it out. Screenshot copy to clipboard. All right. No, I need to save it. Screenshots are automatically saved to your screenshot folder. Okay, cool. I got it. I got the Andrew chair. Now the chair react stream, the Chairwell chair react stream that will be happening probably Tuesday or Wednesday this week. The question is, do I have the open Discord? Because one time we did a chair react stream where I left the Discord open because people asked for it. Should I do it silent all night or should I have the Discord open? That's the question. Well, I got Andrew's chair. I put it on a loop where it like slowly zooms in. And then it starts over again. And then it slowly zooms in. And it's got Dylan in it. So it's like promotion. Let's go. And it's on the Ukraine debate. And I'm doing a Ukraine debate with Dylan. Let's go. We're doing Chairwell chair stream. Uno with the boys. Chair reacts. Chairwell stream. Chair's going to be reacting to some other streamers' chairs all night long. I was very much a supporter of Ukraine until 2024 when they banned the Ukraine Orthodox Church. Now I'm neutral on it. A slight lean towards Russia. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I have more of a lean toward Russia, but I don't like neither of them. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to give Ukraine money to keep this war going forever. Let's end this shit. Windows button plus Control S. Too late. I already got it.
Donbass nations, like every time Russia's thrown a tantrum, it's because of Crimea, right? And so I'm just saying, like, how can Ukraine like conquer Crimea, but still like it attain like the support of the entire world, who at that point might be tired of this thing.
All right, I need to put together the Monday night show. Enough with this debate. I'm going to be cramming for a week. And then next Saturday night, what are the fights next Saturday? We don't have any pay-per-views coming up. Probably not until the week after. Song Yangdong is fighting next week. This week, the 30th. And Figueredo versus Song Yadong. That's a pretty interesting bantamweight main event. What are they fighting in China? Main card starts at 5 a.m. next week. Oh, it's going to be one of them. That's one of these damn Chinese fights. That means as VK is ending the fights, the main card is going to be beginning next week. Song Yadong and Figueredo. That's going to be a good fight. I got fighting in China, though. Where are they fighting? They're probably fighting somewhere in China because there's a lot of Asian fighters on this card. Teixeira and Pavlovich, that's good. Okay, we got some decent fights next week. After the fights, we'll just be arguing about Ukraine all night. Or agreeing on it, but so I'm going to be cramming for a little while. But I want to find Dylan's documentary while I put together the Monday show. This is documentary purposes only. For news and education, anything shown in this is not happening live YouTube. This is from Dylan Burns. 1 year on the Pokrovsk front line.
I'm embedded with the 59th Mechanized Brigade, fighting 25 kilometers outside of the industrial hub of Pokrovsk City, in a small town called Halisanivka. We are on a fire mission, with a Grad rocket artillery team trying to eliminate Russian forces that are advancing in the Donetsk region. The Grad team is using shoot-and-scoot tactics, dangerous work in the age of 24/7 drone coverage of the front line, with the enemy always looking for movement. The team drives to a point away from their position. Crew members jump out. The commander calculates coordinates. Data is related to the Grad team. It is then entered into the targeting system. The gunner adjusts the direction of the system, and bang.
Damn.
Then you get out of there, because Russian counterfire is coming.
Empties. Fuck you.
За Зефіра.
Це хто?
Це мій загиблий кум. У нього сьогодні 40 днів. Мені запропонували навідника, водія або просто піхотинця. І, власне, я вибрав, що мені цікаво.
Thought I'd be interested in artillery.
Буде працювати на артилерії.
Jaeger.
Запропонували таке. Град мені подобається великою силою ураження, великою масштабністю площі, яку він може вразити. І просто подобається він сам по собі. Будь ласка, собрання. За рекламу мені, будь ласка, грошенята.
Oh, please pay me for the ad, please.
Я спочатку теж не зрозумів, що це.
What type of drones pose the biggest risk to teams like yours?
Всі.
All of them.
All of them?
FPV, розвідувальні, дрони камікадзе, тому
Recon
що одні
drones,
розвідують,
kamikaze
і, значить, по нас буде вестися вогонь
артилерію
enemy
artillery fire at us.
Просто зараз нас прилетить.
FPVs flying and
Has
bomb
the
us.
frequency of Russian drone activity in the skies increased? And has that affected your operations?
Набагато більше стало роботи, набагато більше стало дронів. Буквально ще рік тому FPV тут не було, вони не долітали. А навіть зараз є місце, де впав FPV-дрон. Через що набагато важкіше працювати в першу чергу емоційно, тому що більше думаєш про те, що а вдруг зараз над тобою висить дрон. Але мусимо працювати. Немає вибору.
What safety precautions do you take in order to try to not get hit by these drones?
Реп-системи.
Jamming systems on vehicles.
Я, слава Богу, з FPV-дроном
Never encountered a drone, thankfully.
The start of the Russian march towards the city of Pokrovsk began after the fall of Avdiivka, the fortress city that had withstood Russian attacks well before the full-scale invasion, but had fallen due to a combination of a lack of munitions and overwhelming infantry assaults, as Russian commanders were willing to sustain casualties that would stagger commanders from the west. After the fall of the city, the next major objective for Moscow became the industrial hub and coal mining community of Pokrovsk and its twin city of Mirorad. Pokrovsk, sustaining a pre-full-scale invasion population of 46,000, is a useful node in Ukraine's domestic steel production, having the only mine that produces coking coal for Ukraine's metallurgical industry, as well as a logistical and transportation hub for the Ukrainian armed forces. Its most notable cultural contribution to the world was the musical composition Shedrick, written at the start of the 20th century. It's a song about a swallow flying into a family's home and
really adding a lot to the world. Thanks for this song.
Singing of a bountiful spring that awaits them. This would eventually be adapted into the internationally renowned...
Bitch, we got Michael Jackson. Why am I obligated to fund this?
Christmas song known around the world as the Carol of the Bells.
Вчора найближче було 150 метрів, 4 дні тому було метрів 60. 152 калібр.
Is 60 meters the closest call you've had?
Ні, найбільш в мене було метрів 30. Але це не під час виконання роботи, це було там, де ми ховаємося на ночівлю. Виходить, я вийшов, зробив дуже по-дурному, я вийшов на дорогу подивитися, де прилетіло перед цим. І я подивився, зібрався заходити назад і почув, швидко впав, тому що я розумів, що впаде десь поруч. На щастя, впав, виходить, за будівлею, і більшість осколків пішло в будівлю. Тобто мене закрила будівля, тим самим захистило мене. Але все-таки один з осколків застряг на штанах. Але не поранило. Так, більше було в снаряді, більше було б роботи, більше знищення ворога і більше результату наших контрнаступальних дій, оборони наших територій, які зараз є, які можуть втрачатися банально через те, що не вистачає людей та зброї. Ми вистрілюємо, наприклад, 2 снаряди, нам може прилетіти 15.
What does your family think of your work?
Мені пропонують зламати ногу, щоб я не повертався сюди. Що ми закінчуємо, що нас потрібно міняти, ми теж хочемо додому, хочемо теж відпочити.
If you could tell people outside of Ukraine who know nothing about the war, anything about it, or you wish they knew something, what would you tell them?
Війна – це жахливо. Це страшно. І хоч, наприклад, я пішов добровільно сюди, але я не хочу далі тут бути. Я хочу, щоб був спокій.
This town won't hold for much longer. Despite the cost, it would soon be captured by advancing Russian soldiers in less than 2 months. Ukraine's forces would withdraw to more defensible positions, hoping to preserve manpower and strength for the fight ahead.
А цей, що я бачу, я ж загуглив в Ютубі, що там є оновлення якісь роблять, прошивки.
October 31st, 2024.
Тобі приклади, не знаю, влучань, аварій.
Це самі спалили,
невідомо. То, да, бачиш, вона не може.
Танк переїхав.
Tank drove through.
Це щастя, що зараз просто такі погодні умови.
We got lucky with this weather. Small talk about the weather. On the other hand, I wish it flooded and there was a swamp. Some F-gods.
Вони зараз намагаються встигнути до зими.
He's not very
Всі говорять,
inclusive.
що в їхніх планах, типа, Покровськ взяти до зими. Я кажу, що це нереально.
He said the slur for the. He said the F slur. We need to support Ukraine more. They dropped F slurs unabashedly with a journalist in the back seat.
Поставили цю точку саме Покровськ, але це ж не означає, що вони візьмуть Покровськ і на цьому зупиняться просто. Вона, ця точка їм стратегічно дасть дуже велику потужність нарощування своїх сил.
I ain't watching this for 2 hours right now, Dylan. This is slow. Let's get it going, dude. I can't damn read the whole time. You don't got a narrator? Railroad, we have sabotage, making it possible that the battle still functional. I don't know how. Trains got away from the remote mines of Provost toward Dobrilia. Bumps. Fucking hell.
А ну приклади діло американські гірки, я правильно? Like Wonderland. Six Flags.
The situation has deteriorated.
How do you say
we are outside the
roller
Ukrainian
coaster
city of
in
Soldovia,
England?
the last notable urban
English?
settlement of any size between Russian forces and the city of Pokrovsk. News from there
He
isn't
said
good for the
Six
defenders.
Flags.
With reports from the Russian Defense Ministry indicating that Russian soldiers had taken the city within the last 24 hours. The fall of Soldovia occurred faster than anticipated, with those tasked with defending the city finding attackers on the right and left side of it, as Ukrainian forces were unable to protect their flanks.
Як відійшли всі лідова? Відійшли всі лідова ж не в міських боях. Відійшли всі лідова через те, що просто обрізали логістику. Через те, що якийсь сусід зліва справа недостатньо крепко тримається, і їм приходиться вмирати або відходити.
This led to a rapid withdrawal by those who could get out, and a rush to finish building fortifications before Russian forces reached Pokrovsk's outskirts. While other battlefield innovations have gotten most of the attention, excavators like these are needed all across the front line and are worth their weight in gold to defensive planners. Heavy machinery like this can do the work of a dozen soldiers digging in less than half the time, making it a priority target for enemy artillery and drone teams. A lack of properly prepared defenses has been a constant subject of critique by both observers and infantrymen tasked with holding the farm fields, villages, and tree lines that divide unoccupied and occupied cities. Once again, Ukrainian fortifications are playing catch-up, and those engineers, like anyone who operates on the front, are having to put themselves in more danger because of it. Bonuses are supposed to compensate soldiers for duty, but with strained finances, Kiev has had struggles with financial rewards for service.
We should send them more money.
Начальник групи.
I'm the head of psychological rehabilitation and support.
Я приїхав тут підтримати пацанів,
I came here to
підняти
support
моральний
my
дух,
boys
але
and raise
якби я
the
міг їм
morale. But
повернути
if I
премію
could
100
get
тисяч,
there,
їх би дух моральний би бля,
100,000
злетів до гори. А так як
morale
я
would
цього не
rise
можу
like a
зробити,
mountain. But
блядь,
since
ну,
I can't fucking
на
do
жаль.
it well, it's
У нас
unfortunate.
навіть взяти група з інженерного забезпечення, живуть межові, приїжджають в сусіднє село на пилораб. Їм вже платять по 300 тисяч, хто приїжджає на пилораб. Шахтарям навіть в тому селі, що ми живемо,
Miners live in the same village are paid 100,000 because they're in combat
десь в
zone.
селі, що ми живемо.
The same village
Зараз
as us.
морально-психологічний дух
Прилетіло
військовослужбовців,
Morale of
він
servicemen
знижений
is
за рахунок
dropping.
того, що в них відібрали
Bonuses
їхні
have been
преміальні,
taken
які
away.
були, ну, мотивуючися тим, що
justifying it
вам
by
не
saying
мають їх
bonuses aren't
платити. А як
warranted.
платили до цього? Виникає питання. Хто кого найобує? Ну, от реально, вибачте, ну, у мене других слів просто немає.
I don't know. They seem to be bitching. They're fat and bitching. How are you fat in the military and bitching about not getting paid enough? Shut the fuck up. You're in the middle of a battle zone. You're fat, dude.
І вони нам досі пояснюють,
Мій
що
мам
вам
died
не
in
мають платити, вам
the
переплачують. Вам мають платити суто за берки. Тобто в бойовому розпорядженні вказуються дні бойових виїздів. За ці бойові виїзди у вас 100 тисяч. За інші дні, які ви перебуваєте за межами, тобто в районі, у вас 30 тисяч. Але є другий підпункт, що район, в якому ми знаходимося, тобто ви куди приїжджали до нас, на точку перегрузки, рахується.
Is there any battle footage, Dylan? Or are you just walking around with these? This guy looks like a fat Mexican.
Він до повного зносу міняти. Не дають
I have to watch this on my own. I'm not going to watch this on stream because I don't want to read all the captions to you guys. And if you're just listening, all you're hearing is gobbledygook.
Randomly from the drop-off point with no destination in mind multiple times. For now, she exists in limbo as we head to a gathering point near the front.
Oh, I've watched this.
We are now headed deeper into the southern Donetsk region, towards the frontline town of Constantinople. The Russians are currently assaulting the town of
I covered this on my Monday night show. I've watched this. I remember this. Oh my. Okay. I've seen this.
Rakove, just a few settlements away to the east, and are also under 10 kilometers away, roughly 6 miles to the south.
6 months ago? No. I guess no. I felt like it was later. Before that, maybe I was just watching his streams and he had something like this.
Artillery shelling has spilled into the surrounding communities, causing a wave of displacement and requests to aid workers for evacuations. We are heading to a gathering point where locals from the community are waiting to be evacuated by a medical crew operating near the front.
America, Russia, China?
Right as we stepped out of our vehicle, the rumble and screeching of heavy Ukrainian.
Fuck China. You're going to hate it, but America, Russia, Israel. Netanyahu, Putin, Trump, the three greatest guys. That's the trifecta of political power right there. That's three of the that's three of the four beasts of the apocalypse. I guess you could throw like Kim Jong in there, and that's the fourth. That's the tiger. So now you got the four beasts of the apocalypse.
In armor driving through the town, and
except for the dragon, and one of them could be the dragon.
To military positions filled my ears.
The dragon's not a. Never mind.
Fighting in this area has been especially violent. Brigades like the 33rd Mechanized have been involved in stubborn tank battles to protect the city's flank. Their press officer told me that trying to get into Kurakove was like flipping a coin to see if you'd be hit by an FPV. These are those who are fleeing their homes for safety. They are elderly, as is typical of those who...
Thank you, Wally, for the super chat. First super chat of the night. I know it's been a boring stream. I don't expect much. Highly recommend utilizing the axe-wielding maniac you know who's been following this for his IRL job for years. Hi, we've met. What? You've been following Ukraine for your in real life job for years? Are you talking about you, Wally? I know you know more about history and NATO and stuff than me. I need to find Wally's NATO debates. Yeah, you should go on the Discord on Friday and Saturday night, because I wrote weekly Ukraine report for clients for 3 years. Oh. I don't even need to know everything. All I need to do is prove that I'm not obligated to take care of Ukraine.
Who wait the longest to evacuate, or don't evacuate at all. Gray hairs have quickly become the most common color in frontline towns.
What? What'd that mean? They got a lot of old people?
Traveling in frontline communities all across the country is
all the young people are dead.
Rare to meet someone younger than those in their late 50s to 60s. Those with families to look after and younger residents who don't survive on pensions tend to leave earlier than those who don't know if they will be able to afford living in a big metropolis like Kyiv. There are aid organizations and NGOs that will help provide room and board and other support, but groups that provide services on the front line, like the now defunct USAID, don't have endless resources, and many others are unaware of the resources they do have.
No, I know Wally knows his history and stuff like that. Yeah, send me any stuff you have, Wally. Any everybody just post all the sources and stuff in the politics channel. This isn't that hard. The prompt, it's a badly worded prompt for him. The U.S. has an obligation. No. I'm not being incredulous. I'll have stronger arguments than just no, that's stupid in the debate. But that's all I want to give away right now. DM me any ideas you got, Wally. Send them. And then Friday and Saturday this weekend, we'll be talking about it in the Discord. That's like the prep. That's my prep. I'll do this prep and stuff, but then I'll just have panels and we'll just talk about it all night with a bunch of different people. Some point I'll have to deal with Freddie being like, well, Ukraine. We have no obligations to protect Zionist Ukraine. No obligations. I agree with you, white Asian Orthodox. I never imagined Dylan would use a prompt that prep for failure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not a good prompt, but no, it's a great prompt. I'm just kidding. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Откуда ви?
Дальні.
Та під Курахово?
З-під Курахова, да. Ой, дуже зараз напряжено там, дуже. Навіть якщо сказати так, в селі солдат немає, а обстрілювати стали до такої степені сильно, що далі нікуди.
That's sad. There's an old lady.
Взагалі. Так, хату на хаті б'ють і все.
I'm not gonna translate for you guys if you're on audio only. I'm just gonna say it's an old lady. She's sad. There's bombs and stuff.
Бо днем і півночі.
А ваш дом? А ваш дом?
The prompt is the U.S. is obligated to support Ukraine. I think. I don't know where my notebook went. I gotta put this stuff. Does the U.S. have an obligation to support Ukraine? Have an obligation. So he just needs to point to one obligation that the U.S. has. Which you guys are right. He might go to that Budapest agreement. But we've already figured out the answer there. Does the U.S. have an obligation to support Ukraine? If he wants to be clever with the prompt and word-wise, he just needs to find one obligation that we do have. An obligation. Do we have one? Do we have one obligation to Ukraine? If he can find one, that's how he can win. And that makes it tough. That means everyone he comes up with, I cannot concede that we do have that obligation. I can concede that at some point we had an obligation, but we do not and should not anymore. And if we do, we shouldn't have an obligation anymore. Saying that we did at one point is not a concession. But right now, no obligations. Now that I think about it that way, it makes it seem like there is a little bit more burden on my shoulders. I have to say there's no obligation. Technically, no, if it's from a legal obligation. Does the U.S. have an obligation or is humanity?
Кришу побило, вікна винесло, дверей нема, розбило. А сусідські отак зовсім рознесло.
Why did you make the decision to leave?
Так вже ж невозможно. Сидиш отак, а він рядочком падає. Так не заснеш, нічого не можна, і дрони літають. Плитку не затопиш, боїшся, бо дим піде, мало ли що. Та думали, пронесе. Думала, пронесе. Воно ж так хату разів 5 латала. І кришу, і вікна забивала, а воно б'ють і більше, більше і більше. У нас хто на колесах, машина є. Ті потрошку повиїжджали. А от кому нема куди, нема на чому, і сидять до останнього.
These men have been evacuating civilians for some time, having their evacuation vehicles damaged on 3 occasions by FPV drones.
Okay, I gotta gather stuff for... Okay, I made the...
Participating in convoys where aid workers were killed. They told us about the difficulty of evacuating people once too much time passes, and they took too long to evacuate. Retelling a story of how a disabled man was, in their words, abandoned due to the danger of evacuating them at this late stage in the village of Kozatsky, to the south of Pokrov's twin city, Mirorod. With the Russians just a farm field away, they were able to break through to him and found that it wasn't just him waiting, but 5 other civilians as well, hoping someone, anyone, would come for them. The safe time for civilians to evacuate from this area was at the start of 2024, when the city of Avdiivka fell. But now that the Russians are close to Pokrov City, only 7 kilometers away, roughly 4 miles in the eastern direction, any aid work here comes with inherent risk. Now what pushes those who are left westward, for those who finally make the decision to leave, is the threat.
If he stated it the way that you just stated it, I would have to argue, what is humanity then? We can't allow a state to denuclearize and then be swallowed up by a nuclear neighbor. Bad precedent. But it wasn't their nukes. It was USSR nukes that happened to be left there. And then after the USSR crumbled and they took over that land, they want to be independent. We can't leave you with previous enemies. Your whole thing was you wanted to be separate from them. If you want to be separate from them, you don't get to keep over the leftover weapons. You didn't win those weapons. I guess you could make an argument that they won those weapons, so now those are theirs. If part of the agreement is you cannot be nuclearized if you want to be safe on this border and you can't join NATO, the interest argument from the affirmative would be to suggest the U.S. has obligated itself into the situation through historic diplomatic failures with Russia and historic commitments to Ukraine. That's what we've been talking about, like 1994, the Bucharest, what is it? The Bucharest Mandate. So, yeah, but we can't stay in those agreements forever. It's not the way America works. You don't get to claim all of them because you pointed at the UN, which is full of people. Alleged gunman killed in shooting near White House identified. I'm getting stuff from Monday night show. We're doing White House shooting, tick bombs, and something else. What was the other thing? I can't remember. Tick bombs will be the last segment. History, maybe? We'll do this again, even though I did it last night on the stream. Sorry, guys. Where's the Asian guy? There we go. Okay, I got them all. White House shooting is latest incident in a string of political violence. Duh. Every political violence incident is an incident in the string of political violence. Did that make sense? That made sense. What I just said made perfect sense. Every political violence incident is an incident in a string of political violence. It's facts.
Of immediate death and the destruction of their homes. How many times can you board up your windows before you acquiesce to the tide of the advance? Still, Those able to get out at this late stage get out with their lives, but not the ones they knew. What faces them now is uncertainty. When lives are shattered, it's hard to know how they will be put back together again. We entered the center of Russian offensive actions, the goal of all this destruction in southern Donetsk, the city of Pokrovsk. The last time war had touched these streets was during the Second World War, when it was occupied by Italian and German forces. The battle for the city saw over 10,000 soldiers and residents die. Its civilians were forcibly transferred to labor.
Yeah, this looks like a really strategic military position. We really need the city of Pokrovsk, Dylan.
Camps, and its Jewish community was massacred. Since then, the city has not seen war or mass violence on its streets, allowing it to become an industrial.
It doesn't look like it's seen a human being on its streets.
Hub for coal mining and steel production until the Russians invaded. As the Russians approached the city in the later half of 2024, many of the miners that dug through the earth for coal.
Looks like it's zombie infested, but there's no zombies. Even the zombies are gone.
Now dig through the earth to form trenches to protect their homes. But now with the Russians halted outside the gates of the city, shelling regularly hits the city streets and apartment blocks. The majority of the city's residents have left, but some still remain, for a variety of reasons.
There's like 4
Some
of them.
don't know how far their pension will go in Kiev. Others have never called anywhere else home and refuse to leave. And some of the few that remain hold out hope that if Russia captures the city, peace will return to whatever is left standing. One of the city's...
Could you imagine living in that city? Or maybe he's just showing the worst part of the neighborhood. Like right here looks nice.
Most famous residence was already evacuated before my arrival. Ukrainian composer Mykola Leontovich's statue, which previously was erected in Jubilee Park, was removed for its own protection and the preservation of the city's history. The park, a place for families and children to gather and play, is now eerily desolate. Another famous Ukrainian, Taras Shevchenko.
Dude, Ukraine is the back rooms. How is Ukraine more... This is uncanny. This doesn't even look real, Dylan. How is Ukraine worse than the back rooms? Why am I obligated to protect this?
As a statue depicting him during his younger years outside the destroyed city council building. It was there for this visit, but would soon be evacuated as well, for fear of destroying one more part of the city and its history. After visiting this statue, I met a local tending to...
Massey loss, that's the other thing. So, White House shooting, Massey loss, and then the final segment, the later segment will be tick bomb deep dive. I gotta find all the stuff, all the tick bombs. And then there was one other thing, and then there's a bunch of little rapid fire stories. Let me see what my notes say. Massey versus Trump, synagogue shooting. Oh, yeah, that synagogue shooting earlier this week. Forgot about that. So we'll do White House shooting, then synagogue shooting. We cover positive news on the Dreaded Conservative show. Six days ago, Temple, Israel, Moscow task, San Diego. It's not a synagogue shooting, it was a mosque shooting. Wasn't there a synagogue shooting, though? Mosque attack, not synagogue attack.
Footage reviewed by CBS News shows the two teenage shooters displaying neo-Nazi symbols.
Sorry, guys. I'm busy doing some other stuff right now. So what's this? I could have sworn there was a synagogue shooting. Suspect arrest German. No. Okay, no, it was a mosque shooting. Islamic Sunni shooting. See what the Times of Israel has to say. Okay. And one YouTube video. Heckler erupts. Okay, and then the Thomas Massey stuff. Okay, let's play this.
To a shop owned by her parents nearby.
Честно говоря, это была квартира и квартира еще моей бабушки. Да, и 10 лет назад мои родители решили, что они не хотят работать с нами. Да, папа был шахтером обычным, мама была тоже продавцом, и папа понимал, что мама много понимает в этом деле, она как бы сможет вести бизнес. И они совместными усилиями решили открыть магазин. Раньше тут было очень красиво, на самом деле это сейчас пустые стены вообще, ну, так, очень неприятно это видеть. И своими силами они все-таки открыли магазин, он уже работает около 10 лет. То есть они открыли его, когда мне было 8, по-моему. Мне понравился этот город, но родной город роднее. И если бы тут все было как бы в мирном русле, это было просто офигенно, потому что я поступила в университет, который вот как раз здесь на площади, и я была бы очень рада ходить туда на стационарное обучение, то есть ходить туда, жить у себя дома, ну, то есть перед войной как раз построили прекрасный дом, уже хотели жить, путешествовать, дальше как-то, может, развивать бизнес, но война как бы вносит свои коррективы.
War changes everything.
Меня зовут Аня, я из города Покровск,
Аня.
Украина. Работаю в магазине Микс, я живу в Покровске с рождения. Ну, вообще...
If she got some damn face cream, she'd be cute.
Всем известно, что Покровск сейчас все уезжают, тут осталось 11 тысяч человек, и вообще город опустел в последнее время. Но вообще мы надеемся, что может война сюда не дойдет и все будет как раньше. Надеемся на это, но веры уже как бы нету. В основном то, что вот в домах осталось вот в таких многоэтажках, в подъезде по одному, по два человека, ну это как будто вот какой-то зомби-апокалипсис прошелся в каких-то фильмах ужасов. Раньше там все хотели, да, там что-то интересное, там вот будет скоро праздник Хэллоуин. Ну как-то вообще не в тему, страшно, что вообще будет с городом.
How long have you tended the store?
Ну, вообще я работаю здесь уже примерно полгода. Ну, мы хотим заработать здесь, сколько это будет возможно, потому что как бы и продукты, и витрины, и все на свете. Одним разом это все невозможно вывести. Но, как вы видите, у нас уже одна стена просто, ну, это мы все убрали по оборудованию, там тоже все поменяли. То есть за один раз мы выехать не можем, хотя мы это, ну, начинаем делать. Менять холодильники на более старые, которые не жалко оставить здесь, вдруг чего. Ну и в принципе люди очень просят нас не уезжать, потому что все-таки тут есть какие-то продукты, быстренько скупился, и мы работаем как бы с 8 до 8, хотя комендантский час с 11 до 3.
С 11 до 3 наоборот.
Да, с 11 до 3 вот это время, когда можно...
People can only go out between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., but they're open from 8 to 8.
Ходить людям по улице. В принципе, я думаю, у людей будут какие-то запасы, они покупали что-то себе. Но я просто надеюсь, что большинство людей выйдут из Покровска, потому что, ну, здесь оставаться будет... Я понимаю, что рано или поздно дойдут, и оставаться здесь будет очень-очень опасно.
Most restaurant stores and businesses in the city are no longer open. with their owners cutting their losses to head towards greener pastures. One exception is the Churchill store. It's owned by a man named Yevgeny who moved his operation to Pokrovsk after his van used to transport supplies was blown up where his store was previously located in Avdiivka. Any vehicles on the streets of Pokrovsk comes under a similar risk. He was one of the last shop owners to leave Avdiivka, right before the Russians took it. I talked to the shopkeeper, who managed the store, about why they stay here, despite the fighting getting closer every day.
Конечно, поменялось. И обстрелы то же самое. Сейчас вот вчера вообще очень сильно громко было. Очень. Где-то и Кабы 2 прилетело, и грады ложились. Ну, короче, очень было вчера. Так, прямо страшновато даже, можно сказать. Ну, мы же здесь на работе.
Ну, а насколько близко это все?
Ну, нормально. Потому что те уже, я думаю, как говорят, уже 1,5 километра.
Отсюда?
Да. То есть они очень близко уже. Да не бойтесь, нормально. Это выстрелы. Но наши приходят хлопцы, мы же интересуемся, что как. Ну, говорят, что держат. Держат оборону всеми силами, которые есть, держат. Уже подключали. То есть в центре города уже газа нет. Солнечный микрорайон тоже нет уже газа.
Это когда?
Сегодня уже отключили.
Cut off today.
So the gas is already cut off.
Да, то есть уже нету.
Да, уже нету. То есть еще Лазурный еще есть газ, Шахтерский микрорайон тоже еще есть, Южный тоже есть, а так вот центр и Солнечный уже отключили.
So once the electricity's out, you're gonna leave?
Да, мы уезжаем, потому что нет смысла здесь сидеть, без света. Начальник мой, мы сами Авдеевские, с Авдеевки, и он тоже Авдеевский, то есть, и мы здесь вместе с ним. Он нас здесь не бросит, как бы, если уезжать, он нас заберет с собой куда-то, мы вместе все уедем и дальше будем продолжать бизнес. Вот, ну так, как-то так, да не бойтесь.
Don't be scared. She keeps telling him, don't be scared. The booms are going off, and you can tell Dylan is jumping because she keeps saying, don't be scared. Why are you scared? Don't be scared. Those are outgoing shots. So you can't see Dylan on the camera, but he must be like,
Ну, мы просто уже привыкли к этому, да.
We're just used to it.
То надовго. Ну то хіба що так. Вже віддирається трохи, да, бачу?
That is not how you're supposed to do it.
It's December 14th, 2024, and the war is closer to Pokrovsk than ever. Drone operations are being conducted from inside the city, and the tempo of regular bombing of the community has increased exponentially. Driving on the city streets is not safe, especially where we are going, the south of the city, where Russian positions are closest. Before arriving there, we made a quick stop by Jubilee Park, where a Christmas tree had been set up, as those who remained
Nice
found some way to
Christmas
celebrate
tree.
the season. Due to Russian drone patrols, there's no...
You couldn't find a better looking Christmas tree than that Charlie Brown, Ukraine Charlie Brown.
time to stand around.
Все, тоді до вечора, да?
Once we parked and were dropped off with other soldiers, we were guided on foot through the south of the city. We had to be fast. The threat of shelling and Russian drones that patrol the area is very real and very frequent in the south.
Все добре? Чи щось літає? У нас просто тут теж злітають багато ефірів, які не зрозуміло, які наші, які ні. Тут треба швидше. Так сюди. Ми дома!
We entered the house-turned-drone position on the city outskirts. After collecting our bearings as we adjusted to our home for the next 12 hours, we climbed down a ladder into the dusty basement of whoever has long abandoned this home, which I assume was a babushka due to the heavy presence of preservatives and mason jars.
Скільки ви зльотів?
2 з моменту, як тебе не було. Один я записав, а попередній запиши виліт десь хвилин 12 тому. Назва такий самий, як цей, курва.
Це був реп?
Так, штора.
Як раніше було, вони там мали там якісь класичні атаки. Умовно, артпідготовка, там, техніка, там, танки з тралами протимінними. А зараз тупо їде буханка наперед бетера, ну, просто летять на міни, їм без різниці. Крадуть машини, там, роблять з них як кабріолети, там, відрізають дах, відрізають двері, сідають, як бабуїни, не хочу обідати мавп. І, коротше, заїжджають на позицію, так залітають на позицію. Ну, як смертники, типу, в одну сторону. І колись водій привозив і відвозив, зараз водій йде штурмувати. Ну, разом от вискакує, всі разом, типу, хто в машині, типу, всі на штурм. Так само вони там починали діставати, вони могли в більшості випадків відходити, там чуть-чуть лизати рани, там доповнити кимось і далі штурмувати.
Okay, guys, I can't listen to this because I'm trying to work on putting together a Monday night show, and I'm just trying to have something listening and playing as background like that I can learn from and stuff. And I can't read the captions. I don't speak Ukrainian, so I have to see. I have to watch this. I wish he had like a narrator speaking over. You know what I'm saying? I think we're going to take a break from Massive is Kentucky. What did she have to say?
He went down. He was defeated in the Republican primary by his Trump-backed challenger, Ed Galrine, a 68-year-old dairy farmer and retired Navy SEAL. Now, anyone who is even a
Megan's pissed. I'm going to watch this tomorrow. Okay, there's that. Then I need some funny reels. This is funny because it's probably bullshit. Oh, the Minneapolis stuff. Yeah, we'll do that. And sorry, I'm silent. Get this, get this. And then mask face, community note. Community note. Where's the article? Need the original article. Minnesota charges. $90 million Minnesota fraud scheme. What are you guys talking about? Hold on one second. This mask face. British sailors prepare to deploy on a mine clearing mission at the Hormuz. Interesting. I need more funny reels. I'm looking at a denuclearize as the primary path for human, blah, blah, blah. Survivor, breaching borders, nations. Denuclearize is a problem for all humans. How to flare.
They call this the road of life, but it's about survival, not living. It is safest on foot, under skies ruled by tiny killer drones targeting any vehicle. The nets trying to block the horror from above.
Sorry, I'm tired.
If you can, make the robot your friend, your porter. The machines are normally the enemy here.
Sorry, it's been a long weekend, and I took tonight off so I could just relax. And so I'm not being the most engaging, I know. That's why it's just a chill stream. We got 20 people watching, and so even though I'm being incredibly boring and not entertaining, and maybe not reading the chats and interacting as much as I should, we're getting things done. I'll be back tonight for the Dreaded Conservative show, but we're not done yet. I still got to get the tick info.
This now, pretty much all over the front lines. Tiny bits of fiber optic cable used to connect drones to their controller can go on for tens of kilometers, stopping the jamming before.
That's it.
A Russian drone above. The Ukrainians open fire.
Follow him. Stay in the doorway.
They hit it.
That's the impact. And you have to split out because the drone will try and target groups of individuals. Sometimes 1, 2, 3 you find.
We're doing Sasha and Bogdan's usual walk along this road between two Ukrainian positions. But it takes 5 hours, and we are buzzed by attack drones 14 times. The threats change every month. Here, looking for loitering drones, they hover low and wait for you. A radio warning. The trees aren't just a place to hide, but somewhere the drones cannot fly. Russian drones circle, targeting vehicles, but also dropping explosives on troops. You have to keep moving, or they may swarm around you.
The battlefield has completely changed in a matter of a year. Nobody drives cars on this road unless you have to. Nobody drives in tanks. That's outgoing artillery. These robots used for resupply. Up ahead we can see people repairing the nets, a kind of key protection. But these used to resupply food, ammunition,
nets
around the front line.
They just have random fucking fly nets around their whole road. Crazy. The Pope is talking about AI. Pope Leo compares AI threat to biblical Tower of Babel. That's original. I've done that a million times. Same thing with space travel, social surveillance systems. Freaking, that's an original one. Pope. These people haven't emailed me about that Cadillac. Dude, I want that cat. I want that CTS so bad. That black one. All right, we got Massey. We got Rapid Fire. Oh, Mask Face. Mask Face guy. Here. Rapid Fire. Go to X. X. Bookmarks.
This one is the creepy sound of the common loon. Oh, wait, hang on. There we go.
Bird autism. Back. Andrew posted, Chinese startup just built an AI collar that translates dog barks and cat meows. Let's see if we can find a story on that. Chinese startup claims new AI India Today will let your pet talk to you. Okay. Oh, looking at this. What's the most valid one? News 18? I'll put it from multiple sources just to make sure. AI barely understands humans. 95% accuracy. Internet says AI barely understands humans. Men's Warehouse giving me ads for a jacket I already bought. That's cool. That is not a good link. I don't know. This might be fake. Tech blog? That's pretty. I've used them before. Okay. What is this? Massive takedown too.
In Minnesota.
$427.26. Did I talk about this last week?
Which called attention to the now infamous Quality Leering Center instead of learning. And
no. How is that in a folder from a month ago? That's from May 24th. Oh, I've already covered this before in another show. I'll put it in here anyway. San Diego Mosque. All right. I don't know if I have time to talk about this kid. I just need to find the tick stuff.
Gunfire means run again.
This is a pretty constant, and the only move is to hide into the trees, but there it lands. Not far.
You might be thinking, why not walk inside the nets?
Маневрировать, если FPV-шка, то маневр.
Швидкість велика автомобілів, а видіть, де треба. І скупчення.
This is part of the problem here, in that after an hour of this, you don't quite get numb to it, but let's see something here. You get slightly too comfortable and tired.
The next one is right on top of us.
There it is. There it is.
То наш, так?
They hit it.
А мій трастер пішов.
That grey streak. And it falls. Whirling down.
Як мій трастер зайшов?
But it hasn't detonated. Debris drifts. There's been no blast. So we are alive.
Okay. I pretty much got my Monet show prepped except for the tick thing. I need everything on the ticks. I need that Bill Gates video. So I'll probably have to search on X. Bill Gates tick bomb.
Because I've seen many reports on it, but I'm just going to say what I saw, that farmers and ranchers are finding boxes of ticks.
All right, might have to end the stream, otherwise I'm gonna
on their property. Now, I don't know if that's fake. I don't know if someone's setting that up.
My question I ask you is, what fucking what purpose do ticks have? Look at my face and my neck.
What the fuck? Alpha-gal syndrome. Case is exploding. But where's the video of Bill Gates talking about his tick patent? I don't want just a bunch of shorts. Climate change is driving the tick boom. Maha is blaming Bill Gates. Wow. A tick capable of making its Victims allergic to meat and dairy, among other items, spreading a virus that has no known cure, maybe reaching new areas, officials warned. Who13.com. Who Des Moines. Des Moines. I have to do a deep dive into this tick bomb.
But here's where things get weird. Turns out the Vanderbilt University Center in the US has been working on a vaccine for alpha-gal syndrome since 2024. So naturally I thought, who funds Vanderbilt? Well, obviously there's many donors, but would any of you be surprised to learn the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have been donating to that medical center since 2012, which is interesting timing, of course.
Bill Gates tick terror vaccine trap. Gates, Vanderbilt Foundation, Vanderbilt University, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Vanderbilt University, tick cure. What is it called? Alpha-gal? Alpha-gal vaccine. No, a meat allergy caused by ticks is not caused to a gate. There's currently no vaccine for alpha-gal, red meat allergy. The Gates connection debunked. Viral social media conspiracy previously alleged, blah, blah, blah. I'll read this all tomorrow. So this is the debunk. But I want the video of Bill Gates with the damn tick bomb. Unless it was AI. Could have been AI. Tick plot exposed 8 days ago. Ticks weaponized by the government 6 years ago. No, Bill Gates didn't create the tick-borne meat allergy, alpha-gal. Tick-induced meat allergy, Good Morning America. This is 6 months ago. So now I need to order these. 6 months ago. This is the farthest back. Yeah. This one, that one, that one. Looking at the tick bomb stuff. I'll read chat in just a second. 8 days ago is the most recent, so do that one last.
It may have been a recon drone, but flew like a Russian attacker. Down the road is the Konstantinivka front, where the Kremlin's advance has been slowed to a crawl at the enormous cost across the front of 35,000 Russian dead and wounded a month, says Ukraine. This is the 10th attack.
They caught sight of it briefly, and it appears to be coming closer now. Thanks to the intense fire. You can hear it.
Sound like a plane, not a drone.
See it up.
Drones also target heavy gunfire. Their friend, a lieutenant, killed when this car was hit just 2 days ago.
Роман, подія трапилася. Спочивай вдома.
We are nearing their bunker position. There are moments here to rest, see the trophies of drones that failed, but we have to get back.
На войну все так King Xerxes offers his respect, Mom.
Ні, чесно кажучи, не думала. Я взагалі пішла ще до повномасштабної війни і не розраховувала, взагалі ніхто не думав, що таке буде. Зараз трохи тяжко, це з часом трохи вигораєш від цього всього, але звикаєш. І вже розумієш, що треба це робити.
As soon as we emerge, they are above us again. This is the new warfare.
King Xerxes.
Hide, shoot at the sky, run. Fire drones back. The impact's just as deadly as shelling.
It lives on the Dark Lady gay bar right now, but as you mentioned, after Mayor Brett Smith...
But also walk out.
Монах над деревами.
Плюс, чую.
The buzz stays with you, ringing in your ears for hours later. No respite.
Miley called...
The grey smoke, perhaps it hit the net.
That was close, loud. You could hear the shrapnel landing on the tarmac, clearly targeting that armoured vehicle.
It is hard to see how this grind is a win, but it is. Ukraine on foot, robots in support, automation replacing scarce troops, holding ground. The drones never stop, but neither does Ukraine, adapting, learning, engineering this new warfare, and hoping any edge sustains long enough to put Russia in reverse.
Look, we're not at the stage here where it seems as though Ukraine is actually winning the war, but the overarching sense of dread of the past year or so that they were losing inevitably, that's certainly gone. And it's their use of technology to bridge the acute manpower crisis they're facing. It's their deep strikes inflicting pain.
I got a good show put together for tomorrow. I just have to write down all the notes, and I've got everything. I've got reels. I've got a third segment with the tick bombs. We've got Massey. We've got White House shooting. We've got the Moss shooting, and we've got a bunch of reels and rapid fire. Mask face, freaking Irina Zarutska's memorial's being taken down, and her killer is not fit to stand trial. Lots of good stuff for the Monday night show tonight. Cool.
In the heart of Russia's motherland, and it's also, I think, at times Moscow's pain and problems appear to be acute, if not at times worse than that of Kiev. A real sense of a change in the mood here in Ukraine's favour.
Oh, this interaction.
Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kiev, Ukraine.
I've been reading your stuff all night. I'm just tired and doing side stuff. I wish I downloaded this video. I downloaded this stream and I'm trying to clip it for Opus Clip. It's not working.
Roger. All right, stay extended. Coming around. All right, tell them to stand by. All right, let's go.
That's crazy. Remember, I was watching one the other day where these two, it was like a woman and a dude in the army, and they like jumped out and they crashed into each other and they almost died. And it was like a DUI parachute jump. Now they got these like beer bellied Navy SEALs doing this perfect formation of parachutes in the sky, landing in a stadium over there.
Get heavy! Come on, bro. All right. Flag out! Flag out!
That's crazy.
All right, bring it up. All the way.
That's fine now.
I don't want to ever short you.
Winds are howling.
Yeah.
Look at these winds.
That's cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. What's JLP talking about?
Yeah. And why did you argue? Because I knew that something was wrong. Meaning what? Meaning
she drunk. Hello? Is it paused or no?
the disrespect.
Use your words.
You argue with men because they respected you, and then they beat you? Disrespect. That they disrespected you, or you disrespected them? Okay. I'm asking.
I'm asking. It's a question.
Not really fair because you don't even know like the whole context of
He asked you a question.
those hitting incidents. I was with men who were bad and used me and would smack me around. So were they smacking you because you were disrespecting them by arguing with them? You know what? I'm not going to sit down and just not say anything.
Why not?
About that kind of treatment.
She hasn't answered.
But what I'm trying to understand,
are
Marie,
you for real?
I'm sorry?
Why not?
Did they beat you because
you said, why not?
Marie, did they beat you because you disrespected them by arguing?
Arguing?
Yeah.
So why you argue with them then?
Cut it out. Stop arguing.
Like I just said, the disrespect. They were like that from the beginning.
Oh, you disrespected them in the beginning?
No, they disrespected me. Do I have to keep repeating myself?
But why do you argue with men? That
That's your
will
first
bring on a
mistake.
fight. Why do you need to argue?
Argue.
It's not that I need to argue.
But why do you argue?
Like I said, I will not just like sit down and be like, oh, everything is okay. Yeah, just like do whatever you're going to do. No, I will not. Because I will stand up for what's right. And what's right is treating human beings with kindness and not being a cruel person.
But when you argue with them, are you treating them with kindness?
That applies to all people. That
Right.
applies to
Are you
all
spam?
people.
Are you
Across
spam?
the board.
Right. But when you argue with the men, are you treating them with kindness?
Okay. You have this totally flipped upside down, but
No, I'm trying to understand how women have it so hard. When I don't see it, and maybe I'm missing it. That doesn't mean it's not happening because I don't see it. But I don't know how women have it so
Well-
hard today.
I will tell you, it is
Got
happening
her.
in real time.
But you don't have any
Real
example.
time. By my watch.
Well, but you don't have it. Oh, let me ask. Should a married woman obey her husband?
Yes.
And so, are you married?
No.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Do you ever want to get married?
Yes.
And when you get married, will you obey your husband?
No. What do you mean by obey?
As long as he treats me right.
So it's based on what you think is right, though.
No, it's
So if you don't
Oh
think
my
he
God,
treats you right,
are
you won't
pushing
obey him.
this, like, so far. What I think is right. Look at the Bible.
This
Look
lady's
at the
drunk.
Holy Bible.
She's like me. She's been drinking
And
all
ask
night,
yourself,
calling into JLP.
What does God say about treating a woman? What does God say?
It's-
Open your Bible. For
The
once in
Bible
your life.
says that the woman should obey her husband. And the
It
Bible
does,
says that
but
when
it
she go to
also-
church, when she
She
go to
should shut
church,
up.
she need to sit down, be quiet, and shut up. That's what the
No.
Bible said.
That is
It's
what the
in
Bible
Word.
said. It's in the Word.
Are you
Shut
for real?
up.
That's not
Right
in the
now?
Bible.
That's your personal interpretation.
Is that in the Bible?
If you actually look at the text,
Does it
You
say in
are
the Bible
correct.
that in church the woman needs to sit down and
it
shut up?
refers to obeying the husband, but it also refers to character.
It also
and
refers to
being
sitting down and
oneself.
shutting up in the church.
Love.
You probably don't even know that.
Let me
Just
ask you.
saying.
Let me ask you this because of time.
Time?
You still didn't tell me how women have it hard or rough in this country. You didn't give me a real concrete example of women having it. And I agree with you. You don't want men groping over you. That's for sure. I agree with that. That should not be happening.
Groping over you.
So I totally agree with that. But you didn't give me any example of how women have it hard or rough in the country.
All right. So let's talk about how women are perceived in schooling.
Okay.
I have 2 degrees. Okay.
Here we go.
And
Awesome.
men have it easy with school.
What?
I had to work really hard.
It's easy for us
get
to
that
drop
stuff
out
done
and get a job.
because I was trying to look past everything. And I feel like when men go to
Sneeze.
school, it's like this just like immediate, like,
She drunk.
yeah, understood. And then women
Yeah,
go
understood.
and it's like it doesn't really mean anything.
Well, that's because men are naturally
This
smarter
lady ain't
than
saying
women,
nothing.
and it's abnormal for women to.
Bullshit. I call bullshit on that one.
You
Can't
can't
cuss
curse
on the
call-
radio.
on this show. What the?
All right. Well,
um,
then
men are
don't say that.
men are
All right, then
naturally
don't
smarter
say
than
that.
women, and so
You
when
can't curse on the JLP show. And then she said, all right, well, then don't say that.
they go to school to learn a trade, it's natural for men. It's abnormal for women to go and be educated, because when a woman become educated, she lose all
thinks she's in
common
charge.
sense.
Nonsense.
You don't agree with that?
I don't.
So why was it so
Because I'm
hard for
ignorant.
you in school, and why was it natural for you?
Because I applied myself genuinely.
I know, but you had to work harder than the man, because the man is naturally smarter, so he didn't have to work as hard at the education as the women do.
Yeah, it just seemed easier for
Lord have
him.
mercy.
Call him.
Son?
Call him.
Let me ask you, because
Did he
of time,
say,
I gotta-
wait, what did he say? She said, Lord have mercy. And he said, call him.
Lord have mercy.
Call him.
Son?
Call him. You better call on
Let me
him.
ask you, because of time, I can't play no more.
So,
have
so
you
I can't
dropped
play no
have
more.
you
how
dropped
many
your,
degrees do you have?
how many degrees? I have 1. And I got
And?
that one by accident.
Damn.
I'm sorry. So, Marie, let me ask, because of time, do you have anger?
Do you?
Do you have anger, Marie?
That's not an answer to the question, Marie. Answer the question.
Marie, I asked you the question. Do you have anger?
Do you?
I got to run. If you don't want to play, I got to go. Do you have anger?
Bye, Marie. Get ready. I think she
Hello?
hung up. Thank
you, Marie. 888-773-7373.
773 Jesse.
Let me go to Ray out of Canada. Ray, you are on the air.
Let's go.
Hey, good morning, Jesse. How are you today?
All is well, Ray.
Get it off your chest,
okay,
Ray.
Perfect. The reason I'm calling is because I discovered you at the end of 2024, more or less. And right away when I saw one of your random clips on YouTube, it just resonated with me, like whatever you were saying about women and the order of things. I had never heard that before because I didn't grow up in a religious family, but it just made sense. Like every problem I've had with women, every problem I've generally had in life, like obeying the thoughts, it just resonated with me. And
His voice sounds familiar.
I followed you for about a year and a half. Like I watched all the churches, I did the silent prayer, and things really did get better. Like finances improved, relationships with family improved, like that general dreadful feeling of loneliness and like that general depressing feeling, like not like a suicidal feeling, but that general like weariness of life. It all started disappearing. So I'm like, wow, this guy's really onto something. He knows what he's talking about. And long story short, fast forward to about January of this year, I kind of let it all go. Not for any, not anything personal against you or anything like that. I guess I just thought, well, okay, everything's going fine, so I can focus on other things, right? So I stopped watching the churches. I didn't watch your radio show every day, but from time to time, but I stopped watching that. I fell out of the silent prayer. And for a bit, things were pretty much normal, right? Like how they had been before. Like I was on the same path, things were good. But slowly but surely, like my life started to spiral into a lot of toxic spaces. Like I started texting old girlfriends again. I started sleeping around. I started spending money on things that I shouldn't have been spending money on.
Could be a troll.
The intrusive thoughts started coming.
Slight troll vibe. But Jesse will entertain the trolls. That's why I've always loved Jesse. He can see through people. He can hear through people.
Back. And yeah, life just spiraled out of control. My relationships suffered again. So I just wanted to say to you, and maybe as a cautionary tale for all your listeners, that like once you get started on this, you should really stick with it, because I went to like a hell that was maybe 10 times worse than the hell that I was in before. Like last week, I'd never suffered from depression or any mental illness or any issue like that. Like last week, I was laying in bed and I was genuinely thinking about like, what would be the best way to kill myself? Like I was having all these dark thoughts, which I had, even before I had discovered you and even before I had started working on myself, my mind didn't go to that dark of a place, right? It was dark, but not that dark. And man, I just wanted to tell you, you were absolutely right that like if you get on it and get off it, the hell is going to be much worse. And it was much worse, much worse. So yeah, and what else was I going to say? And yeah, like it's not like when I stopped listening or stopped doing the silent prayer and all of that stuff, it's not like I consciously decided, oh, okay, now I'm going to sleep around again and waste my money and do all these toxic things, right? It wasn't like a conscious decision like that. I thought everything would just continue as it was before. But it's like Satan right away. He wasted no time. He's like, oh, he just grabbed a hold of me and he just puppeted me around like I was like a doll that he was just making dance. And I look back, I'm like, man, like just a few months of not sticking with it, and Satan just took that opportunity and he grabbed me. So it's a cautionary tale for all your viewers or people who've already started. And I guess it's like you say, like if you're going to start, don't like if you're going to start, like stay with it. Like now I'm slowly getting back into it. And yeah, that's a cautionary tale. And I just wanted to ask your advice, like what's the best way to get everything back together? Because I was on such a positive path.
Well, the one thing for sure is that if you're not to take this straight and narrow path journey, if you're not ready to go all the way through the hell, see it to the end, it's best not to even start. Because once you start and you turn back, you stop, as you said it perfectly. You stop doing the silent prayer, being aware of what's going on. You stop your work, working on yourself. To go back into hell is 1,000 times worse than what you're leaving.
Oh, Jesse, like I was honestly thinking, like just last week, as I said, I was like thinking, like what would be the best way to kill myself? Like, and it wasn't. And as I said, it's not like I've had these thoughts before. Or I have a mental illness or something. It's just out of nowhere, Satan just is like, oh, great, now I'm really gonna get him.
That's right. Because what happened is, I cannot tell you, I do a lot of counseling around the world with men and women. And I've always warned people, look, if you're not going to see this through, don't even start it. You cannot play with the spirit in that way. And some people have stopped, and they went back, and it was pure hell for them. And some people have not even been able to return back to the light. But hold on, Ray. I'm gonna tell you how to get back to it. Hold on, all right?
Okay, sure. Thanks.
888-77 Jesse. Back in a moment.
77 Jesse.
We have a counseling.
I'll probably
service,
just rage you
and I have
guys
to
over
admit, thanks to God,
to Jesse
it is
here
the
in a bit.
Best counseling service on this side of heaven. I counsel with men and women, families, and individuals around the world. Most people.
Why am I doing
unhappy,
this?
They're miserable.
I'm
they
cutting the
have
background
rough
out of this
lives,
stupid tick
they're
picture.
Depressed, suicidal, young and old, of all races. I understand. I know why, and I do understand it. Because exactly what's happening in me is happening with everybody outside of me, inside of them. And I've noticed that with those who really, really, really want to understand, they will become it just like that, out of one counseling session. If you need counseling, you can go to rebuildingtheman.com or call 800-411-2663. 800-411-BOND. Best counseling service on this side of heaven.
Ads. Sorry, guys. Best counseling service this side of heaven.
For America. So make sure you.
Jesse has destroyed all your favorite debaters'
With their souls, peace. May their soul rest in peace. And show a little gratitude by a quick thank you. And check out, we are celebrating 150 years, 250 years of America. And we have this, just a reminder for those who have heard, and introduce to those who have not heard, we have an American Hope coin. Watch this.
The Jesse coin. I got to get one of these. I think they're already sold out.
2026 marks 250 years of America. And they have put my face on this beautiful
That did not look like
coin
Jesse.
to commemorate this occasion. That's amazing. Call 800-411-2663. That's 800-411-BOND. Grab yours now before they are gone. And you can also go to jesseleepeterson.shop. jesseleepeterson.shop. And we only have, it's 250 celebrations, so, and they are going like hotcakes, so don't wait around. I recommend. Also, check out the merch, the t-shirts, the mugs, and the books, and all the amazing Punchy's coffee. I have my own coffee. What the? Not only do I have silver coin now, but my own coffee, and mugs and books, and it's just amazing merch. Go to jesseleepeterson.shop, jesseleepeterson.shop, or call 800-411-BOND, 800-411-BOND, or rebuildingtheman.com/stores, all right? Amazing. And thank you for your support, because every dime we get goes back and doing the work. So you're really helping us to help others as you're being helped. Thank you. I want to go back to Ray. And don't forget to like these videos. Let me go quickly back to Ray out of Canada. And Ray was working on himself, according to Ray, and he stopped and went back into hell, and the darkness almost took him out. He said he considered suicide when the rainbow wasn't enough. Isn't that amazing?
The rainbow wasn't
Ray?
enough.
Yes,
I love when he.
What happens is
Jesse's the GOAT at when he'll listen to a caller in the lead up to a commercial and he'll just let them talk. And a lot of times he'll know if they're trolling or he'll just listen to, and then when he comes back from the break, he'll say, "We were just talking to so and so." And then he has the best like descriptions of what the call was about. And sometimes they'll be like, "Well, I don't really think that that's what I was saying." And he'd be like, "That's not what you're saying?" And they're like, "Well, that is kind of what I was saying." Ray, when the rainbow wasn't enough, he thought about committing suicide. Ray, let's get back to you, Ray.
Is when you come into the light a little bit and you see a little light and you allow God to take over your life and make it amazing by taking control. And you're in the light. But what happens when you turn away from the light by stopping doing the silent prayer, by stopping being aware of yourself, practice being present, living from love rather than judgment, you go back into the darkness and you go deeper into the darkness than what you ever left. Because now you know that there's a darkness, you know there's an evil, you know that there's a hell.
Right.
And so when you go back into it, you're agreeing with hell even more so, and the devil and his little demons will destroy you. Because that's what they want. They live in you, and they don't want to leave your body. And by you going back to hell, you're really bringing on death and destruction for yourself.
Hey!
And most people don't recover. Some do, but most don't.
Right.
But here's what I recommend. Do what you want, but I recommend this. Now that you've got a taste of darkness.
Here's for some Sugar House barbecue. Hey, let's go. I'll probably save it for some Texas barbecue. Or I'll put it towards the drone for DebateCon. But thank you, How Long Nate. First super chat of the night. And I've been here all night. But I've been kind of, it's Chillstream. I'm doing research and putting stuff together and doing work. So just happened to be sitting. I needed the night off to work on stuff. And I figure if I'm going to be here at the computer all night doing debate research and putting notes together and putting shows together, I might as well be streaming it. So I know I'm not talking a lot, but I appreciate the super chats. All long Nate. We're just listening to some JLP. I'll raid you over there here shortly.
And you're aware of the darkness. Don't judge it. Just come back to present. Start back with the silent prayer. And you're going to have to totally reject, by being aware, those thoughts that tell you it's not going to work. You left the light, now you're in the darkness, it's not going to work. Don't believe any thoughts at all, and just stay with it anyway, and you will see that God is with you and you'll be fine.
Right. Well, I just want to say that, when I stopped doing all that stuff, it wasn't like I didn't want to turn away from God or anything like that. It was just more like, I thought okay, I've done all of this stuff for almost 2 years now. Like I thought it would just naturally continue, right?
And where you get that thought from?
I don't know. Probably not from the best place.
You got that thought from devil. That's why you went back. The devil told you, "Oh, Ray, you can relax now." 2 years have gone by. Exactly. You're doing fine now. Everything works, and you believe the lie again. Because all thoughts are all lies all the time about anything. So you went back to thoughts rather than living the life of knowing the truth.
Right. And I just also, of course. I just also want to say that, if you were to look at my life from the outside during that dark period, most people would be like, man, he's living the life. He's with all these girls. He's buying all this cool stuff. So it's not like I had negative interactions with any particular. It wasn't like that.
That's right.
It's not like people treated me badly or anything like that. But if you look from the outside, you'd be like, oh man, he's living the life that a man should live. That's a good life for a young dude. But I don't know how to explain it.
I know
it was
the hell was going on inside of you.
There was this darkness, every time, I left a girl's house or she left my house or whatever. Even though we had a great time looking in from the outside, there was just this dread, this hopelessness. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah. You were back in darkness, and nothing outwardly was going to material things and people cannot. There's nothing they
I'm
can
seeing that
do
now,
to the
yeah.
darkness but add to it by
I'm seeing that now, yeah.
Yeah, by you using them as a form. Human beings use other human beings, and they use material things as a form of escaping reality. And so, though you had the women, you had the money, you had the things, inwardly you were in hell.
I was. I was. Like, as I said, even before I started working on myself, I never contemplated suicide, not once.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, man, but just go back to working on yourself. Come back to the light, because God.
This guy's trolling. What he's basically doing here is he's saying, I went down your road, Jesse, and it made me suicidal. Wow, thanks, Jesse. You made me suicidal. He's trying to troll. This is a false. But Jesse just entertains it, and I think Jesse sees through it too. He doesn't trust that this guy is genuine, but even if it is a genuine story, Jesse's going to make a message out of it. But what he's saying is, I went down this path you sent me down, and it was the first time I ever felt suicidal. Thank you, Jesse. It's disingenuous. It's bad faith.
Is not going to hold that against you. He knows that the devil deceived you by telling you, you know what, Ray, 2 years gone by, you can now see you have no pain anymore. You listen to thoughts. You cannot listen to thoughts about anything.
Yeah.
So just come back to it. You'll be fine.
I'm seeing that. And yeah, it's just more of a warning to your other listeners that, don't go back. Don't go back, because you might not. I almost didn't make it, so just don't go back.
Right on. Thank you, Ray. Amazing.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Jesse. Bye.
All right, buddy. If you're not
I
going
think that
to
was a troll.
see this to the end, endure to the end, I would highly recommend don't even start the silent prayer. You don't have to worry about going and forgiving or anything. Stay in your misery, because to come out of it, or at least see it for a minute and go back into it, there are no words to express the destruction for you.
If you guys got any articles on the tick bomb thing and Bill Gates' patent, there's a video of him talking about it. I can't find that video. If you have it, send it in the Discord.
To come. But do what you want. I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to head out here in a bit. Got the show put together,
right.
got the notes
Super,
made.
super.
All I need to do is make a thumbnail and all that stuff.
Super chats. Soul Conscious 7 Coffees. Happy birthday to the Great Black Hope.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
This was, of course, Friday when it was his birthday.
May 22nd.
Stick with it. 5 coffees. Happy B-Day, Jesse. You are amazing. God bless you.
Trump's birthday is on Flag Day, which is on UFC Freedom 250. All on the same day.
Gingerbread. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Happy birthday, Mr. Peterson. Or as we say in Suriname, Juan Sweaty Verjari Togewenst. And I neglected to look that up first, so hopefully it wasn't bad. Don't repeat that.
And what language is that?
I think that's Arabic.
Suriname.
Oh, amazing.
I think you just read some Quran
Thank
stuff.
you, Thai Gingerbread, and pardon me if I'm butchering your name. America the Beautiful. Bought a coffee. Happy birthday, Jesse. Still very much pregnant. 39 weeks tomorrow, meaning on Saturday, with no sign of baby coming. Sorry, it seems there will be no baby on Jesse's birthday. Frowny face.
Oh, man.
But baby girl will have your middle name.
Right
Love you
on.
and thank you for all the great advice. P.S. Punchy's coffee is delicious.
Good. I wish you well with the coming of the baby, brand new baby, and thank you for the birthday wish. My
Bye,
it really made you want to slap your mama and your grandma. It was the first time. And it was tasty. It reminded me of that cake that they make at Christmas time that has everything.
Fruit cake.
Fruit cake. It had that flavor somewhat of that, but not quite. But it was delicious. I mean, did you like it, Hake?
I did.
Sweet potato cake.
Definitely.
And Hake kind of
55.
55. No, nothing good of Hake like that. Amazing. Thank you.
Charles bought a coffee. Happy birthday, Jesse. For the sake of time, you made Christianity make sense to me, and it changed me forever. I just want to say thank you.
Stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it. And you're welcome. Just stay with. You heard Ray call from Canada. You do not want to turn back. Really, you don't want to turn back. And don't let the devil deceive you into turning back. His worst nightmare, the devil, major nightmare is that you may stay in the light and the darkness, which is evil, will have to leave you. It doesn't want to leave you. Every human being is possessed with evil. That's why they treat each other so badly. They have no love. Amazing. Thank you.
Allison says, happy birthday, Jesse. Thank you for all you do. We love you. Rose, heart, and heart cat eyes, cat face for cloud bops.
Amazing.
Says Allison.
Thank you. Amazing. Love you back. We had they did a little celebration yesterday after the fellowship right here. And another birthday cake with everything on it.
Yeah, that was good too.
And then that salad. What kind of salad was that? With the noodles and the green vegetables and.
Is that a fruit salad?
No.
No, it's not it's not a fruit salad. You're
what
right.
Kind of salad was it there? The green salad.
Macaroni salad?
Macaroni, maybe macaroni.
From yesterday?
Yeah.
Pasta salad?
Yeah, like a pasta kale salad.
Oh my.
With sun-dried tomatoes and Parmesan cheese.
Oh my God. And so a little bit is left. I can't wait for lunchtime today.
Oh yeah.
I'm say spit.
And then Bo Derek gave me some watermelon.
Watermelon.
Wait, what did you say?
Watermelon.
Oh,
Rachel.
Bo Derek is a model woman.
I still don't know who that is.
You don't know who Bo Derek is?
She's a white woman, but she had braids at one point.
Oh my gosh, she is Bo Derek.
Uh-huh. And she brought me some watermelon. And
Watermelon.
she said, Jesse, this watermelon is for you only. Take it home and enjoy it. And I took it home. I'm not going to share it with my staff. And there's a lot of it, too. I'm not going to share it, but I had some yesterday. Oh, God. Wasn't it?
It was a lot of watermelon.
It was a lot.
You take all of that?
Or
you
it
take
is
all
a
of
lot.
that? Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
She told me, hey,
No shame.
She said, don't share this. Take it home.
She did say that.
Normally, I share everything with them. And I took the watermelon home. Oh, God, I'm glad I took it home. But I share all the other stuff, the cakes and the salads and everything else with them. Amazing. Thank you.
Nick LeBoy on Rumble on Friday. I thought of you. I thought of this when you asked about words. My father would say this to me, Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Amazing. Thank
Wow.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Amazing.
Imported TV. Some people call him Uncle Jesse. Others call him Punchy. Some even call him the Great Black Hope. I call him my hermano en Cristo, which means brother in Christ. Praying hands and tan/light brown fist emoji. Happy birthday, Jesse.
Amazing. Right on. Thank you.
Nice.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Tebriga. Happy birthday, Jesse.
Thank you. Amazing.
TJ.
Amazing.
Hey, happy birthday.
I didn't. Oh, I could.
You know, it was Grandpa.
Yeah.
Nick LeBoy, ticker, hoe cakes, hot dogs with peanut butter, and sweet potato pie is on me. He gives with a generous Rumble rant. Happy birthday. I wish you many more and even more wisdom. God bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I got to stop there, Hake.
We'll read the rest later, y'all.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Let me go to the first time caller out of Portland, Oregon. Bailey. Let's see here. Bailey, you are on the air.
Hello, Jesse. I go Minister Greg just to make it simple.
Okay,
Minister
Bailey,
Greg.
come back to your phone.
I go find Minister.
Okay.
Well, come back to your phone, Greg. You on a Bluetooth?
No, it's a wireless, like home phone.
That's
Okay,
Bluetooth.
right now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Get off the wireless
Okay,
home
well, I
phone.
just wanted to say, glad to see that things are being patriotic on Memorial Day and all that. And also, I can't believe you and Pearly Things were talking. That was great this morning.
Amazing. I love Pearly Things.
Oh, I was impressed. I was like, wait, they even know each other.
He's been talking to Pearl for years.
I've been on her show before, down there in Texas.
As a Portland, Oregonian, that makes me jealous because I've never heard anything bad about Texas.
Never was a fan of pearly things.
Amazing.
But I agree with Jesse on
Well,
most
thank
things, but not that.
And then one more thing before I go. Just wanted to say, people like you literally get me inspired because it makes me think about marriage. And of course, I'm giving a note because my veteran grandfather today just got out of the hospital recently, and he's been married for 65 years.
Amazing. Marriages
Where's
used
he
to
talking to
last
Pearl?
that long. You're absolutely right. I wish him well, man.
He's almost 100, still looking decent in my opinion.
Right on. Amazing.
Anyways, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, baby.
I don't see him talking to Pearl this morning.
888-775-3773. Let me go to Edward out of Texas.
Maybe she called in. I don't know.
Edward, you are on the air.
Hey, brother Jesse, how have you been?
All is well, Edward.
I'm gonna try not to lie with you this time, but it's my third time calling, my brother. And first and foremost, I want to wish you from the bottom to the top of my heart a very happy birthday, my brother.
Thank you. Amazing.
And I want to let you know, Jesse, that ever since you crossed my life, my brother, the truth does live in you, and it totally woke me up. At first, I'm like, who is this black old crazy man? But something in my heart was like, give it a try.
He's saying the truth.
Put it in your life.
That's why he's so
Practice it
appealing.
in your life. So I started, my brother, and
my brother. I don't like this. My
man,
brother. My brother. My brother.
It's going close to a year that you crossed my life, my brother. And first and foremost,
Why do you
this
talk
past
like
December,
that, my brother?
I finally forgave my father in person.
Based.
And
Did you forgive your mother?
I told him everything I felt about him, how I hated him, how I wished him dead, how, he wasn't around because he was an abusive, alcoholic father towards my mother.
Your mom told you
How I
that.
was overprotected by my mother. I grew up thinking I was a mama's
But did you
boy.
forgive your mama?
I grew up,
You still sound like a mama's boy.
being taught and told that I was the baby of the family. Keep in mind, I'm 35 years old, or young. And, brother, you had said, don't ever take labels
Jesse's
that the
gonna
world
roast this guy.
throws at you. You are none of those things.
He's gonna say, "Have you forgiven your mama?" You said you forgave your father, but did you forgive your mother? Because all that anger you had against your father came from her.
I'm a man.
Yeah.
And also the baby of the family. I'm a grown man. And so I started acknowledging that. And whenever you said to walk with God like Christ did, that's exactly what I'm doing. And in order to get there,
brother.
you have to forgive the original children of God, which is your mother and your father. I forgave my father. We finally saw eye to eye. And that moment,
But what about your mom?
He and I, we started lying because our eyes started crying. And then we hugged it out, my brother. We hugged it out.
What?
And I felt a chain, a dark, heavy chain just break in that moment. He hugged me. I hugged him. We looked eye to eye, and now I see him as a brother. I see him as an older version of me, a wiser version of me. Because you spoke the truth that you said they were here before us, and that they went through hell like we go through hell, so they know exactly. And then I called you the first time, for Thanksgiving, dreaming of a white America. Then I called you twice again, and I remember I was
Hold
drunk,
on,
but I
Greg.
don't remember what we spoke about.
What's
and you were
that,
like,
Greg?
drinking at this time in the morning. So it goes to say my
Edward,
heavenly
hold
brother,
on. I'm sorry, Edward.
Yes,
Hold on for me. Hold on to the drinking thing. I'll be right back.
Hold on
news,
to
not the fake
drinking
news.
in
One
the
more hour
morning.
to go. Back in a moment.
Like
Hold
me.
on, Edward.
Drunk calling Jesse. That happens a lot.
Depression. I don't even care about that because that's not anything that I identify with anymore.
Nice.
I'm 100% cured. I'm 100% better because I've been listening to the Jesse Lee Peterson show, and I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate you.
That might be
And I
Edward
just
on the
can't
promo.
begin to tell you how much I really appreciate the things that you're doing.
I remember
for
when
young
this
men.
call
Young
happened
men
live.
Need to hear this, and young men need to know this message that you're delivering because it's important. It's vital to their lives, Jesse. I just wanted to let you know that, man.
That's amazing. I mean, you made my day, man. When I hear one soul has returned to the Father, it's like 1,000. It's better than silver and gold. So God bless you, man.
All right. Da-na-na-na.
A whole lot of mess going on in this here world. Am I right or am I right? I do believe I'm right. This is the end of hour 2 of the Jesse Lee Peterson Show. Monday, May 25th. Memorial Day, y'all, here in America. AD 2026. There's one line open. Hang tight, callers and super chatters. We shall get to more of your calls and super chats and more great stories in the third and final hour of the Jesse Lee Peterson Show for Female Monday. Shout out, ladies. Everybody loves Mondays, and we all ought to love the ladies, too.
I always thought they should have called it Matriarch Monday.
This is Hake News, not fake news right now. After the Jesse Lee Peterson Show, the Hake Report. Memorial Day with Hake.
Mama Monday.
And then American Anchor, baby. Very fun. Very nice. Some serious mess, such as Pope Leo I was starting to tell you
AI?
about Pope Leo warning about...
I was going to talk about this tonight. I have this in tonight's show. Pope Leo warns about AI.
AI fueling conflict. He calls for slower AI advances in this manifesto, and he likens the threat to the biblical Tower of
Babel. Yep.
Whoa, because people think that they're God, stuff like that.
Shout out, Marilyn.
Or that AI is a God.
Shout out, God.
God. Somebody thought something like that. On Monday, May 25th, that was today, Pope Leo XIV released his first encyclical Magnificat Humanitas at the Vatican, urging robust legal frameworks, independent oversight, and strict limits on military artificial intelligence, AI. So only the terrorists are going to have it, because they're not going to listen to the Pope. But anyway, Pope Leo XIV signed the document May 15th at the 135th
only the terrorists are going to have it,
anniversary of
because they're not
Pope
going to
Leo
listen to the Pope.
The 13th Rerum Novarum, framing AI as another industrial revolution posing existential challenges to human so-called dignity and labor. The nearly 43,000-word encyclical asserts it is not permissible to entrust lethal decisions to AI systems, while demanding transparency and accountability to protect workers and children from algorithmic exploitation. Anthropic co-founder Chris Olah joined the Vatican launch, sparking debate over endorsement versus dialogue. Paolo Carrozza, a law professor at Notre Dame Law School, called it a defining document for our era. Experts view the encyclical as a benchmark for global AI governance, with policymakers urged to prioritize the common good over profit while addressing the digital revolution's moral challenges. Whatever. Anyway,
I think I'm going to wrap up the stream. It's 9 a.m. I got everything put together. I just got to do thumbnail and all that stuff, so that's pretty easy. But I'm going to head out of here. I'm going to raid you to Jesse's show, since we've just been watching for a while. And Wally messaged me on Discord, and we need to talk this Friday night, either late Friday after what's it called, VK, or Saturday. Saturday, you should come on the panel and we should talk about Ukraine, because that's going to be after we watch the fights. We'll watch the fights if I wake up in time. Well, no, the fights are happening at 5 a.m. The fights are going to be Friday night, Saturday morning. But Saturday night to Sunday morning for the fight night stream, you should come up and tell me everything you know about Ukraine, because that's going to be my last big night of prep, where I put on all the finishing touches on things. Hopefully that by that point I already have my opening written, but maybe not totally finished, and I can still make adjustments to it at that point. So come up, plan if you can to come up next Saturday night, late Saturday, early Sunday, something. Either morning, I'll have time, definitely after I wake up. Yeah, it could be Saturday morning. We'll be watching the fights because they're starting at 5 a.m. So I'm sure we'll be here watching fights early Saturday morning. Saturday night depends on when you're on before I go to bed. Yeah, something. Just sometime next weekend. Anytime, come up on the panel and we'll talk about Ukraine. Hello, Shiva. I'm heading out right now. But thank you guys for hanging out. Got a lot of stuff done. Thanks, Whole Long Nate, for the super chat. And I'm going to raid you over to JLP. Last hour. Where the heck? Oh, and we'll be back tonight. Dreaded Conservative show tonight. We're talking about tick bombs, the mosque shooting earlier in the week, the White House shooting yesterday, the Thomas Massey loss, mask face guy on Fox, and some other things. But hopefully we'll have time for a big segment, at least like 45 minutes to an hour on the tick bombs and the Alpha Gal vaccine from Bill Gates. Little conspiracy corner stuff tonight on the Dreaded Conservative show. And then we're going to do a chair stream, a chairwell stream to the chair sometime this week. Oh, next weekend's going to be a 24-hour stream, Wally. Next weekend, I'm going to be going from Friday, VK, then UFC fights, then 12 hours on Ukraine and Discord and whatever. That's the plan. So 24-hour stream is 6K. 24-hour stream is this weekend. So any point you can jump on and we can talk about Ukraine. That's the plan. Thanks for hanging out, guys. God bless. Go say hi to Jesse. I'll be out. Peace.
At least 19 were injured in South Carolina at a stampede at an annual motorcycle rally. What? Terrible. And one was dead and 36 injured at an explosion at a New York trouble.
I just want to hear the song. Somewhere in the world today, men have got to stand up tall, face the truth about themselves, to understand what went wrong. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. I know we can find a way. All right, have fun at Jesse's stream. Bye-bye, everybody. Stand up. Stand